The protagonist says that from this day on, their partnership begins. He extends his hand and expresses his hope that he and Ruri will get along. The guy remembers that on that day, they decided to become stronger. Ruri looks up at the protagonist, takes his hand in hers, and agrees with the guy's previous words. The girl promises to become stronger together with Suguto, the main character. Their oath is strong, simple, and eternal. A few days before, a man rudely addresses the protagonist on the bus. He wants Suguto to give up his seat. At this point, Suguto, continuing to ignore the stranger, recalls the words that a person's maturation comes with failures. Despite the man swearing at him, the protagonist looks calm and does not pay attention to the offender. Suguto wonders what he would do if this situation happened a couple of years from now, and assumes that he would not listen to the man. But in the present, he gives the rude man his seat with a smile. The protagonist continues to reflect. He thinks about what the outcome of their battle would have been if it had happened, and he understands that he would have lost anyway, because even if he had managed to win, the police would not have stood up for him, and society would have condemned him. Suguto smiles sadly. He has come to the conclusion that both outcomes are not in his favor, so it is easier for him to give way and smile. Despite everything, the protagonist is not satisfied with this reality. The guy comes to the question of what it means to be a human if this is what growing up is. People on the bus look at Suguto, but he doesn't understand what emotion these looks express, sympathy or contempt. The protagonist believes that he made a fool of himself by giving up his seat to a rude person. Suddenly the bus chirps. The main character turns his head with a surprised exclamation. The driver tries to brake, but doesn't have time. The bus crashes. Suguto, who is standing after giving up his seat to the stranger, tries to keep his balance by bracing his feet on the floor. After the collision, debris flies everywhere. People on the bus cough or groan in pain. Suguto opens his eyes. He tries to understand what happened and assumes that the bus was in an accident. The protagonist looks around the cabin and realizes that all the passengers survived. The boy realizes that he was the only one thrown back during braking because he stood up, and mentally curses the person he gave a seat to. At the same time, Suguto notices that all the passengers are looking at him with horror. Looking down, the boy realizes that he has been hit by shards of glass. Suguto slowly realizes that he is hurt. The boy realizes that he cannot move. He does not want to accept what happened. He believes that his life cannot end so easily. Suguto barely holds his head up when he hears a sound. Through the pain, he notices that the rude guy to whom the protagonist had previously given up his seat was not hurt. He films the incident on camera and laughs. Suguto stares blankly at the rude man. The thought flashes through his mind that this man is filming his death. The protagonist is furious at this realization. Despite the pain, he tries to get up because he can no longer allow himself to be laughed at. He wants to take revenge on his offender. Suguto wonders why he has to die, why he has to please people like this rude guy. The guy experiences a lot of negative but contradictory emotions. The protagonist looks with all his fury at the man because of whom he suffered. At that moment, with his gaze, he cursed all the nature of the world. Before Suguto could finish his thought, a light appeared before his eyes. The hero finds himself in some cave. He lies on the floor when he comes to with a surprised cry. The guy sits up, looks at his hands, and suddenly realizes that he can speak and move, which means he is alive. Suguto continues to examine himself. His clothes are clean and his wounds are gone. He recalls his name to check if his memory is still intact. The boy's name is Sumihara Tsukuto. The protagonist is confused, as he does not understand what happened. Suguto assumes that he's in a dream, but quickly rejects this idea, as he can feel both the cool air and the wetness of the ground. Touching the vault of the cave, the guy decides that what is happening is definitely not a dream. Suguto, still surprised and a little confused, assumes that he was saved. Running his hand along the wall, the guy comes to the conclusion that he is in some kind of cave, after which he turns around at the sound. Suguto sees a tall, adult man with a pickaxe slung over his shoulder and a bucket in his hand. The protagonist thinks he is lucky to have met at least someone in the strange cave and goes to the stranger. The guy wants to talk to him. When Suguto gets close to the man, he notices that the man has blue eyes. As the stranger examines him, the protagonist wonders if he could have ended up outside of Japan. The man is the first to speak to the surprised Suguto. He calls the boy nameless and tells him to move quickly if the hero is going to do so. Chiguto is stunned into silence, so the man continues the conversation. He irritably tells the boy that if he doesn't leave, he should stay put until the stranger finishes. The protagonist remains silent, and the man returns to work. Turning away from Chiguto, the stranger begins to hit the cave wall with a pickaxe. The guy standing behind the miner is even more shocked than before. He wonders what is going on here. Chiguto comes to the conclusion that the stranger is definitely not Japanese. The guy also does not know what language the man spoke to him in. Despite this, Chiguto understood the miner. He heard a foreign language, but somehow he understood the meaning. After some time, the man filled his bucket with stones and, lifting it, walked away with a satisfied face. Chiguto, who had been watching the miner the whole time, assumed that the exit was in that direction. The guy decided that he needed to find out where he was. Passing by the place where the miner worked, the protagonist notices what looks like small, precious stones. He wonders whether he should take them with him, because the guy lost his wallet. Chiguto decides to take one and notices that it is transparent. The protagonist thinks that the stone in his hands is more beautiful than the others, and therefore decides to take another one. As Chiguto continues walking through the cave, he notices several more miners, all heading in the same direction. The protagonist notices that they are all walking on the left side and carrying heavy buckets. The guy decides to follow them. Suddenly, a bright light starts shining in Chiguto's eyes. He has to cover his face with his hand. The guy finally comes out of the cave. Chiguto looks around. There is a small settlement near the exit of the cave. There are many miners. The guy comes to the conclusion that this is definitely not Japan. Almost all the people around him have light hair. The protagonist also notices the clothes of the strangers, which remind him of the Middle Ages. Suddenly, Chiguto notices a group of people who have swords. He looks a little tense. The strangers pass by without noticing the protagonist. He assumes that they are guards, but notes that the members of this group look more like adventurers from some role-playing game. As Chiguto watches the armed men, a short girl appears behind him. She walks quite slowly, and in her hands she holds a shovel, which drags along the ground. The girl passes behind Chiguto, not paying much attention to him. Chiguto, still watching someone, looks surprised but curious. The eyes of the girl, who turns out to be Ruri, show no interest. She turns around briefly, watches the main character, but after a few seconds continues walking somewhere. Chiguto, lost in his thoughts, doesn't notice the girl. He's never heard of a country with such a low level of development, so he can't figure out where he is. The boy notices that the miners are lined up. At first, Chiguto wants to join them, but then decides that it would be better to look around. Chiguto looks up and freezes, shocked. Directly in front of him, above the exit from the mysterious cave, incredibly steep mountains rise. They remind the main character of the Tower of Babel described in myths. What he saw refutes almost all the knowledge Chiguto has acquired over 17 years of life. This leads the guy to some kind of realization. The main character comes to the conclusion that the place he found himself in is not on Earth. Chiguto, with a loud exclamation that his lucky streak will continue, breaks the rocks with his pickaxe. Chiguto and Ruri bow their heads over the shiny stones, looking somewhat surprised. The guy, as if remembering something, clears his throat and, apologizing, swears to Ruri, who looks quite pleased. There are many miners around and inside the cave who are also breaking rocks, so it is very noisy here. Chiguto lowers his pick wearily and swears, sweat running down his face. Ruri stands nearby, leaning on her shovel, silently watching Chiguto. Already in his mind, the main character is outraged by the fact that, ultimately, he must engage in stone mining. Chiguto flashes back to the moment he realized he was not on Earth. Someone calls out to him, asking if everything is okay. The guy turns around at the sound of the voice. The man who called out to Chiguto turned out to be a merchant whose shop was nearby. The merchant tells the protagonist that he missed the queue and asks if he managed to collect the magic ores. Chiguto, somewhat confused, asks again, and the merchant confirms that the guy heard right and asks if he heard about the ores. The merchant explains that here in Berg, they lack miners, and there are also many thieves and other dishonest people. But adventurers are constantly hunting monsters from the local dungeons, so if you don't go too far, everything should be fine. Chiguto, shocked by the explanation, wonders if he might have entered a fantasy world. The merchant, who misunderstood him, tries to console the protagonist. Remembering his discovery in the cave, the boy takes a blue stone out of his pocket and asks if it is also a magical ore. The merchant answers that it is, and asks to look at it. Tsuguto wonders about the value of his find. The merchant guesses that the price of this stone is equal to one large copper coin, but then adds that its purity is not bad, so it is possible to throw in another copper coin. In the end, the merchant values Tsuguto's find at 11 lark. The protagonist mentally laments that he would like to know the final cost, and then asks a friendly merchant what he can buy with this money, to roughly understand the value of the find. After learning that this money can only buy a handful of dried fruit, Tsuguto comes to the conclusion that 11 larks is less than 100 yen, and then remembers the second stone he found. Tsuguto asks the merchant to evaluate this find of his as well, to which the merchant enthusiastically asks if it is an ethereal crystal. Seeing the boy's lack of understanding, the merchant explains that they are very rare, but without these crystals, it is impossible to make a potion. He offers to buy this stone from Tsuguto above the market price. Together with the first stone, the total amount is 2,611 lark. Tsuguto mentally calculates how many larks each coin is worth. Having roughly figured out the local currency, the protagonist sells his finds to a merchant and buys one portion of dried meat. Just as he was about to leave, Tsuguto remembered that he needed a place to stay overnight and asked a merchant if there was a shelter nearby. The boy realized that he couldn't sleep on the street in a world he didn't know. The merchant points in the direction of the city and offers Tsuguto a place to stay at the Dragon's Den Inn for 5 silver per night. The guy is tense. The money he received will not last him long. He understands that the chances of finding a way to return to his world in a few days are small, which means he needs money. Tsuguto wonders how much he can earn on magic ore. After thinking about it, the guy asks the merchant if he sells pickaxes and buckets. The merchant replies that pickaxes are sold in the building next door and that the bucket is free. He is about to ask something, but Tsuguto interrupts him and says that he is going to prove that he can do it. Full of determination, he wants to return to the dungeon and dig up a whole bucket of ore. After some time in the dungeon, Tsuguto's bucket is almost empty. The guy wonders why he can't do anything, because he's sure he chose the right place. There are many other people here besides him. Despite this, only Tsuguto fails to extract the ore. The boy understands that at this rate he will collect very little, that now he has to rely on luck. Suddenly, a voice is heard nearby saying only one word: "Here." Tsuguto turns towards the sound. He first pays attention to the shoes of his interlocutor, as well as to the shovel with which she poked into the ground. The girl repeats herself, pointing somewhere again and declaring that this is a good place. She is short with long curly hair, elongated ears and horns similar to a ram's. Surprised, Tsuguto asks if the stranger is talking to him, and she confirms that she is. The protagonist examines her, paying attention to all the differences from a human. He understands that the girl in front of him is just a child. Notes that she looks as if she belongs to some fantastic race. Tsuguto asks what's wrong with the wall the stranger points to, and she replies that he should dig there. The guy asks why not there, pointing to a random place, and the girl replies that ore was mined there yesterday, which means there is no point in digging in this place for now. Tsuguto calls the girl to be more serious, and notes that there are no signs of digging in the place he indicated. After the stranger says that she is serious, the guy comes to the conclusion that she is lying. The girl says that she is not lying, and when Tsuguto says that there are no traces left on the wall, she replies that they have already disappeared, because it was yesterday. The boy starts arguing. He thinks it's absurd, and the traces of digging couldn't have disappeared so quickly. Tsuguto calls on the stranger to be a good girl and apologize. The girl replies that he will understand everything as soon as he sees it. She confidently grabs her shovel and starts digging in the place indicated to her. There really is ore there. Tsuguto is amazed that the girl extracted a piece of ore in one swing. Despite this, he still does not believe the stranger and claims that she was just lucky. The guy continues to try to extract ore in the same place, at the same time asking if the wall can't restore itself. The girl replies that the walls reproduce themselves even if they are destroyed. Tsuguto asks if there will be ore in the restored wall, to which the stranger replies that ore is also restored, which is much slower. Then, after comparing two pieces of ore, she throws away the one that she thinks is bad. The guy asks how long it takes to restore the ore, to which he receives the answer: about 2 or 3 days. Having learned this, Tsuguto comes to the conclusion that not only the stranger, but all the local miners know exactly which wall needs to be dug on which day. The girl throws one of the pieces of ore into a bucket. The boy asks how soon they will fill the buckets, and when they answer that there are still plenty of buckets, he asks how much they will get for the mined ore. The girl answers that about 5 silver coins. This should be enough for one night, and so Chuguto comes to the conclusion that as long as he knows where to dig, he should have no problems with money. The boy thanks the girl because he thinks she saved him, and then asks her name. She is silent for a few seconds, and then says that her name is Ruri. Suguto also says his name and then asks why she helped him. Ruri remains silent. She starts to say something quietly, and so Chuguto has to lean towards her. It turns out that Ruri was worried about the guy. After hearing the girl's confession, Tsuguto says that she is very cute and laughs. The guy thanks his assistant again and strokes her hair. Ruri closes her eyes and looks very pleased about this. Something makes Tsuguto surprised. He realizes the girl does not have hair on her head, but something similar to wool, and asks her if she is a sheep. This outrages Ruri, and she declares that she is a mouflon, not a sheep. Realizing his mistake, Suguto apologizes and asks his interlocutor not to be angry, promising that he will not make the same mistake again. Ruri sighs, but forgives the guy. He offers to go and sell the ore they have mined, but notices that the girl is wary for some reason and asks if something happened. Ruri, with a shovel at the ready, reports that a certain Donald is here. 3 armed men with unfriendly faces appear at the entrance to the cave. Chigudo asks about Donald, and Ruri explains that it is the guy in the center. Noticing his enormous height, the protagonist wonders who he is, to which the girl calls Donald a bad guy. Sugudo notices Donald's angry face. Donald and his men steal the ore miners have mined with impunity. Suguto repeats Ruri's words about Donald being a bad guy, but notes that his men do not take everything from the miners, but take a little and look for a new victim. Suguto condemns Donald's behavior, wondering why no one stands up to him. Suddenly, Suguto realizes what he was just thinking, and a nervous smile appears on his face. He understands perfectly why the miners do not contradict Donald, because it is the easiest way out. Suguto remembers how he himself, despite insults, gave up his seat to a rude man on the bus. The guy knows that the miners don't resist because it will cause minimal harm and because it's safer. But he understands that as a result of such sycophancy, he died. Suguto sums up his past life. In his opinion, he simply made a fool of himself in front of people and then died. He wonders if he has the right, given his past, to look down on the miners around him. However, something has changed in the protagonist. Ruri notices that he is clenching his fists. At this point, one of Donald's subordinates approaches them and demands 10 stones per person. Ruri holds out a shovel in front of him and refuses to obey. Donald's subordinate is rude to the girl. He says that the miners should be grateful to people like him for hunting monsters, because otherwise the miners would not be able to safely mine ore. However, Ruri says that Donald's subordinate is lying, because adventurers have already come today, and none of the 3 who came recently were among them, which irritates the rude man. Donald enters the conversation, angrily yelling at Ruri, ordering her to give up the stones. But the girl, despite the trembling in her voice, continues to resist. Donald takes a few steps towards Ruri, as if he wants to hurt her, but then a rock flies right in front of his face. At the last moment, Donald manages to dodge, and the stone flies past him. The stone was thrown by Tuguto. In the silence that followed his throw, Donald's subordinates call out his name in fear. Tsuguto's actions make Donald even more irritated, and he turns towards the guy. However, the protagonist is no longer willing to behave politely. When he looks up at Donald, his eyes are filled with anger and hatred. Tsuguto straightens up to his full height. Donald looks even more angry than before, veins appearing on his arms. The leader asks Tsuguto if he was the one who threw the stone. The main character's face looks incredibly calm, but his eyes have lost the softness that was inherent in the guy's gaze before. Tsuguto remembers feeling disgusted at that moment, because even though there were only 3 of them against them, they were armed with swords, meaning their chance of winning was negligible. In his opinion, they should have just given the scoundrels the ore they had mined. However, Tsuguto could no longer act the way he had before, because of what happened to him on the bus. The boy remembered how Ruri, despite her obvious fear, decided to fight. Looking at the girl who was weaker but braver than him, Tsuguto realized that he was pathetic, and felt disgusted with himself. At this time, Donald, losing his temper, began to shout at the main character, continuing to try to find out who threw the stone at him. Chiguto, completely calm despite the situation, replied that Donald himself asked for the stones, so he does not understand what the man is complaining about. The protagonist's face expresses absolute confidence. One of Donald's henchmen also suddenly shouted, pointing at Chiguto. He informed his boss that the impudent boy did not have a mark. As the henchmen began to try to persuade their boss to back down, Chiguto remained completely calm. The man who approached Ruri first made several arguments, but Donald yelled at him as well. The man turned to the protagonist again and asked if the boy knew what was happening to people like him. Chiguto, who did not understand anything, thought about what had happened and came to the conclusion that, in the worst case, he would die again. Despite the thought of his own death, Chiguto did not back down. He realized that it was better to leave this world with his head held high than after making a fool of himself. The protagonist's face reflected his determination. He ordered Donald to shut his mouth. Hearing another insolence from Chiguto, Donald rushed towards him, not wanting to tolerate such behavior any longer. The leader decided to finish off the rude guy. Even though Donald was rushing towards him, drawing his sword as he ran, Chiguto continued to stand up straight and determined, as if he had accepted his end. However, at the last second, Ruri jumped out from somewhere and hit Donald's hand with the shovel with all her might. Chiguto, who had not expected this, stared at his friend in surprise. Ruri's face showed nothing but determination and concentration. Donald had to pull his hand back due to the injury he had received and let go of the sword, which immediately fell to the ground. Chiguto called out to the girl, but before he could say or do anything, the enraged Donald pushed Ruri away with one movement, and she flew into the wall. The determination in the protagonist's eyes turned to horror. Donald, who was not calmed down by this, continued to yell at Ruri and behave terribly. Chiguto managed to see the girl's face, full of fear and pain, before she fell again next to the wall. Forgetting about Donald, the main character rushed to his assistant. He was very afraid for the girl. Once he was there, the boy carefully lifted Ruri's head. Her face was dirty, and her eyes were closed from the pain. She had most likely lost consciousness from the blow. Chiguto realized that this girl was trying to save him. While the main character silently looked at his wounded girlfriend, rage and hatred began to boil inside him again. At this point, Donald started yelling again. He threatened that what happened to Ruri would happen to anyone who went against him. Donald also said that weaklings deserve to lie on the ground. Having calmed down a bit, the leader chuckled and walked towards Chiguto, who was still sitting next to Ruri. Donald promised that the boy would be next and told him not to think that anyone could protect him. When Chiguto turned to Donald, his eyes were filled with absolute hatred. The leader, who had been bragging just a moment ago, involuntarily recoiled from this look full of desire for revenge. Donald stumbled and fell. He could recognize the emotions in Chiguto's gaze, his rage, regret, and desire for revenge. Sweat began to run down Donald's face. Chiguto stood up. Behind him was an unconscious Ruri, and in front of him on the cave floor was a fallen Donald. Everything that Chiguto felt now, dedication, confidence, extreme concentration, impenetrable darkness, mixed together and became pure curse. Donald, in an attempt to crawl away from the crazy guy, began to mumble something. He was trying to stop the protagonist, telling him to stay away. A murderous and very strong aura formed behind Chiguto. Donald, screaming, jumped up from his place and rushed towards the exit of the cave, running past his surprised subordinates. The remaining two of Donald's gang ran after him almost immediately. Chiguto didn't pursue anyone. He sat down next to Ruri again. After some time, the guy tried to give Ruri some kind of elixir to drink. After asking if the girl could drink, Chiguto carefully poured the strange liquid into her mouth. Ruri finally opened her eyes. Chiguto immediately bombarded her with questions about her health, trying to find out if everything was okay with her friend, but she was still unable to answer properly. The grandmother who gave her the medicine lost her temper because of the guy's questions. After demanding payment from Chiguto, she told them both to get out, as it was time for her to close the shop. But the boy ignored her words, calling her a witch and saying that Ruri had just woken up. The old woman was offended for the second time. The place they found themselves in looked magical. There were many different magical devices, books, and potions. Chiguto asked Ruri again how she was, to which the girl was finally able to answer, assuring the guy that everything was fine. Sitting on the couch, Ruri asked where they were. Chiguto hesitated and replied that they were in the city. in some tool shop, and the old woman became indignant again and corrected the guy. Her shop was called Hein Magic Tool Shop, Jugudo briefly recounted the events that had happened since the incident in the cave. The merchant had recommended this shop to him as the best place to help Ruri. The protagonist says that their visit here is a good idea, but the old strange witch tried to give the girl some suspicious liquid to drink. He had previously told the shop owner that he would not pay if Ruri declared that she had been cured, but Suguto tried to convince his friend otherwise. The old lady began to scream again because the boy seemed to have no intention of paying. However, it turns out that it was a joke. Suguto thanked the old lady and told Ruri to thank her too. The girl bows respectfully to the shop owner, who now looks a little embarrassed. The witch responds to the thanks briefly, stating that it is her job. After this, Suguto and Ruri try to beg for a discount, but they are forced to pay for the treatment in full and thrown out of the store. The heroes have little money left, only 211 lark, 111 lark. Stopping in the middle of the street, Suguto asks Ruri where she lives. He wants to walk his friend home, but it turns out that she doesn't have a home. This causes confusion in the guy, and he asks where Ruri spends the night, as well as where her parents are. The girl doesn't look at Suguto when she answers. She says that she always sleeps in a flop house, and she herself doesn't know anything about the whereabouts of her parents. The guy doesn't say anything in response, but becomes a little sad. After a few seconds, Suguto finally asks where the shelter is. Ruri says that it is right at the entrance to the dungeon. The guy thinks about what to do. It is dangerous to walk in the dark along the mountain path to the dungeon, and there is no money for an inn in the city. Ruri, noticing his confusion, apologizes for the cost of his treatment. Suguto asks her not to apologize, but the girl holds out the money and asks the protagonist to take it. She gives the guy 350 lark, which, combined with the money left over from Suguto, allows him to spend the night at the Dragon's Lair Tavern that the merchant had told him about earlier. Breathing a sigh of relief, Suguto smiles and says that he feels like Ruri really does save him all the time. Looking down, the girl replies that this is her path. Elsewhere in one of the houses, Donald yells at a beautifully dressed girl and pushes her away. The girl, catching herself on a table, screams and falls to the floor. Donald is very angry again. He does not pay attention to the fallen girl. Sitting on the bed, Donald clutches his head in his hands and curses loudly several times. His eyes are fixed somewhere ahead. Several tables appear in front of Donald. They contain basic information about this person, his stats, as well as abilities. The status column says cursed, and 239 points have been subtracted from the health stat. Donald exclaims angrily again. He doesn't understand how he could lose so much health. With the health he has left, he could die even from a fall. Donald knows that Suguto is to blame for all this, and he wants to do something to get revenge. As morning comes, a bell starts ringing over the city. This wakes Suguto up. He spent the night in the room he and Ruri rented yesterday. Half asleep, Suguto feels something nearby. It turns out to be someone's loose hair. The guy finally wakes up from surprise, seeing Ruri sleeping next to him. Suguto wonders why the girl would want to sleep in his bed when she had her own. He looks confused, but doesn't try to wake her up. The bell continues to ring. The sign with the image of a bird reads, Dragon Inn. The slanting rays of the morning sun penetrate the room through the window. Suguto sits up in bed, putting his hand to his face, either to shield his eyes from the sun's rays or to show fatigue and some degree of irritation. The boy reminds Ruri that there is another bed in the room. Looking at the sleeping girl, he asks why she went to bed with him. Thinking back to the events of last night, Suguto recalls that he was glad they were able to stop at the Dragon Inn after everything that had happened. When they entered the inn, they saw a muscular, gloomy man. The protagonist described him as an incredibly gloomy middle-aged man, mentally wondering if all men in this world were that huge. The man approached Suguto and Ruri, informing them that he would be prohibited from using the dining hall. But if his comrades were okay with it, they would have a room on the third floor for 5 silver coins. Hearing about the canteen, Suguto looks around with interest. Having agreed to the terms, but still not understanding why he alone was forbidden to use the canteen, the boy received the keys, as well as 2 flasks, which the menacing man gave him with the words that he was giving him light and hot water. Ruri, seeing the flasks, immediately became cheerful, especially because of the mention of hot water. Suguto, not understanding anything, asked his companion what kind of flasks they were. The girl explained that they contained magical ores. Upon entering the room, Ruri inserted one of the bulbs into the lamp, causing it to immediately light up. Suguto, who had not expected this, was surprised, and the girl continued to explain, if you put magic ore in the bath and then fill it with water, it will become hot. The boy realized that this kind of use of magic ore was probably the norm. Ruri, after finishing her explanation, asked if Suguto understood them, and then asked if he wanted to take a bath together. But the protagonist refused under the pretext that he understood everything. Afterwards, Suguto gave Ruri some dried meat, but the girl ate it reluctantly. The boy assumed that this was because both sheep and mouflons were herbivores. While Ruri ate, Suguto went to the bathroom and lay down to rest, and eventually fell asleep. Looking at the clothesline stretched out right in the room, Suguto remembered that all the clothes had been washed. Carefully touching Ruri's face, the guy finally woke her up. After wishing the sleepy girl a good morning, Suguto not very carefully handed her things, asking her to get dressed, and at the same time thanking Ruri for doing the laundry yesterday. Suddenly, Suguto noticed a chain around the girl's neck. Intrigued, he asked what kind of badge it was. As if surprised by the boy's question, Ruri asks if he really doesn't know, to which he answers in the affirmative. The girl then says that she has a badge around her neck, but Suguto still doesn't understand anything. Ruri asks the boy if he lost his token. Suguto replies that he couldn't lose something he didn't have in the first place. Suddenly, Ruri's face becomes tense. Clutching her token in her palm, she says that Suguto not having a pendant is very bad, which makes the guy tense up as well, stopping some time later at a 2-story building with large windows and 4 columns. The main character asked if it was an adventurer's guild. Thinking back to the altercation with Donald yesterday, Suguto finally understood what they meant about him not having a tag. However, at the same time, the protagonist also remembered that the first miner he met didn't have a tag either. Suguto asked another question. He wondered how people could accurately tell if he had a token, since he could just put it in his pocket, to which Ruri replied that the protagonist would know once he entered. Suguto pushed open the double doors and stepped into the guild hall. It was small. Right in front of the entrance was a counter, behind which stood a girl who greeted those who entered. Her clothes looked like they were the guild uniform. Smiling, the girl asked if Ruri and Suguto had come to restore the token. Because the guy was stunned by the beauty of the girl at the reception, Ruri spoke to the stranger. She replied that they did not have a recovery token, but they needed to create a new one. The girl was very surprised and asked again if they really needed to create a new token. After Ruri nodded, which confirmed what he had said earlier, the girl at the reception desk became even more agitated. Suddenly, she jumped up and ran somewhere deep into the room, asking the visitors to wait a minute. Suguto asked if everything would be okay, and Ruri assured him that it would be. Returning, the receptionist handed the guy something like a bowl with a token in it and asked him to squeeze the token in his hand and then hold it for a few seconds. Ruri, who was watching what was happening, exclaimed that something was about to work. 5 minutes later, nothing happened. The girls asked Suguto to wait. 5 minutes later, nothing happened. The girls assumed they should wait a little longer, but now they looked unsure. Tired of waiting for some time after that, Suguto was indignant at having to wait so long. At the same time, a system notification sounded about the activation of the mark and the completion of the account registration. A multitude of system windows appeared right before the astonished Suguto's eyes. Surprised by what had happened, he hesitantly asked the stranger from the guild what these windows were. The girl, smiling, said that the main character had successfully registered, which could not help but make the worker feel relieved. The girl explained that details of his soul, which are called status here, were now flashing before Suguto's eyes. Only Suguto himself can see the status. The main character does not look particularly happy. He is still amazed by what is happening. Suguto studies his characteristics. Ruri, distracting him from this activity, asks the guy to look at his badge. It somehow has the main character's name written on it, although until recently, it was completely empty and ordinary, which Suguto immediately notes. The guild girl continues her explanation. She says that in order to view your status, you need to fill your personal token. Filling, she adds, means pouring your mana points into your equipment. The girl explains that unique equipment is usually called artifacts. They have an aura reminiscent of the souls of creatures and are called pools of mana, which serve as vessels for its accumulation. And filling is placing mana in the vessel. The guild worker adds that she asked Suguto to squeeze the token in his palm so that the mana points from his body would flow into the token, filling it. Looking at his mana points, the boy realized why it took so long to fill the token. His mana was very low. The girl explained that the token added 10 mana points, but once they were spent, the artifact would automatically turn off. Suguto, seeing 239 mana points in his stats, asked what the minus meant, but it turned out that the guild worker had never encountered such a situation before. The girl began to look a little upset that she couldn't help, but Suguto immediately asked the next question about the meaning of the status line, to which the guild worker happily answered, "It means the current state." Looking at this line in his soul stat, Suguto wondered what the cursed status that the boy possessed could mean. Suguto comes to the conclusion that he can't ask the girl about the meaning of his status, because it would be tantamount to admitting that he is cursed. The guild worker continues to explain something, but the guy barely listens to her. Finally, the girl says that she will explain one important detail. Leaning closer to Suguto, she asks him to look at her face. After repeating the request, the protagonist carefully looks into the worker's face, once again noting her beauty. A few seconds later, a system window appears right in front of the girl's face, indicating her name, job, and clan. The girl's name is Seria. She is an employee of the Adventurers Guild and belongs to it as a clan. Suguto recoiled in surprise and lets out an involuntary cry. Saraya smiles and repeats her name, saying that she had long dreamed of introducing herself to someone like that. The guild member explains that the name window is the most important function of the tag. Between other token carriers, simply by focusing, the target's name can be determined. Suguto now understands why Donald's men quickly realized that he was without a token. Surya adds that this feature is necessary for identifying red names, and it is these that are the reason why this feature is important. The name becomes red after a murder, the girl explains. And therefore, all owners of red names without exception become objects of suppression. As soon as a person with a red name is suppressed, you can present his token and receive a reward. Suguto asks again if suppression means death of the red name holders, and asks if he himself will not receive a red name for this. Seria explains that after eliminating the red name holder, the color of your name remains the same. Now the protagonist understands why Ruri urged him to hurry up and make a token. It greatly reduces the risk of being hurt or killed. As Suguto continues to ponder over the incident from yesterday, he comes to the conclusion that he could have easily been killed by Donald. He is distracted from his thoughts by Ruri, who tugs at his sleeve. He asks her friend if something happened. Ruri says that Suguto needs to register to be an adventurer. The guy, again, did not understand what they told him. But Seria, who heard the conversation, was very happy because she thought that the main character would want to become an adventurer. Ruri replies for his companion that he planned to do so, and Suguto is somewhat indignant that his opinion was not asked. Seria, ignoring the guy's disgruntled voices, runs back inside the building, promising to prepare the documents right now. Suguto, completely confused, tries to call out to the girl, but all to no avail. After some time, the heroes ate silently at the same inn where they had stayed for the night. There weren't too many people in the dining room. They were all busy with their own affairs. Breakfast cost 60 larks, so Suguto only had 1 lark left. The menacing man at the entrance to the inn allowed them to use the dining room if both guests had a token. The guy chews his food thoughtfully. Suguto came to the conclusion that the innkeeper had previously forbidden them from using the dining room only because he was afraid that the nameless boy might be the bearer of a red name. Despite the risk, the innkeeper lets them stay the night, so the protagonist assumes that he is a kind person, albeit with a scary appearance. Breaking away from his thoughts, Suguto tells Ruri to eat, not only vegetables, but also meat. The girl complains that she ate meat yesterday, but the boy objects that there is no logic in this. Just because she ate meat yesterday does not mean that she shouldn't eat it today. Suguto comes to the conclusion that mouflons, pecorins, can physically digest meat, but Ruri can't stand it. Every time the guy turned away, she moved a plate of meat closer to him, taking Ruri's plate of vegetables. Suguto said that she had had enough, and that he wanted some salad too. After eating it in one sitting, He pushed the plate of meat towards the girl and said that he was full so she could finish the meat. Ruri looks incredibly upset. It's obvious that she can't stand meat. Her pitiful appearance softens Suguto a little. The guy promises that he will help her eat meat if she confesses why she wants him to become an adventurer. Ruri doesn't start talking right away, so Suguto teases her a little, asking what she's going to do, eat, or talk. After a few seconds, the girl finally answers, because she wants to become an adventurer too. This answer leaves Suguto momentarily stunned, and then he says that Ruri can become an adventurer on her own. However, the girl replies that she cannot. With her hands clasped in her lap, she explains that she is not entirely her own master and therefore cannot do what she wants. This explanation raises even more questions for Suguto, and Ruri says that he can see all the information in her name window. Looking closely, the guy does indeed see lines about his companion being in bondage due to debts. Suguto seems both shocked and upset upon hearing this. Ruri explains that she cannot become an adventurer until she pays off her debts. The girl looks both sad and resigned, as if she has already gotten used to this situation. After understanding the situation, the protagonist comes to the conclusion that Ruri wants him to become an adventurer because of the opportunity to work and get rewarded. The girl explains in a trembling voice that she also wants to help. Suguto, correctly interpreting the girl's words, asked if she meant to say, "Let's be adventurers together," to which he received an affirmative nod. Ruri hesitantly tried to say something. Gathering her strength, she finally finished the sentence. Ruri said that she wanted to rise higher and become stronger. At that moment, the girl looked very determined. Suguto recalls Sari's explanation of the level he gained in the guild. He realizes that he and Ruri share the same desire to become stronger. It is stronger than the desire to return to Japan, despite Suguto knowing the risks. Without looking at his companion, the guy asks her why she wants to become stronger. Ruri clenched her fists and answered loudly and decisively. She wanted to become stronger so she could beat up all the bad guys. Such a passionate answer surprised Suguto. However, the surprise quickly passed and the boy laughed. Ruri, embarrassed and angry at someone else's laughter, began to scold Suguto, who, in a futile attempt to stop laughing, apologized to the girl. After laughing, the main character admitted that the simple and clear words of his little companion were true. He feels, and has always felt the same desire to beat up bad people. But before he could not do it because he was a weakling and a coward. Despite everything, he was noticed by his companion, who was now sitting next to him. Pouting, Suguto extended his hand to Ruri. The boy said that he also wanted to become stronger. His face seemed very kind, but at the same time determined. Suguto promised that from today onwards, he and Ruri were partners and expressed his hope that they would get along. A little surprised but happy, the girl squeezed his hand with hers. Ruri promised that she would become stronger together with Suguto. Sometime later, in an unfamiliar dungeon, Ruri asks Suguto to show his status since they are now partners. The guy agrees, but wants to see the girl's status as well. The partners exchange tokens. After looking at Suguto's stats and skills, Ruri is delighted. She says that the skill, Evil Eye, is unique. But the guy laments that he is only at rank F and has only 1 point of mana. Suguto asks her friend if she knows anything about the curse. The girl, thinking, answers that there are different types of curses and begins listing ways to remove them. The first is purification in the Holy Church, which Suguto immediately dismisses due to the risks. The second method is defeat the one who cursed you. Ruri assumes that it has something to do with Suguto's skill, so the guy asks what to do if he is the source of the curse, but the girl does not answer. Sighing, the boy comes to the conclusion that Ruri does not know this. At the same time, windows with information about the companion finally appear in front of Suguto. The boy feels humiliated because Ruri's stamina is higher than his. However, the rest of her stats are pretty typical for a 9-year-old, except for her huge amount of skills and mana points. Suguto says that he's counting on Ruri's skill called Noise Detector. Armed with a pickaxe and a shovel, the partners set off to hunt for monsters. 10 minutes before, Suguto suggested that Ruri try and dig 2 buckets of ore, which left the girl puzzled. She asked what about hunting monsters, since it would help them level up. The guy asked in bewilderment whether his companion wanted to start hunting today, to which he received an affirmative answer. Suguto tried to explain that this was too reckless. Before hunting, it was necessary to prepare equipment and gather information. The The guy suggested mining ore for now, since they only had one lark left. The girl shouted that it was too slow, but the main character objected that it was not slow, but gradual. Gripping the shovel, Ruri shouted that the bad guys wouldn't wait for anyone. This statement shocked Tuguto a little. Thinking about Denal and his subordinates, he came to the conclusion that his plan was indeed too slow. Suguto asked his companion if she knew how powerful the labyrinth monsters were. The girl explained they were near an E-rank dungeon, so the monsters inside were extremely weak. In addition, with the noise detector, Ruri was good at detecting their presence, so as long as they were together, they would both benefit. Suguto concluded that Ruri had used the noise detector to predict Donald's appearance yesterday. He asked if she could tell the exact number of monsters by ear. Ruri said that if there were only a few, it would be easy. The protagonist realized that this was convenient. They could ignore the crowds of monsters and track down only the loners. Remembering his original plan, Suguto returned to the issue of weapons. Ruri proudly raised her shovel blade up. The boy dejectedly praised this weapon. Sighing, Suguto came to the conclusion that he now had no reason to give up on hunting monsters, and suggested that they head into the dungeon to begin the hunt. As soon as they entered the dungeon, the partners encountered several passages. Suguto complained that it immediately turned into a labyrinth. Ruri said that she knew of a path on the right called the garbage slit, and suggested that they see what was in that direction. After walking a little in the right direction, Suguto was stunned and asked if there was anything there at all. Instead of answering, Ruri threw a pebble, and suddenly the floor collapsed with a terrifying roar. The girl with a calm face explained that all sorts of trash is thrown into the garbage chute, but the main character looked shocked. Looking into the hole, Suguto realized that he couldn't see the bottom and became even more tense. The partners, after demonstrating the abilities of the garbage sled, decided to move on in a different direction. Suguto asked if not being safe meant that they were already lost, and Ruri responded that they were. Suddenly, she heard something. The girl grabbed the shovel more comfortably and said that the monster had been found. Suguto asked in surprise if it was true, and then asked about their location and number. The boy realized that he seemed to be too nervous because this was his first battle. Suddenly, the girl got excited and swung the shovel. She screamed that the monster was right there and called on her partner to attack. Suguto, seeing his friend's panic, grabbed her by the collar and told her to calm down, because otherwise they would not succeed. The girl screamed that the monster was already here and that it was approaching. An ugly thing appeared from one of the passages. Quickly looking at the enemy, Suguto determined that it was a goblin. Suddenly, the monster roared loudly and rushed towards the hunters. The protagonist froze and cursed. The guy, despite his fear, tried to swing the pickaxe, but realized that he didn't have enough time, and so he simply threw his weapon in the direction of the rapidly approaching attacker. The pickaxe actually hit the goblin and sent it flying. Suguto realized that throwing his weapon wasn't such a bad decision, since the monster was approaching them at high speed. However, the goblin, screaming in pain, suddenly stood up. Blue blood was flowing from the wound. The monster rushed towards Suguto again, who was unarmed this time. The goblin jumped on the protagonist and knocked him to the ground, crushing him with his own weight. While trying to fight the monster, Suguto saw that the attacker had bared his teeth. It seemed like the goblin wanted to eat him. Arriving at the last moment, Ruri hit the monster with all her might with the shovel. The goblin froze for a few seconds, as he was stunned by the shovel. The girl's face expressed determination and readiness to fight. Ruri swung her shovel and hit the goblin, still sitting on top of Suguto, who had fallen to the ground, once more. Despite the girl's attempts to cause damage, the goblin barely reacts to her. Suguto comes to the conclusion that Ruri's strength is too weak, but she does not give up and continues to fight. With a determined battle cry, the girl grabbed the shovel and struck the goblin in the left eye. Finally, the monster took damage and screamed in pain, breaking away from Suguto. The boy realized what had happened and, following his companion's example, struck the goblin in the right eye to disorient the enemy. The monster, clutching its head, could no longer attack. Suguto took advantage of the opportunity and picked up the pickaxe he had thrown earlier. Swinging, the guy dealt the final, decisive blow to his opponent. System notifications about gaining experience points and increasing experience from level 8 to level 9 appeared before Suguto's eyes. The values of most of his stats also increased. Suddenly, the pickaxe the boy was holding in his hand began to glow. Intercepting it and raising it above his head, Suguto smiled happily. His strength had increased by only 2 points, but the effect was noticeable. Glancing sideways at Ruri, the protagonist noticed that the girl had also raised her shovel. She began to look very pleased with her victory. Tsuguto mentally noted that his companion behaved like a heroine. Suddenly, the boy realized that they had unconsciously adopted similar poses, raising their weapons to the sky. Clearing his throat, Tsuguto asked what was wrong. Since Ruri looked so happy, the girl boasted that she had raised her level, for which the protagonist praised her. Ruri said that she was now the coolest in the world, and Tsuguto did not know what to answer. But later, when his companion asked about his level, he answered that he'd also raised it. Throwing his pickaxe over his shoulder, the protagonist asked what they should do with the defeated goblin. Ruri said she would tell him, but now Tsuguto had to call her mistress. He refused, but asked the girl to tell him what she knew. Ruri replied that the goblin that was gone could be sold to the guild. They would also serve as proof of the adventurer's victory over the monster. It turns out that Ruri had a knife with her all this time, which was originally intended for cutting hair. Upon learning this, Tsuguto reminded the girl that the knife would need to be cleaned. Having moved away from the fight, the main character collected his thoughts and said that he would now explain their further plan. By the end of the day, the partners had earned 2,004 larks, which couldn't help but please Tsuguto. However, Ruri didn't look so happy, on the contrary. She was offended by the main character. Tsuguto asked how long the girl was going to sulk at him, and she replied with displeasure that she wasn't sulking at all. The boy said that it wasn't his fault that the monsters didn't appear anymore, to which Ruri replied that they needed to go deeper. Tsuguto countered that going down without preparation was extremely dangerous. The protagonist's plan was to stay alert so they could always escape when danger came. Tsuguto said that the goblins were faster than he expected, and that they had mined enough ore while the monsters were gone. The girl did not argue anymore, but still looked offended. The guy handed her some of the money he had earned and suggested that they finish for today, and then asked where she would spend the night. Ruri answered that she would stay at the hotel. She said that she paid 3 pieces of silver for a night's lodging, breakfast, and dinner, which was quite cheap. Tsuguto agreed with this judgment and expressed his desire to spend the night at the inn as well. But Ruri replied that he could not stay there. After learning that this establishment was exclusively for slaves, Tsuguto realized that the prices at this inn were low because of this. The boy wondered about a place to stay for the night. Continuing on their way, the partners met a merchant who called out to them. It turned out that his name was Rael. He expressed his joy that Ruri was safe, and Tsuguto replied that it was all thanks to Rael. Turning to his companion, the protagonist explained that it was the merchant who told him about the shop where Ruri was cured. The girl thanked Rael. Tsuguto bought dried fruit for 3 pieces of silver and told the girl, who didn't understand anything, to stretch out her hands. The main character put the dried fruits he had just bought into the girl's palms. Ruri asked if Tsuguto was giving her the bag. The guy replied that it was a gift and promised that they would go deeper tomorrow, so the girl needed to get ready. Ruri thanked Tsuguto for the gift. The girl waved goodbye and left. Rael spoke to Tsuguto, who was still standing near his counter. The boy explained that he gave his friend dried fruits because Rael could not trade directly with the slaves. The merchant was surprised to hear this and asked if Tsuguto knew that all the street stalls nearby had permission to sell things to slaves. The protagonist, of course, did not know about this. Rael, seeing Tsuguto's embarrassment, laughed kindly and asked if the guy really wanted to do something cool. And when the main character tried to deny it, he said that everything was fine. The merchant added that Ruri would definitely treasure the gift. The girl's face really looks very happy when she looks at the bag of dried fruits that Tsuguto bought for her. As night fell, one of Donald's henchmen burst into his home asking why Donald was locked up. Seeing that the boss was wearing leather armor, the henchman was very surprised and asked why Donald did that, pulling his sword out of its sheath. Donald cursed and promised that he would definitely find the man without a token. Tsuguto. The heroes are sitting outside, near one of the caves, leaning their backs against the mountainous heights. Ruri asked if Tsuguto was angry. Hearing the question, the boy turned to the girl with a puzzled face. The protagonist repeated his friend's question as if he wasn't sure he heard it correctly. However, Ruri confirmed that she had asked exactly that. The girl added with a guilty look that Tsuguto still hadn't said a word. The guy looked away and remained silent. Some time ago, the heroes entered an E-rank dungeon called the Magic Ore Cave, which only had 5 floors. The most dangerous monsters here are the great poison spider and the blue killer fish, but they are only found at the very bottom. Jugoto recalled that this was all the information they had left with on the second day. He screamed loudly as he tried to fight off a large rat that had latched onto his leg. After the monster was thrown aside, Suguto gained experience points, as well as a level increase in some stats. Turning his head from side to side, the boy found Ruri squatting right at his feet. She noticed that the protagonist was wearing different shoes today than yesterday. Sighing, the boy muttered that Ruri had noticed. Suguto's mind went back to the memories of yesterday, when he visited the armory next to the guild. After examining the equipment, the boy came to the conclusion that it was beyond his means. Suddenly, an uncertain salesman called out to him and offered Suguto to change his shoes. Looking down, the protagonist realized that his ordinary dirty sneakers must be a rarity in this world, and that was why the seller offered him a deal. Realizing what was going on, Suguto demanded expensive boots in exchange, which horrified the man. The guy himself looked very pleased. Regardless, the exchange took place, and Suguto received the Yingxian protective boots, which looked like a piece of armor. In order for them to be a great weapon, these boots had to be used in combination with the ability Constitution in battle. In addition to the shoes, Suguto received several bonuses: a belt made of dragon skin and a set of 3 throwing knives. The protagonist looks very pleased that sneakers, which are not worth 5,000 yen, brought him such a benefit. Ruri pouted and said that it wasn't fair that only Suguto was fighting. Thinking about this, the main character realized that the girl had not raised her level today, because he had instructed her to watch the enemies. The boy realized that, although Ruri was very useful, there were no points for finding monsters. Suguto, thinking, suggested the following tactic. He would reduce the number of enemies, and Ruri would finish them off. Noticing that the girl was distracted, the protagonist asked what was wrong. Ruri replied that she had a feeling that there was someone in one of the passages. Carefully moving in that direction, Suguto told the girl to stay behind and keep the shovel ready. Even though there was no one in this tunnel, the boy knew that Ruri's detector never failed. Turning around, Suguto noticed a huge spider monster right above Ruri. The protagonist screamed and tried to warn his friend, who had not yet noticed the danger. A great poisonous spider rushed straight at her. Suguto took off at the same time as the monster, but he quickly realized that he would not make it in time. The spider fell right on top of Ruri, crushing her with its weight. A startled Suguto screamed her name. The guy saw the amount of blood from afar and was horrified. However, for some reason the spider stopped, which greatly surprised the main character. It turned out that the blood belonged to a monster, because Ruri had her shovel at the ready all this time. She tried to throw the spider away. Seeing that the girl was okay, Suguto was very happy. However, the spider was not defeated and tried to bite off the girl's shovel. The main character began to attack the monster because he was very worried about his companion. Gripping the shovel even tighter, Ruri shouted that the spider was now hers and neutralized the monster that attacked from above. System windows appeared before the girl's eyes, indicating that she had received experience points and advanced from level 7 to level 9. In the present, Ruri tried to talk to Suguto again. She said that the boy hadn't said anything since the battle. The girl asked if he was mad at her for not noticing the spider. Sighing, the protagonist gently stroked Ruri's head. With a sad smile on his lips, Suguto explained that he was never angry about this, and that he was silent because he had made a few conclusions for himself. The girl looked up at the boy but said nothing. A few seconds later, Ruri clenched her fists and declared that they both had to draw conclusions since they were partners. Suguto mentally noted that the girl's apathy had turned into capriciousness. Returning to his thoughts again, the protagonist noted that they had originally planned to avoid the poisonous spiders because of their venom, even if the monsters were alone. Continuing to speculate, Suguto came to the conclusion that the spider that attacked them had attached itself to the ceiling in order to hide, and perhaps used its web to move silently, since the monster was able to slip past Ruri's noise detector. The main character realized that relying entirely on the girl's ability was a mistake. Suguto thought about how they needed to be prepared for situations where dodging wouldn't help. He told Ruri that they still needed antidotes and potions. After asking the girl not to worry and leave the shopping to him, the boy suggested that they finish for today. Noticing the girl swing her shovel as she stood up, Suguto mentally noted how she was practicing her swing. Concerned for his friend, the protagonist asked her not to go hunting alone. Ruri clutched the shovel and promised that she would not go hunting again today. Suguto smiled and said goodbye. Waving to her departing partner, the girl repeated her promise. However, she added a second part to it. Ruri decided to go digging ore, since she had said that she would not go hunting. After a while, a very pleased Ruri exclaimed that such was the power of level 9. In a short period of time, she had mined several buckets of ore. After thinking about it, the girl came to the conclusion that at this rate she would quickly dig up a ton, pay off all her debts, and be able to live in a hotel with Shuguto. Ruri began to count her loot, estimating how many nights at the hotel the money she had mined would last her. Suddenly a voice came from behind the girl, saying that she looked very happy. Donald and his subordinates approached Ruri. At this time, Suguto frowned and said that the price was too high. The old woman who helped cure Ruri replied that her price was equal to the market price, and if the buyer was not satisfied with something, he could leave. It turned out that her name was Agatha. A spark of irritation flashed between the bargaining buyer and seller. Suguto began to calculate his funds. For the mission to destroy the monster from the Dungeon of Magic Ore, he received 720 larks, which led him to the conclusion: the fang of the poisonous spider is considered a rare material, so the guy decided to sell it. However, antidotes and paralysis potions cost 1,000 larks each, and health potions cost 2,000 larks. The protagonist decided to buy 2 potions of each type and asked for a discount for taking so many. A verbal altercation began between him and the old lady saleswoman again. Trying to calm down, Tsukuto explained the situation. Noting that no one was obligated to give him a discount, he added one, but the protagonist explained that these potions were for Ruri because she had suffered from a great poisonous spider, and the guy, as her comrade, could not ignore such a danger. Switching very quickly from a friendly tone to a threatening one, Tsukuto continued to try to get a discount for himself, trying to press on the old woman's sense of guilt. After a short period of time, the merchant kicked the guy out of her shop again, but she still gave him a discount. 6 potions cost the main character 6,000 larks. Noting that the old woman was soft, Suguto wished her a long life. Walking away from the medicine shop, the protagonist wondered whether he should buy dried fruit for Ruri with the remaining money. At first, he wanted to leave some just in case, but remembering how happy the girl was about the gift, he decided that it was a small expense. At this time, in the cave, Ruri stood opposite Donald and his minions, holding a shovel in front of her. Donald, turning to the girl, told her not to be so wary, because he did not come here for the ore. But she did not relax, still holding the shovel in front of her. As he continued speaking, Donald promised that if Ruri listened to his proposal, she would no longer have to bring him ore. As Donald spoke his next line, his face showed anger. He asked where Tuguto was now. Stunned by the anger radiating from the man, Ruri clutched her shovel to her chest. Fear etched on her face. Even though the girl began to tremble, she replied that she would not tell. Donald, instead of further persuasion, preferred the method of brute force. When the girl fell, the man repeated his question. The dried fruits that Suguto had given him fell to the floor and spilled out of the bag. Taking a step towards Ruri, Donald stepped on them, crushing the precious gift. The man, who began to lose his temper, continued to be rude and threatening. Remembering Suguto's kind smile, Ruri clenched her fists. The girl, full of determination, shouted that she would not tell Donald anything. At this time, it was already dark in the city. Tuguto, who had stopped for the night at the tavern again, decided to try the dried fruits he had bought for Ruri. They were quite tasty. However, the guy didn't know what kind of fruit it was, and so he decided to ask Ruri about them tomorrow. Recalling what happened that night, the protagonist thought that something bad happened to Ruri while he was chatting about frivolous things. The girl was grabbed by her clothes and dragged somewhere. The hand that had suddenly grabbed her was released. Ruri began to fall into the garbage pit, where the survival rate was 0%. Falling into the garbage pit, the girl, despite her wounds and the unbearable pain she was experiencing, tried to call Tsuguto by name. The fair-haired hothouse boy had a dream. He, running forward, seems very happy about something. He dreamed of becoming a world-famous adventurer, and he worked tirelessly for that. Every day the boy worked hard during his training, and finally, as an adult, he reached the status of a qualified adventurer. He also found companions with whom he was happy. At least, that's what the boy thought. However, everything changed. A huge monster attacked his team, grabbed his comrades. This monster was a cyclops, a one-eyed giant This monster appeared suddenly while the others were destroying the goblins, and it turned out to be incredibly strong. The monster first attacked the warrior who was walking ahead to protect the others, and took his leg off like a doll. The hunter drew an arrow, but under the monster's power his hands began to rot. Another of the boy's comrades writhed on the ground in agony. The guy who hadn't had time to get hurt looked very scared and shocked. It was as if he couldn't believe what had happened. Abandoning his wounded comrades, the boy ran away without even taking his sword out of its sheath. He felt the gaze of his dying friends on him, but he did not return to help them. His comrades never returned from that mission, and the boy decided to drown his sorrows in alcohol. He began to take out his anger on people, and eventually realized that it was easier to earn money by deception than by waving a sword. This boy, just like the man with the dark look that grew out of him, only watched as other people died. The man sat with his feet up on the table. His name was Danold. The man's gaze was still gloomy. In the caves where the magic ores mined, Suguto looked around worriedly, but he could not find Ruri anywhere. He was sure that the girl would come to the dungeon early to start work, but she was nowhere to be found. Suddenly, Suguto noticed the elderly stranger's gaze on him. The man immediately turned away when the boy looked at him. The protagonist, looking at the system window, saw that the stranger's name was Temzes, and that he was in the same position as Ruri. Calling out to the man, Suguto asked if he had seen Ruri nearby. Temzes hesitated, so the boy began to suspect that this man knew something. Temzes began to mumble something about Danold. Hearing that name, Suguto immediately lost his temper. He shouted and asked the man why he mentioned that person. Temzes told him that Ruri had gotten into an argument with Danold the previous day, and it ended up being thrown into the ravine. Shocked by what he heard, the protagonist continued to question the man, but he could not say anything more. Suguto finally lost his temper and started yelling at Temzes again, because everything was happening before his eyes. However, the man really couldn't say anything else. He only added that Danold was looking for Suguto, which meant that he was also to blame for what happened. The protagonist froze in shock. He didn't want to believe that something terrible had happened to Ruri because of him. Turning around, Suguto headed deeper into the cave, where it branched into 5 passages. The protagonist remembered what he had been told in the guild. Each of these passages ended in a dead end. Finding himself at a fork in the road, Suguto shouted the girl's name. She, the boy decided, without a doubt must be somewhere here. Gritting his teeth, the boy rushed forward. The entire dungeon was teeming with monsters. At this time, Temzes left the caves and went to a bar, where he told Suguto that he had received a token for money. The man also told Danold and his henchmen that when the guy went into the dungeon, he looked quite serious. One of Danold's minions sent Temzes away and turned to Danold, asking him what he was going to do. The man, eager for revenge, looked even more grim and angry than usual. Rising from the table, Danold ordered to follow him. Despite the persuasion of one of his subordinates, he did not change his mind. Apparently, even under the threat of death, Danold was not ready to give up revenge. One of the man's subordinates noted that his boss had been acting strangely ever since he met Suguto. Danold had never taken risks before, but yesterday he had suddenly abandoned this principle of his. The subordinate came to the disappointing conclusion that it seemed Danold would not return to normal until Suguto was dealt with. He slapped Danold's second henchman, who had fallen asleep due to drinking alcohol. The first subordinate explained to the second that they had a job and that their target was the nameless man they had met earlier. After stating that the man did not seem dangerous, the second subordinate announced that he would take Suguto on himself. The 3 of them set off for the caves, Danold staring ahead with a wild but fearful look, clutching his blade with a trembling hand. At this time, in the caves, Suguto, having defeated several goblins, threw back another one. In rage, he shouted at the last goblin, ordering him to get out of the way. Having cleared his way, the guy no longer paid attention to the monsters. He rushed forward. A system window appeared in front of him with information about receiving experience points and increasing the level from 11th to 12th. While continuing his search, Suguto was forced to continue fighting. After defeating a monster that resembled a giant moth, the cursed state was supplemented by the paralyzed state. After defeating another giant spider, the poisoned status was added to the previous ones. Covered in blood, Suguto continued to look for Ruri, calling her name. His eyes reflected a mad fear for the girl's life. Weakened after all these battles, the boy was forced to lean against the wall. He wanted to drink a potion to restore his health points, but he was afraid that Ruri might be injured, and then 2 potions would not be enough. Remembering his friend's smiling face, Seguto hid the potion in his belt pouch and took off again. During this time, the protagonist managed to check 3 paths, but did not find Ruri anywhere. He planned to check 4, and therefore he was left with 1. Rushing deeper into the passage, Seguto tried to convince himself that Ruri would definitely end up in this part of the tunnel. Despite all his efforts, the guy once again saw only a dead-end wall at the end of the path, but did not find any trace of the missing girl. The protagonist stopped in disbelief. This passage was the last one possible. Suddenly, Seguto remembered Ruri's words about the 5th passage, which was on the right, and at the same time about what was in it. A bottomless garbage pit. The guy turned around and trudged towards the exit from the dead end. He couldn't and didn't want to believe that his girlfriend had been thrown into the pit, but there were no other options left. Seguto understood that Ruri might not be there either, but he also realized that he still had to check. Coming to the beginning of the labyrinth, the main character saw 3 people who had just entered the cave. Covered in blood and nearly insane, Seguto stared at the terrified Danelt. Using the system windows, the protagonist learned the names of Danelt's subordinates. Their names were Garnon and Riot. However, all the guy noticed was that their names remained white. Seguto shouted his question about what they did to Ruri. Garnon, one of Danelt's henchmen, instantly sensed the boy's murderous aura. Sweat from fear trickled down his face. Seguto took a few steps towards the trio. With emphasis on each word, the boy repeated the question of where Ruri was now. Danelt's face, like the faces of his subordinates, expressed fear. Despite this, the man shouted a threat at Seguto. He said that he had finished with Ruri and that the same fate awaited the boy if he came closer. The protagonist's eyes became completely lifeless after these words. In an instant, his aura increased 100-fold, putting even more pressure on the trio of adventurers. Seguto silently prayed for Ruri to be okay. He really hoped that he had been lied to about her death. However, now he knew how to eliminate people without getting a red name. Several system notifications appeared at once. Seguto gained experience points and unlocked 2 skills, Detect Magic and Magic Mastery. The guy realized that in order not to stain his name, he only needed to remove the badge before the massacre. Seguto tore the chain with one movement, ripping it from his neck. After the boy threw his mark at the men's feet, Danelt realized that the enemy was going to finish him off. Garnon and Riot screamed, trying to get the boss's attention, but he shouted his conditions at Seguto. Danelt would forgive him if the boy lifted his curse. However, the brutally calm protagonist responded with a death wish. Danelt tried to justify himself and began to promise that he would apologize as soon as the curse wore off. But Seguto, whose gaze was becoming more and more insane, repeated his words. His aura became even more frightening. His desire to kill seemed to be visible. Danelt, realizing that his words were not heard, was frightened. With a deafening cry, he raised his sword to strike. Having lowered it onto the guy's shoulder, the man froze. Despite the fact that blood began to drip from the wound, the protagonist continued to stand. Horror was reflected on Danelt's face. Suddenly, Seguto raised his hand and grabbed the man's head. He said that now Danelt would not be able to escape like he did before. These words made the man remember with fear his dead comrades, whom he had thrown to be eaten by the Cyclops because of his own cowardice. Seguto's terrifying curse-inflicting ability has activated. Danelt's health points began to rapidly decrease. The man realized that he would die if he couldn't stand. Despite all his efforts, he couldn't move Seguto's hand. Danelt realized with regret that if he had been as strong as in his prime, he could have easily defeated the boy. Suddenly the man wondered why he was standing in front of this man, and whether he would have met him if he had not bothered the miners. Danelt tried to remember why he was here, why he had given up training and being an adventurer. Screaming in pain, the man tried to understand himself, to understand why he stopped chasing his dream. The smiling faces of his comrades appeared before his eyes. Danelt couldn't remember, couldn't understand why he had abandoned his dear friends. Tears streamed down the man's face. He regretted that he had not been able to stand firm, that he had abandoned his comrades. Danelt regretted that he had betrayed his dreams. His hand, clutching his sword, began to shake again. Seguto, consumed by hatred and a thirst for revenge, once again uttered his death wishes. When the boy let go of his hand, Danelt fell to the floor. Tears were still running down his face, but he was no longer alive. While this man was deep in regret, his life came to an end. However, even after death, he continued to clutch the sword in his palm. Tsuguto recalled the day when he and Rory decided to be partners and promised to be stronger. The guy knew that his little partner was most likely killed. People had killed him, two of whom were now standing right in front of him, and one, who had been defeated a few seconds ago, had finally gotten what he deserved. Garnon, not believing what was happening, called out to Danault. It seemed to the man that his boss could not have died so easily and quickly. Riot quickly assessed the situation, jumped up and rushed towards the exit. However, Tsuguto, noticing this, did not remain idle. The guy reached for his belt and with one movement pulled out a throwing knife. The very next second, this weapon was thrown towards Riot, who was trying to escape. The knife stabbed the man right in the back. Riot fell to his knees and screamed in pain. While Garnon was watching what was happening, Tsuguto appeared right in front of him and, striking, deftly pulled the other man's sword from its sheath. Having slashed at the fat man's legs, the protagonist calmly continued to walk forward. In his right hand, he still clutched the bloody sword. Riot, despite his injury, tried to get up and crawl away. But, looking back, he met Tsuguto's murderous gaze. The next second, the guy decapitated the swindler with one blow. Garnon, who was watching what was happening, looked shocked. Realizing that it was his turn, Garnon reached for the potion that restored his health points, but dropped it. The man wanted to pick it up, but then the flask stopped, crashing into someone's boots. Looking up, Garnon saw Tsuguto. With one precise kick, the protagonist threw away the last surviving man who was trying to beg for mercy. Garnon realized that this guy did not care about their lives. Tsuguto raised his sword, swinging at the last opponent. Garnon screamed at the last second before his execution. He said that Rory was alive. For the first time since the beginning of this meeting, some semblance of emotion appeared on the protagonist's face. Afraid to say goodbye to his life because of the crazy guy, Garnon continued. He said that he, Danault and Riot only wounded Tsuguto's companion, and then threw her into the crack, but did not kill her. In fact, Garnon knew that Rory could not survive, but lied to the protagonist that there was a chance. He also offered to look for her together, even offered to gather people, all for the sake of returning home. Tsuguto, having stopped his hand with the blade raised over the enemy, was silent for some time. The boy then lowered his sword and picked up the health recovery potion that Garnon had dropped from the ground, immediately using it on himself. The protagonist took a few steps and picked up the token that he had dropped a few minutes ago, immediately squeezing it. His name remained white in the system window. Garnon, seeing that the boy had picked up the mark, was happy. The man knew that this meant that Tsuguto would not harm him for fear of tarnishing his name. At this time, the protagonist ordered Garnon to get up. Together, they headed for the last remaining passage. Suddenly, Tsuguto pushed the man. Garnon almost fell into the abyss that opened up before him, miraculously maintaining his balance on the very edge. However, he still ended up on the ground. Tsuguto turned to his temporary companion again. He asked Garnon what his maximum HP was and how many the man currently had. Surprised by the question, Garnon replied that his maximum was 322 HP, and that he currently had 216 HP. Suddenly, Tsuguto activated his curse skill. The frightened and dumbfounded Garnon trembled in fear. However, the boy quickly stopped the effect of this skill and ordered the man to check his stats again. Confused, Garnon replied that his maximum health had decreased by 5 points, and that the status Cursed had appeared. Tsuguto finally understood how his ability worked. The Cursed Evil Eye subtracted the same amount from his own maximum MP as it did from the maximum HP of the person being cursed. Both people would gain the Cursed status. However, the protagonist did not save Garnon's life for the sake of conducting tests. He repeated the man's words that even if you fall from such a height, you can survive, and asked again who they belonged to. Looking at the bottomless pit behind him, Garnon realized that he definitely wouldn't survive if he fell into it, but he confirmed out loud that it was possible. Tsuguto continued to doubt. The next moment, the protagonist pushed Garnon down, asking him to prove his words. As he fell, the man wondered if there was madness to deal with someone right after picking up a token. Tsuguto listened silently and emotionlessly to the screams of the man falling into the abyss. Clutching his token tightly in his palm, the boy continued to sit near the edge of the pit. 3 minutes later, his name was still white. Realizing what this meant, the protagonist jumped up from his seat. If Garnon hadn't died in such a short period of time, then Ruri should have survived as well. Chiruto jumped straight into the bottomless pit without hesitation, falling into the abyss. The protagonist concentrated with all his might. He forbade himself to close his eyes, because he could not miss a single option. Suguto promised himself that he would definitely find Ruri. Suddenly, a blinding light appeared right in front of the main character. Suguto fell from a dizzying height. The water closed over him with a dull splash. He flapped his arms wildly, trying to float. If you fall, the only thing that can soften your fall is water. But even that is no salvation. It is deep, dark, and below is a blue killer fish. He finally overpowered her. The fish twitched one last time and froze. But the victory came at too high a price. The air ran out. He looked around without leaving the water. The place he had surfaced to was strange and ominous. This was no ordinary lake. He was in a flooded cave, or perhaps in forgotten catacombs. He swam slowly toward the shore, keeping his wary gaze fixed on the gloomy vaults. The exit was too far away. There was only water around him, and then he saw movement. The men were being pulled down by the same blue killer fish. Their jaws clamped around his arms and legs. He recognized it. He remembered that the school of blue killer fish was one of the strongest monsters in this world, an inhabitant of the catacombs, guarding the ancient magical ore, and then he noticed a narrow crack in the wall. He squeezed into the gap, clinging to the slippery edges. He emerged and exhaled heavily, and was finally on dry land. The boy was an F-rank adventurer. Ruri should be here too. He clenched his fists, holding back his trembling, and went to find her. This floor was different from the first. If there were blue killer fish here, it could be that the boy was on the 5th floor. But after all, this was an E-rank dungeon. The young man moved carefully, looking intently. He continued to walk forward until a massive rock appeared in front of him. Looking more closely, he noticed a narrow opening between 2 layers of rock. The young man came closer, bent down, then began to carefully move inside. As he reached the middle of the passage, his gaze caught on a spot on the wall. It was a red handprint, small, like a child's. He pushed forward until he could get out and return to the print, and it was dry. The young man stepped into a puddle, the sound echoing throughout the cave. Almost immediately after, a cry came from behind the rock. Sharp, alert. Someone had noticed his presence and called out demandingly, trying to find out who was there. The footsteps became quieter, and suddenly, another print. It came closer. The girl fiercely refused to reveal where Tsuguta was and firmly stated that she would not let them take him. The boy froze. It was Ruri's voice. The voice grew more desperate. She screamed, sobbed, but did not give in. He hid, continued to listen, preparing for the moment when he would have to act. Ruri suddenly fell silent through her tears. Something caught her attention. The boy was standing nearby, half hidden behind a rock. Ruri was exhausted. When the young man saw her in such a state, anger flared up in his chest. Ruri walked closer with trembling steps and hugged Sumihara. She took the bottle and took a few sips. Sumiharu asked if she had been crying. This girl went through a real nightmare. Even in such a dangerous place, she did not give up. She protected him until the very end, without thinking about herself. Seeing him like this, she was confused. The young man sat with his head down, and the tears continued to flow. She came up quietly and raised her hand, gently stroking his head. Then she made it clear that everything was okay, and that she would not tell anything. As soon as he woke up, everything changed. He immediately became one of a kind because he was special. He was born with a power that was not available to other members of his species. He could freely use this power. There was no doubt that it was the king. The crowd buzzed, their exclamations merging into one roar. She raised the sword of the holy Excalibur. She was like a goddess who had descended from heaven. It was she, the heroine, Mrs. Ruari. The little girl slowly opened her eyes. The boy quietly asked if she was awake. The girl stood up and suddenly said confidently that she was a heroine, but he didn't understand what she was talking about. She was thrown into a garbage pit after going through terrible things. She didn't have a chance to sleep a wink. Now they had to be on guard. This place still held dangers, and it was too early to relax. They fell from the first level of the garbage pit into the flooded area. They couldn't just sit there anyway. Their only food was dried meat and fruit. The girl wanted dried fruit, but the boy told her to eat meat too, otherwise he might die of starvation. The girl noted that they should find the exit quickly. She went back and wanted to check this way first. It turned out to be dangerous there, as Ruri learned that a big guy was waiting for them there. This upset her greatly. The young man frowned, thinking, this big guy could be a monster that was dangerous. She spread her arms out to the sides, showing how big the one she saw was. Suguto agreed that it was big. Anyway, since even the careless Ruri was able to remain vigilant, he wanted to take a look at it too. If there was something dangerous there, then intelligence would allow them to come up with countermeasures. After 20 minutes of walking, they reached a fork in the road. Without wasting any time, they turned left. 10 minutes later, a strange sound was heard ahead, behind the rocks. He raised his hand, signaling the girl not to make unnecessary movements. He peered out from behind the rocks cautiously. What he had glimpsed in that area from behind was undoubtedly a monster. The huge figure moved slowly. It was a huge, growling, scarred cyclops with sharp teeth. The young man, watching the monster, did not immediately understand what was happening. It seemed that he was losing his mind. But then it became clear that the monster was fighting a school of blue killer fish. But then it became clear that the Cyclops was not only fighting, but also devouring them. Blue killer fish clung to his body, piercing his flesh and leaving bloody marks. The Cyclops let out furious growls, waving his arms and running into the walls. The Cyclops and the blue killer fish devoured each other in a wild, primeval frenzy. The young man thought it was an abomination. He watched silently, hoping that this wild struggle would be the beginning of the end for these monsters. Then the Cyclops suddenly raised his head. The young man did not understand what exactly had happened. The young man finally realized that the Cyclops had actually blown away the water. This was a monster of a completely different level. The rising wave caused by the Cyclops' exhalation rushed down with a roar. In an instant, their bodies were knocked off their feet, swirling in the flow of water. The young man coughed again. He turned to the girl, looking at her with concern. Cyclopes shouldn't be here, and black skin isn't typical for them. It's a subspecies, the girl said. 5 minutes later, they returned to the fork in the road where they had turned earlier. After 20 minutes, Ruri noticed another fork in the road. The young man slowed down, looking around, having a hard time understanding how exactly they got here. After a brief discussion with Ruri, they decided to turn left, hoping that this route would lead them closer to the exit. 20 minutes later, Ruri suddenly ran forward. The young man immediately ran after her. He couldn't believe his eyes when he saw that she had led him to a row of old chests. A new chance to find something important had opened up before them. The girl was also amazed by her find. They hoped that these were treasure chests. Ruri also stared, holding her breath. He suspected that something was wrong here. The size of the chests seemed too big even for a dungeon of this level. Someone left them here on purpose. The young man looked around carefully. Then the girl opened one of the chests. He sternly reprimanded her, reminding her that it could be a trap. She calmly replied that so far everything was fine and nothing had happened. Inside the first chest was a dagger. They decided not to open the others without caution. The young man, wanting to protect the girl, said that he would open the next ones himself. In the second chest was a ring. Ruri was surprised to see the ring. But what was in the third chest struck Ruri the most. She immediately realized that this was not an accident, but fate itself. There was a shovel there. So they found a steel dagger, a ring, and a shovel. Ruri was overjoyed, not hiding her delight. But for the young man, the find seemed rather disappointing. The dagger turned out to be an equipment artifact that affected the area called the soul. It allowed mana to accumulate, and the abilities formed within this soul were built individually. This allowed the owner to use them freely. Such an item was especially valuable and desirable for any adventurer. They now have a level 2 expert steel dagger, Cursed Eye, a level 3 golden treasure ring item box, and a level 1 reinforced iron shovel, Aggressiveness. They all turned out to be artifacts. Ruri said that the shovel was hers and asked for it back. He wanted to share all the loot with her, but refused to give her the shovel because he was not sure if she really wanted it, since it was the weakest item of all in terms of level. She knew he wanted to keep the shovel, but since she had found it first and asked for it back, he agreed and said he didn't need it. Then he asked how long he would tolerate that strange name. Since she insisted, he had no choice. He pretended that he really wanted to keep the shovel for himself, but this time he decided to give it to her. She thanked Suguto and promised to take care of the shovel. In return, she said he could have the other two items. He felt guilty because his things were better and more valuable than the shovel. But she was very happy to receive it. There was nothing else in this area. All they could do was return to the fork they had come from. He had seen a fork like this 3 times on this level. So, without thinking, they headed along the left path, which they had not yet taken. But if his worst fears were true, this path would only lead them to another fork with exits forward, left, and back to the right. In that case, there should be an imprint on that very stone. There was indeed an imprint. This meant that his worst fears had been confirmed. The circuit of this level was closed. He was angry and did not know what to do next. He pictured the level in his head. They were at the point where the imprint was, that is, at the point where they met. He had some bad news for the girl, and another one that wasn't so good either. He told her there were 2 and asked which one to start with. She said there was no difference between them because they both sounded the same. Then he said he would start with the bad one. He told her that he was almost certain that there was no way out of this level. It was hard news, so he added gently that it would be better to postpone the training, because now they had much more important things to focus on. The girl said hopefully that this was good news. He asked her to listen to the end, because that was not the point. The young man explained that what he was about to say was almost completely unfounded, but he was almost certain. Because they had found those chests, he had no doubt that this cave was magical in nature. And if that was the case, then there had to be a way to get out. He asked her if she knew where the monsters in this cave came from. The girl replied that they came from outside. He said that was one of the possible options. However, based on his experience with the poisonous spider and the knowledge he gained from the guild books, he had his own opinion. There are 3 possible explanations. The first is that the monsters themselves come here from the outside world. The second option is that those that lived here initially began to multiply. And finally, the third is that these monsters were deliberately imprisoned in this cave. This cave seems to be affected by a spatial distortion. It is small on the outside, but huge on the inside. This type of distortion could extend beyond the dungeon. If someone is in its area, it is as if they are sucked in. This phenomenon is called caves that swallow people. However, there was a way to counteract this phenomenon. Under certain conditions, the delay could be avoided. There was a method to reactivate the spatial distortion, thus opening a path out. The essence of this method was to destroy the dungeon boss. It was his presence that stabilized the distortion, keeping the entire space closed. Once the boss is defeated, there will be a chance that the exit will open. In other words, if they can defeat this creature, they will have a chance to get out of here. So, in the end, it was actually good news. The young man, having thought about their situation, suggested to the girl that when they finally got out of this strange and dangerous cave, they should become real adventurers. The girl nodded without thinking, as if the decision had long been ripe in her. She gladly accepted his offer. Then he, after a slight pause, said that now, taking into account everything he had said earlier, she should look where he was pointing. He pointed ahead to the Cyclops, hidden behind the rocks, and said that he was the boss of this level. They both silently realized that there was nowhere to retreat. There was only one goal left, to defeat this monster together. Ruri asked if Tuguto was ready. He put the ring on and looked ahead, telling her to leave everything to him. Blue killer fish appeared in front of them. Despite the fear, there was determination in their eyes. Kidnapped by the dungeon, the giant was one of those trapped. 3 passages connected 3 areas: the Aborigines' habitat, the lair of the fierce fish, and the empty area. It was a closed world with no exit. Over the years of captivity, he lost his senses and thoughts and turned into a creature focused solely on survival alongside the ferocious fish. In all these years, this was probably the first time he had experienced such irritation. Shiguto felt a chill down his spine as the Cyclops' huge eyes stared at them. He felt a deep fear rising within his soul, as if something was defiling its very depths, and he asked what was happening. 25 hours ago, the young man had said that if they defeated the Cyclops, they would be able to escape from here. However, given the madness and monstrosity of the monster, he could not imagine an outcome in which they would emerge victorious. The girl said that everything was fine and that she felt that they could defeat the Cyclops, asking him to believe her. The young man told her to calm down, that this confidence was a figment of her imagination. caused by the shovel. He realized that a simple attack would not bring victory over such a monster. He now had the evil eye at his disposal, and the skill of a master of magic gave the ability to strengthen spells and combat techniques to incredible power. But even this was not enough if he did not think through every detail. The Cyclops was already there. The young man tried many times, but it seemed crazy. If he could, he would simply lower his defense with the evil eye. But he did not think that everything would go so easily. He shouted tensely but confidently, "Let's go." The girl heard him and also prepared for battle. Now he was going to deal as much damage to the monster as he could. Failure was inevitable if he got too close. His cursed evil eye, level 1, allowed him to cast a curse through his gaze. This curse reduced the health points of the target, even one as large as a Cyclops. In exchange for this power, the owner himself lost some of his sanity. The effect was bidirectional and could not be removed until either the target or the owner of the curse died. The Cyclops roared furiously and rushed towards them. Ruri and Suguto braced themselves for the blow, knowing that the full force of the beast was hidden in that throw. Suguto knew that one use of the evil eye would be enough, but even with that, things would get much worse if the Cyclops got close. The monster was chasing him now. Its strength and agility were clearly beyond human. The young man ran forward with all his strength, his breath coming in short bursts, his legs barely obeying him. The distance between him and the Cyclops was closing with alarming speed. The Cyclops roared and extended his hand, and his claws only managed to tear the edge of the young man's shirt. At that moment, a huge stone appeared in front of him, separating him from his goal. The young man saw the stone that the young man had found on this level appear before the monster. And at that moment, the young man realized that this was no longer the dungeon that the Cyclops knew. Everything had changed. The large rock that had stood on the partition of the flooded area was now between the Cyclops and the fork. While the young man was feeding her, the girl asked if he was going to move the stones. He said he would move all the stones in the tunnels. To fully unleash the power of the evil eye, he needed 480 seconds, 8 minutes. He would have to run all that time without stopping. He was going to use the narrow tunnels for this. He had a difficult task ahead of him. Moving all those stones was not easy. Before leaving, he put a ring on her hand, but it was too big for her finger and kept slipping off. Now she had a chance to test whether the ring would work through the gloves. He suggested that she touch the stone and then immediately remove her hand. She followed his advice, and when she removed her hand, the stone disappeared. The gold ring of the treasure chest found in the chest had the effect of item box. It was a truly rare and incredible skill. It allowed you to store any items you touched in a special space and retrieve them back. They approached the boulder behind which was a garbage pit. Even Ruri's small hands were able to move the massive boulder, the very one behind which the Cyclops stood. The Cyclops tried to get them through a gap between the rocks. The boy could pass through it because he is the size of one person. That means as long as he can see at least one part of his body, and he can use the evil eye. But this is just his guess. The Cyclops had no choice but to climb over the open rock above. As expected, he began to climb. The young man jumped up and ran to activate his power. When the Cyclops found himself outside the boulder, he had already entered Suguto's territory. The young man arranged the stones so that there was only enough space for one person between them. The stones acted as a barrier, limiting the Cyclops' movements and preventing him from using the full power of his body. He himself was about to accelerate at full speed to gain distance and activate the power of the evil eye. He was going to attack him with an evil eye and immediately leave the battlefield. At that moment, they were at a fork. There was a garbage pit nearby, and a large room connected to it. Suguto hoped that the plan would work. He was going to wear down the enemy by running in circles and gradually reducing his strength to a minimum. After that, he was going to lure him into the trap they had prepared in advance. The monster silently approached the young man and stopped in the middle of the corridor, as if plotting something. The young man was suddenly thrown up from the ground by an invisible force. He did not understand what had happened and was completely confused. Suguto realized that the Cyclops was definitely up to something. He was going to get rid of all the obstacles in his path. An unknown force pressed Suguto against the cold stone surface so harshly and relentlessly that he writhed in pain and let out hoarse cries. He didn't believe that the Cyclops was capable of such a thing. He didn't believe that he had such power. The young man caught his breath with difficulty, hiding behind a pile of stones. He realized with horror the Cyclops was also the bearer of the evil eye. The Cyclops continued to move forward, slowly but steadily. Tsuguto couldn't understand how this was possible. When using the evil eye, the body should remain motionless. It went against everything he knew that his body was constricted with tension, and every step was taken with great difficulty. If the Cyclops had stopped, as he himself did when he activated the evil eye, they could have had a simple duel of glances, where everything would have been decided by willpower and precision. He didn't have time to destroy the enemy completely. Instead of complete destruction, he focused on something else, weakening the monster so much that the next trap could finish what he started. Then, when he fell into the trap, he would have a chance to win. He thought that this was the end. He pretended to give up, let the Cyclops believe in victory. And he himself, barely able to stand on his feet, pulled out a few coins from his pocket and threw them on the road in front of him. If he were alone, he might have given up already. He ran between the rocks, weaving through a narrow passage laid out in advance to slow the monster down. From the very beginning, seeing what had happened in the open, he realized that the Cyclops had a ranged attack. In order to survive, he developed a scheme, moving from the shadow of one stone to the shadow of another. Ruri noticed the glitter of coins scattered along the way, and this was a signal from Tsuguto. She immediately knew it was time to act. Tsuguto ran ahead, and the Cyclops pursued him. Ruri followed them, keeping her distance but not losing sight of them. They were heading in the direction where the chests had been. Now he was sure that the power of his evil eye was increasing, and the distance was closing. The young man hid behind the rocks. He considered himself worthless, weak, inept, and he wondered if he could just give up. But he already knew that even if he had to crawl, it was the path to victory. He reached the fork. First, he had to clear the left path, move the stones off it. Then, when everything was ready, these same stones would become a barrier, an obstacle in the monster's path. Tsuguto felt relieved and happy when he saw how well Ruri had done. Everything was in its place, just as he had hoped. He told Ruri to hide at the start of the left path at the fork. Once the Cyclops passed by, she was to follow him and return the stones back, blocking the path. While the Cyclops' evil eye was distracted at the fork, the young man planned to run away from him without stopping. The distant goal and the return route hidden behind the spectacle proved too much of a test for the Cyclops' mind. His reason could not stand it. The Cyclops, accustomed to the role of a superior being who torments and destroys with impunity whatever he wishes, now found himself deceived by a pathetic creature. And so he, blinded by rage, crushed the stones behind which his annoying target was hiding. The young man had very little left to do. There was the last fork ahead, after which everything would be decided. He noticed a signal from Ruri, coins scattered at the fork. This could only mean one thing, that everything was going according to plan. The Cyclops smiled. Beyond this point began the lair of the magic fish. There was a large boulder in front of the Cyclops again. The giant was puzzled why the young man did not understand that this rock could not serve as an obstacle. The monster did not understand how his prey moved such a huge stone, but now he could climb it. He thought the boy was a pitiful and funny creature. He was curious about the best way to torture him or how to take his life. And then he remembered that he had not heard screams for a long time. His mind woke up, and he tried to remember the feeling of feasting on corpses. The Cyclops was going to crush their pathetic tricks. They were useless against the power of this monster. Everything seemed strange. Where there should have been water, there was now only dry land. And the Cyclops' prey, or rather Tsuguto, was kneeling. And Ruri stood next to Tsuguto. She silently looked at the approaching monster, and Tsuguto suddenly smiled. He knew that the Cyclops would definitely climb up. At the moment when the monster stepped on the top, Ruri was already holding her hand with the ring at the base of the rock, and then the stone disappeared. The Cyclops fell down, and a dark pit full of blue killer fish opened up beneath him. In that moment of horror, the Cyclops' eyes reflected complete incomprehension of what was happening. The monster was desperately fighting for its life underwater. This perfectly calculated and merciless trap was created especially for it. As soon as they said goodbye to him, Ruri silently walked over and returned the stone to its place, hiding the entrance to the trap. The young man thought that if they could destroy the Cyclops boss, then perhaps the way out would open up and they would finally be able to leave this level. The Cyclops was unable to get out of the pit, and the way out was again blocked by a stone, which Ruri returned to its place immediately after it fell. They finally breathed a sigh of relief. A dull rumble was heard beneath the stone. Ruri became alert, her ears picking up every movement below. Chuguro looked at Ruri and asked her to remove the stone since the noise had stopped. He added that the door to the outside could appear anywhere. Everything went well for them, and the Cyclops fell into their trap. 23 hours ago, they were sitting by the garbage pit and discussing the plan. Suguto then noticed that the place with narrow passages, rocks, and open space was perfect for a trap. Suguto noted that the depth should be enough for the Cyclops to begin to drown. If you surround the hole with stones from the inventory, its bottom will be completely hidden underwater, and whoever falls in there will not get out. He told the girl that that was not all. Although the blue killer fish were aggressive, they did not pose a threat from the shore. He wanted to catch them in a bunch and put them in a trap, and the Cyclops would probably be eaten by them. Everything went according to plan, and they were not harmed. They tried to remain patient, but something was wrong. They heard the sound of rocks vibrating and colliding with each other. The rocks beneath their feet began to shift and then disintegrate as if someone had pushed them out with force from within. Ruri and the boy fell together into the water. The ring was still on Ruri's hand, and the young man hoped that she remembered how to use it. The young man made his way to her with difficulty. He thought about how well she had tried and decided to treat her to whatever she wanted. At the same time, something strange was happening underwater. Looking at the stones under the water, he suddenly remembered that 24 hours ago they were sitting on these very stones. Then it seemed to him as if Ruri had kicked one of the stones. It swayed slightly. She said she hadn't touched it, but the feeling that the stone had moved on its own didn't leave him. And then it dawned on him that the wall was repairing itself. He remembered how Ruri had mentioned earlier that the vaults of the dungeon would repair themselves even if someone destroyed them. It turned out that at this level, even the stones were part of the dungeon. If someone moved a stone, the system considered it destruction, and the stone returned back. That's how the Cyclops was able to escape from the trap. He wasted no time and rushed into battle. The young man used everything he could to protect Ruri. From the Cyclops' blow, they flew up and fell back into the water. The only reason he didn't die instantly was the water. But despite it cushioning his fall, the impact easily broke his right arm and ribs, rendering him unconscious. They sank down, but Ruri still had the ring, and with its help, they were able to move to the surface. Ruri tried her best to wake up Suguto. When he woke up, he didn't immediately understand what was happening. But in the meantime, the Cyclops was already very close. He got angry when he saw the Cyclops, pushed Ruri aside and stood in front of him. Ruri fell, and the young man's lungs were burning, and it seemed like his body was about to burst from the pressure. He could do nothing while the Cyclops' evil eye was so close, like a vassal before his king. If this is the king's strength, then the weak have no choice but to bend the knee. The young man was bleeding. He had burst blood vessels, a broken arm and ribs. He thought that this was the end. But Ruri was rushing to help. She hit the Cyclops hard on the leg with her shovel. Ruri continued to strike, and the young man, seeing her, became sad. She still didn't give up. Chuguro realized that just leaving things as they were without trying to change anything wasn't cool at all. He tried to get up. He activated his cursed eye. Cyclops realized that his fear was panic. He could not accept this outcome because he was the king. Cyclops was sure that he could crush him. He wanted to kill him the way he wanted, and the same way he had done to those who came before him. Ruri caused a serious injury to the Cyclops' leg by hitting him with a reinforced iron shovel. She was determined to save Tuguto. Another incredible thing happened. Along with the debris, perhaps out of laziness, someone threw the criminal's body into a dumpster. And even after death, it remained there. This was a boy who devoted half his life. The sword he held in his hand was as dear to him as his regrets. As he fell from above, Donald plunged it into the Cyclops' shoulder. He sank it deeper and deeper, as if trying to rid himself of the feeling of regret. Then, as if at peace, he released the sword from his hands and sank into the depths, never to return to the surface again. Cyclops raised one of his legs to crush Tuguto. He then began to slowly retreat due to the wound on his knee and the pierced shoulder, and could not go back. The evil eye's effects ceased, and the water quickly began to return to its normal course. This was their last chance to defeat it. Chiguto screamed. Ruri rushed towards the Cyclops' eye with a shovel. The Cyclops perceived her as nothing more than an annoying, biting louse, while he himself continued to burn with rage and pain. He wanted her to just ignore him, not interfere. Meanwhile, the young man began to use the evil eye that destroys the soul. He wanted to arouse fear in him. Meanwhile, Ruri was preparing to strike, and this tiny chance was enough. Ruri struck the edge of the Cyclops' large eye, but that wasn't the end. They didn't understand what was happening, but it was clear that the Cyclops was not defeated yet. He began to growl furiously. A shovel was not the weapon to pierce an enemy. The shovel is meant for digging, but Ruri was still able to rip out the Cyclops' eye with it. Having lost his eye, the Cyclops swam straight towards the whirlpool and fell in. He tried to reach his eye, but he couldn't. Seeing the eye, Tsugudo couldn't believe that it was finally over. Ruri was swimming towards him. He noticed her and, smiling through his fatigue, thought that she was swimming either like a dog or a sheep. He extended his hand to her, but he suddenly felt like he couldn't move his hand. It was like it didn't belong to him anymore, and he just watched it hanging there as Ruri approached. Then he realized that this was happening for the second time. Tsuguto thought that it was all useless now, but he was pleased to know that he didn't feel as bad as he did then. Ruri hurried towards him, overcome with anxiety. He tried to hold on a little longer, just a little bit. Tsuguto wanted to travel with Ruri. The boy lost consciousness. During this time, his experience points increased and his level rose from 16 to 24. He received the title Emperor of the Evil Eye, the abilities Evil Eye of Truth, Evil Eye of Pressure, and many other improvements. Tsuguto's subconscious met the Cyclops. He looked at him with a look full of contempt. The youth asked him what he wanted. The Cyclops turned into a large glowing cloud of dust, and the young man watched what was happening. A stream of light shot upward. Intrigued, he peered into the funnel to examine its depths. He felt as if someone was looking at him from the terrifying depths. He opened his eyes and saw that he was lying on a clean bed. His grandmother was nearby, taking care of him, and she noticed that he was awake. The grandmother, grumbling, asked him to hurry up and go home already, since he'd woken up, because her shop, she said, had been closed for a long time anyway. It was Granny Agatha, strict but caring. She even brought him a glass of water in bed. But regarding the words, "go home," the young man noted that he only needed a little rest, and if, of course, she had not forgotten that he was wounded. Granny snorted and replied that his wounds had healed long ago, and he had simply been sleeping here all this time. His right arm must have been broken into pieces, and yet he wondered how he had managed to survive at all. She said that he should thank that girl, and if she hadn't used the potion, he would have already gone to the other world. Come to think of it, he could have summoned the potion himself, but he never used it. He didn't understand why Ruri was sleeping cuddled up to him. He was grateful to her for saving his life. But the stream of drool flowing from Ruri as she slept on him was simple unbelievable. Granny heard that they had conquered the Cave of Magic Ore, and the boy who had brought them there told her everything right away. He replied that if for her, panicked flight was the same as conquering, then perhaps she was right. No one had ever seen the boss in the magical ore cave before, and together they found an uncharted area and the ruler of this zone. This can only mean one thing. They really conquered it. Surely the adventurer guilds are already aware of what is happening, and naturally, now they expect something from them. If Granny didn't tell anyone that they had conquered the cave, no one would know. But monsters could have witnessed this event too. However, first of all, Tsuguto hadn't seen his profile window yet. After all, he is now the Emperor of the Evil Eye. This title is bestowed by the world and is usually not something one can simply wish for. Adventurers with titles are a tiny fraction of the entire elite. In other words, this is more than just conquering a dungeon. Now the young man will have as many problems as there are stars in the sky. Grandma Agatha said that the title was already reflected in his profile, and now he would not be able to hide it. It was like a punishment. He had to play with his cards completely open. He couldn't hide it by staying out of sight, because it wasn't just him. Otherwise, he might have resigned himself to it. Tsuguto looked at the sleeping Ruri. She turned out to be Digger. Agatha found this funny. But the young man did not understand why she was given the title of Digger. The boy didn't know the reason, but the girl loved shovels very much, and he was sure that Ruri would be happy to know about it. The grandmother asked them to deal with their problems on their own, and told him to go home as soon as the girl woke up. Looking at her, he realized that there was nothing to worry about from the beginning, because he found his true path when he decided to become an adventurer with her. The young man decided from that moment on to simply move forward without looking back, like Ruri, no matter how hard his path would be and how many problems he would have to overcome. As long as his partner was by his side, he would always find the strength to dig a path forward. And if someone stood in their way, he would simply glare at them. They must become stronger together, and for each other. Currently, Surguto held the title of Emperor of the Evil Eye, and Ruri received the title Digger. Surguto thought that Ruri had become even fluffier, and he couldn't help but run his hand through her hair while she slept. After the cave containing the magic ore was cleared, the two people who suddenly returned became the title holders. In the morning, the city of magical ore, Bergu, awoke to the hum of discussions. Everywhere they talked about how two adventurers had conquered a cave, which had previously been the stuff of terrible legends. In the markets, traders whispered with empty eyes. Workers from the mines told each other the details of their underground feat. Clearing an E-rank dungeon, it was hard to imagine that this news would not cause such a stir. The man in the market was constantly amazed as he listened to the story that reached him from mouth to mouth. It seemed like the entire area was talking about this event, and the rumors only multiplied with each new retelling. They discussed how this group jumped into a garbage pit, defeated the dungeon boss, and then suddenly came back, even receiving titles. How reckless and at the same time incredibly strong these daredevils were. They thought that maybe they were some experts sponsored by Leesheimer or a whole bunch of companies, but it turned out that they were just kids. The guy from the market said that it was a gloomy boy and a fluffy girl, white as snow. Meanwhile, Grandma Agatha, Ruri, and Tsuguto were having breakfast. The young man turned to Ruri and addressed her, but she continued eating without turning to him. He knew that she could definitely hear him, so he called her again. However, Ruri didn't react. Then he simply sighed. He changed his tone and called her Digger Ruri, asking for her time. She responded immediately, happy to hear her title. It was clear to him that she was truly proud of it. He asked Ruri the Digger to stop feeding him all the meat and to eat at least a little herself. She replied that she had her own vegetables, and they were better than meat. Well, how could it be otherwise? The young man turned to Grandma Agatha, asking her to return to their conversation. She mentioned inheritance. He asked her to explain what exactly she meant. She began to speak while drinking her tea. First about the title. The one they now have has extremely powerful skills. However, the problem is that the effects of such skills are unique and unknown. And as long as they are so valuable, there will definitely be those who try to steal them, because they didn't yet understand exactly how to acquire a title. But there is one known way, and that is inheritance. If you kill someone, you can take their title for yourself. However, there are no guarantees, and on the contrary, the chance of success is very low. Usually there is no point in taking risks and becoming a fool, trying to become an adventurer of a very high rank, relying only on such minimal chances under normal conditions. The young man suggested that on the other hand, they were weak and children. Grandma Agatha agreed, saying that in that case, they would be easy prey, and that was indeed possible. At that time, Ruri finished eating, and Tsuguto put more bacon on her plate. She looked at the piece of bacon on the plate in surprise. The young man wanted everyone who thought they were easy prey to regret it. And Ruri was shaking from the meat that was lying on the plate. Grandma Agatha asked them to be careful, and said that even in the best of times, the girl could easily be kidnapped. Ruri ate her meat, but did not get much pleasure from it. He asked Granny if the girl had any wounds. She did examine her, but there wasn't a single scratch on her. They found it hard to believe that she had fought a dungeon boss. He said he understood and thanked his grandmother for her help. The girl also thanked him for the food. Agatha told him that he could claim to be the girl's protector, but if he asked her opinion, he himself was still a child, and the death of the children would leave her alone with nightmares. She, sitting at the table, said that she had not fed them breakfast for free and asked for their money back. Not forgetting about it, Tsuguto promised to return the money, and Ruri said that he was not her protector. She explained that he was her partner, and Tsuguto stroked her head, turned to Grandma Agatha, and said that he understood everything. They left the house and promised to definitely come back together. He said so, but in the fight with the Cyclops, they almost spent all their money sending signals to each other. Now he thought about the cost of the clothes he was wearing and suggested digging magic ore in the dungeon again. The boy suddenly felt sick and noticed his vision was distorted. He was ready to swear that the potion had completely restored him, and the status window looked normal. He thought that maybe he was just tired and told Rory that everything was fine and nothing bad would happen. They passed by a market where there was a lively bustle and vendors loudly offering their wares. The young man thought that outside the dungeon he had only been to Granny Agatha's shop and the armory and nowhere else. As they walked, looking around, people noticed them and began to whisper among themselves. The girl was frightened and pressed herself against him, trying to keep up. As they passed the candied fruit stand, Ruri couldn't take her eyes off them. She kept walking, but kept looking back at the sweets, clearly wanting to try them. The young man gently stopped her and reminded her that they had no money at all. He said that they had just had breakfast and could not afford a snack now. And then he remembered. Back in the cave, feeling his strength fading, he had promised her that if they got out alive, he would buy her whatever she wanted. He stopped, took a deep breath, and then turned to Ruri. Approaching the sweet shop, he offered her to choose what she would like to receive. Ruri, with shining eyes, began to happily examine the counter, sorting through one tasty fruit after another with her gaze. They settled down on the edge of the road. When he asked if it was tasty, the girl said it was simply divine and repeated it again. The young man could hardly imagine how delicious the delicacy must be, since she said so more than once, but he was glad to hear it. Servants were not allowed to trade without special permission, and could only buy things from the shops near the dungeon. So this girl had no opportunity to afford such purchases in the city. She was a debt servant belonging to Leisheimer. Leisheimer Company is a large corporation that controls the mining operations in the city and ensures the security of supplies. To do this, it hires adventurers to destroy monsters in the dungeons. Leisheimer is the man who heads the company and is considered the de facto ruler of Berg. Shuguto was about to ask Ruri about her past, about the debt that had brought her to the position of a servant. However, noticing that her canteen was empty, he thought for a moment, then put his question aside. Instead, he stood up, picked up the empty container, and, saying that he would return soon, headed to the water source to fill it up again. As he filled his flask at the wrought iron fountain, his gaze fell on Ruri. 4 men in rough clothes approached her. One of the men abruptly lifted the girl onto his shoulder. At that moment, the young man filling the flask turned around at the noise and noticed what was happening. He did not know these people. By the time he quickly reached the place where Ruri had just been sitting, the men had already disappeared from sight, taking her with them. Everything that Grandma Agatha had warned about had become reality. The young man shouted after them that they would not be able to hide from him. But suddenly his voice broke off, and his gaze froze. He couldn't understand why this was happening to him, because he was sure that the potion had completely restored him, and the status window didn't show any deviations. Something was wrong, but there was no time to think. The sudden distortion in his vision caused his legs to give way and he collapsed to the ground. All he could do was watch as the silhouettes of the kidnappers carried Ruri away, disappearing into the crowd of the city. Ruri insistently repeated the same thing and asked to let her go. However, the man did not pay the slightest attention to her words. The man holding Ruri on his shoulder growled in irritation when she tried to pull away again. He slapped her thigh and muttered through his teeth, calling her a stupid child. He told her to shut up and not make any more noise, as if she was bothering him just by existing. The next moment, Ruri twisted and slammed her elbow into his back with all her might. The blow was unexpected, and the man groaned in pain, swaying forward. The man, losing his balance from the sharp blow, stumbled and fell to the ground. Ruri, falling from his shoulder, also fell. As the men approached Ruri, she suddenly made several sharp blows. They were all defeated and lay on the ground. Ruri, who was the winner, level 20, confidently emerged victorious from this fight and dealt a crushing defeat to the enemies. She remembered how Tsugudo worried and chased after her, and then came back. Now when he came back, she was going to make him give her a thigh massage. When one of the kidnappers tried to stop her, she looked at him with such arrogant confidence that he couldn't help but tremble in fear. Although the kidnappers knew of her title, they let their guard down when they saw Ruri's frail frame. She radiated such strength and pressure, as if she had stood face to face with death more than once, and each time emerged victorious from this battle. Having confirmed that she was the bearer of the title, they bowed before her, addressing her as mistress, and asked for forgiveness for the attempted kidnapping. while offering to accompany her, considering this to be an aid to themselves. They continued to bow before Lady Ruri, calling her Milady and begging her to lend them her immense heroic power. The words of admiration sounded like a single chorus, each of them expressing deep respect and admiration for her incredible power. Ruri took responsibility for what had happened. Realizing that they were in a difficult situation, she decided to act on her own. Her words sounded like a death sentence for the kidnappers and a confident order that she alone would carry out all further actions. They exchanged a quick glance, a smile flitting across their faces. Then, bowing their heads, they pointed with their hands in the direction they should go. Chiguto still felt weak and his vision was barely enough to keep his balance. He realized that these nooks and crannies were unfamiliar to him, and there was no point in searching further. Deciding to change tactics, he paused for a moment to assess the situation. He planned his next move. He knew he had to file a missing person report with the Adventurers Guild. Of course, this was a risky move, and those who had kidnapped Ruri might themselves be adventurers hunting for titles through inheritance. If their real goal was to obtain a title, he couldn't afford to waste a minute. He was going to offer the artifact, Expert Steel Dagger, as a reward, which was highly prized among adventurers. That was all he could offer at the moment, but he was sure that it was an expensive item. He also knew for sure that the Adventurers Guild building was somewhere on the main street. He heard the rumble of a cart rolling down the street and, catching the sound, turned towards it. At that very moment, the cart, as it turned out, was driving right behind him. Realizing this, he gathered all his strength and rushed forward, trying with all his might to get away from it. However, they caught up with him, and the white-haired man driving the cart stopped next to him, after which, slightly bowing his head, he apologized for such a sudden intrusion. The man stopped the carriage and, without taking his eyes off Suguto, nodded in recognition of his status. He knew that the Emperor of the Evil Eye stood before him, introducing himself as Freed. This meeting could be the beginning of an unexpected alliance or a new danger. Fried bowed slightly and, still standing at a distance, said that he had come on behalf of his mistress, Lisaheimer. He added that he was carrying an important message addressed to Suguto personally. His voice sounded respectful, and he turned out to be a B-rank merchant working for the Lisaheimer company. Suguto realized that before he took any action, he had to listen to Freed. The young man had been wary of such people until this morning, as he believed they might try to kidnap Ruri, now that she held an honorary title. However, now that she had been kidnapped, Lisaheimer was determined to take action to get his property back. Freed reported that he had received direct orders to bring the digger Ruri and the Emperor of the Evil Eye to Guto. He had known in advance that they were traveling together, and so he came specifically for both of them. Suguto informed Freed that Ruri had been kidnapped and, with desperation in his voice, asked him to help find her as soon as possible. They approached the building. Suguto realized that this was Lisheimer's residence. Inside, people were scurrying around everywhere, clerks, guards, messengers. Fried showed the young man the way. Fried turned to one of the maids and politely asked where Mrs. Lisheimer was. She replied that she had just finished an important business meeting and was currently in her office. As they walked there, Fried glanced at the young man for a moment, then lowered his voice and gave him a warning. Fried, looking at the boy with a serious expression, told him to pull himself together for his own good. Suguto didn't quite understand what he meant. There was something more to his words than just advice. But now was not the time to ask unnecessary questions. Fried loudly and clearly reported that he had brought the Emperor of the Evil Eye, Suguto. As he spoke, the young man stood nearby and waited patiently, feeling a slight tension. Then, without waiting for an answer, Fried opened the door to Mrs. Lisheimer's office for him. Inside the spacious and elegantly furnished office, a beautiful girl was waiting for them. Suguto did not see a refined girl or an elegant office before him. What appeared before his eyes was a terrifying creature. The girl's figure had turned into something terrifying, as if woven from shadow and stench, with eyes full of the abyss. The young man did not understand what was happening to him. He concentrated, trying to correct his distorted vision. At this time, the lady calmly greeted the Emperor of the Evil Eye. She said that she had been waiting for his arrival. She added that she saw no point in wasting time on formal introductions. The young man bowed respectfully in response to her words. She immediately stated that she wanted to get straight to the point and asked him to become her subordinate. However, he firmly refused. Then she gently but persistently suggested that he at least listen to the reason for her proposal, so that she could understand her motivation. He said with determination and firmness in his voice that he would never agree to become a subordinate to anyone. He was categorically against becoming her subordinate and would never give in to a woman or allow her to show his weakness. If she felt that there was a risk of drawing him into this web, as once happened with Ruri, he was ready to fight to the end so as not to repeat her fate. She replied that it was unfortunate, and if he changed his mind, he should definitely let her know. She then turned to Fried and asked what had happened. Fried was truly sorry and explained that since it had happened, the servant had been captured by an unknown group, and instead of immediately searching for her, he had considered it a priority to bring Suguto to her first. Suguto wanted to say something about this and emphasized that if Ruri returned back unharmed, he was willing to help them in exchange for detailed information. However, she interrupted him, stating that she had already received a full report on the incident and was aware of all the details of what was happening. She continued that, apparently, her servant had teamed up with a special adventurer and acted independently, breaking the rules. And as punishment for such behavior, all of Ruri's property would be taken away. At the same time, part of the property and the reward would be given to the young man for his assistance. Then she asked him how he felt about this option. The young man immediately understood that behind the beautiful words and official formulations, there was a simple essence, and this woman was trying to deprive them of everything. Everything that they had obtained together with Ruri, all their work, risk, every step in the dungeons, she was going to declare her property. Ruri currently has 2 artifacts with special properties. If we analyze their practical use, it becomes clear that the ring has the skill Item Box, which allows you to store and carry various things. It is this ring that she plans to take away from Ruri. However, the property itself was not of great importance to her from the very beginning. If she allowed herself to make such an offer, it means that she was already aware of their possession of these artifacts. The only question is, how exactly she learned about this, and how she obtained such information, and how deeply she penetrated their affairs. He was determined not to be deceived, and emphasized that even though she was currently in possession of the 2 artifacts, they rightfully belonged to him. He made it clear that if she intended to take the property from them, she must leave the artifacts with him. He watched their reactions carefully. Then Mrs. Lisamera laughed and said that his demands seemed completely unrealistic to her. She added that she even liked it and noted that she had not met such a stubborn child as him for a long time. She continued that in that case there would be no reward for him, and that she would return the servant that had been taken from her. And he would return his artifacts and propose an equal alliance, combining their forces to return what had been stolen. He understood that the situation was much more complicated, and a simple agreement was not enough. There was some kind of cunning hidden in the woman that could not be underestimated. The thought of Ruri in her hands made him worry. He could not allow the girl to become a victim of someone's insidious plans and manipulations. She calmly asked if he wanted to remove Ruri's servant shackles and give her back her freedom. She couldn't understand why he was so eager to free Ruri, and said that she would tell him the truth, and that this girl was sold by her own father, and even if he removed the shackles from her, she would still remain useless to anyone. She continued that if he freed Ruri, he wouldn't be able to really help her, and that being alone was her greatest achievement. She had no means and was like a helpless lamb who couldn't live on her own. So she thought it would be better to get her settled somewhere and teach her manners, if he understood what she meant. He clearly remembered the words Ruri had once quietly spoken about wanting to become an adventurer. Those words stuck in his mind, sounding like a strong desire filled with hope and determination. He knew that for her, this was her path to freedom. She wanted to become stronger. This woman standing in front of him had no idea what Ruri had gone through, how she had fought and survived. She didn't know that behind her fragile appearance there was real strength and will. They listened to his words in silence, then calmly declared that he was free to go. Mrs. Liesheimer ordered Fried to find and rescue Ruri immediately in order to bring her back. When Fried left the office, he noticed that Suguto was feeling unwell after their conversation. The boy's face had turned pale and his gaze had become clouded and tired. Mrs. Liesheimer was curious about what exactly had frightened Suguto, and she watched him thoughtfully. trying to understand what thoughts and feelings were hidden behind his expression. Realizing that he was the emperor of the evil eye, she guessed that Suguto had seen something he shouldn't have seen. This realization made her think about the possible consequences. Ruri was among those who kidnapped her. They warned her to watch her step, as it was already dark outside. The kidnappers admitted that they were lucky to have help from her, a hero of equal strength. They said it was a great honor. Ruri told them to leave the matter to the digger and let her handle it herself. They invited her to come into the room, and Ruri happily walked in, feeling confident and in control of the situation. The title is a proof of the world's recognition, a mysterious force aptly placed by fate, whose teachings are considered an anomaly beyond human understanding. The digger Ruri was locked in that room. They laughed and called Ruri names. One of them said that an abandoned house with a basement underneath was an ideal place to hide. There are a lot of such places in the slums, and it is also a favorite temporary location for their company. They decided it would be wiser to wait upstairs until Lanza arrived in person. Even though this girl was the bearer of the title, in their opinion, she was just a stupid child. Ruri came to her senses, or she seemed unfamiliar to her and went to the door, tried to push, but the lock did not give. Ruri gripped the handle of her shovel, as if reconnecting with her old self and the person she wanted to be. She stood in front of the door, took a deep breath, and she wasn't going to give up. The boy on the other side of the room became alert as he heard a faint rumble. There were other children in the cell with him. They moved closer, watching his actions. Their eyes were full of anxiety and anticipation, and they kept asking him when they would be returning home. The boy slowly sat down next to the younger ones. He didn't know what to say. Then, gathering his strength, he whispered that he didn't know when they would return home, but promised that he would stay with them until the end. Ruri looked at the door with longing, dreaming of destroying it. She raised the shovel and slammed it hard into the door. The metal dulled into the wood, but didn't penetrate it and got stuck. Ruri took a step back, pulled it out with force, and slammed it again. She repeated this over and over. As her shovel crunched into the wood, Ruri suddenly felt a strange memory of scooping up soft, crumbly boiled potatoes with a spoon. She found the comparison unexpected, but pleasant. After 3 minutes of concentrated and persistent work, a neat hole appeared in the door, large enough for Ruri to crawl through completely. She nodded reservedly, feeling a surge of satisfaction and a sense of pride spreading inside her. She walked out into the corridor and headed for the exit. Next door, Ruri noticed movement. A girl appeared in a small window with bars. She climbed onto her older brother's back, barely keeping herself from falling. Her thin fingers gripped the bars, her face pressed against the metal bars. The boy, standing beneath her, wondered if she could see anything. Another child came up from behind and started tugging at his brother, asking him to put him on his shoulders. The boy asked him to stop. The girl said that there was something white and fluffy behind the door. The boy asked if it was a cat, but the girl answered that it didn't look like a cat. And Ruri, standing on the other side of the door, continued to look at the girl. One of the kidnappers saw Ruri leave the cell and informed Lanza of her intention to escape. He also saw her cut the door to get out. Wanting to understand what was going on outside, he pulled himself up and climbed onto the door, grabbing the bars. At this time, Lanza, not believing that Ruri had actually gotten out of the cell, approached them and made sure that she really was a small child. He said that even if he used indicator magic to estimate her level based on the remaining mana, it would be around 20. However, judging from the destroyed door, her attack power clearly did not match such a low level. This meant that in this case, power came from the title. Lanza was a sea crank merchant in Myriad's company. The girl was frightened when he appeared. He began using his power, casting the spell Lightning Pierce and summoning lightning. He then noted that the girl was quite perceptive. The girl quickly dodged Lanza's lightning strike and ran away. Despite the suddenness of the attack, she managed to avoid defeat and escape, leaving Lanza behind, who did not have time to react to her rapid escape. The thin lightning bolt falling from the ceiling clearly showed that the girl had enough combat experience. Despite being a child, she was truly extraordinary. Lanza noticed this. The boy from the next cell continued to watch the events closely. Lanza was ready to strike again and conjured a swamp beneath Ruri to hamper her movements and prevent her from escaping. The ground around the girl quickly turned into a sticky, viscous mass, making it difficult to walk. Before Ruri could do anything, He immediately cast a lightning spear spell. Lightning quickly pierced the air, and the girl was unable to dodge in any direction, finding herself completely struck and immobilized. The damage caused the girl to fall to the ground, exhausted, her body burned by the discharge, and she was breathing heavily, lying on the cold floor. The lightning left marks on her clothes, and her limbs were shaking from the residual tension. Seeing that their master had won, the kidnappers rejoiced, commenting with satisfied faces that they had expected nothing less from him. Lanza, not sharing their enthusiasm, sternly ordered that the noise be stopped, the girl be tied up and watched, so that she did not wake up too early. The boy in the next cell heard with bated breath how Lanza ordered that after the mark was removed, the girl be tied so tightly that she could not move a finger, and then immediately loaded into the train car. Hearing this, he was frozen with horror. They were discussing whether the carriage had already left and were rushing to get ready. The boy, listening at the door, couldn't help himself and slid to the floor. Lanza, looking at the children with displeasure, asked the kidnappers why they hadn't managed to sell at least one of the three. They told him that their business partner had demanded a significant discount this time, but since that was impossible, they had to refuse. They had no problem finding clients anyway. The boy sat tensely with the other children in his cell. They asked Lanza if it was acceptable for them to make such decisions themselves, since Mr. Myriad was not always happy with such an initiative. Lanza replied that he was still constantly nervous and would not stop being dissatisfied, even if everything was done perfectly. Looking at the unconscious Ruri, he added that, on top of everything else, they could give Mr. Myriad a good gift, the girl they had managed to get today, since she was clearly worth much more than the others. The boy who was around the corner gritted his teeth when he heard those words. He bitterly resigned himself to the fact that eventually this girl would also become one of them, an underground servant without the right to freedom, and, trying to hold back his tears, silently hugged the frightened children sitting nearby so that they would feel safe. The city of Magical Ore Berg. Southeastern part. The slums are really a dark place. Fried and Seguto discussed the situation, noting that if the kidnappers wanted to hide somewhere, then these slums would be the most suitable option. At this point, they have already sent several people to search in other areas. In a dangerous area like the slums, Fried decided that the smartest thing to do was to look for information directly. Normal rules didn't apply here, and if they wanted to find out anything, they'd have to talk to the locals, look around, and rely on their intuition. The boy listened to him silently, reasoning about everything. Fried noticed that Seguto seemed worried and perhaps worried about the legacy. He knew that if someone used this method, the girl's life would be in grave danger. This thought haunted Seguto, increasing his anxiety and determination to act cautiously. If so, then most likely everything will be fine, because the girl is as strong as he is. Taking her title will be quite difficult, because there are additional conditions that must be met in order to obtain the title through inheritance. Fried said that to inherit, you need to obtain at least one skill related to the title. For example, for the Emperor of the Evil Eye, Seguto had to have the Evil Eye Spectrum skill, and such abilities are very rare. Fried added that for the digger Ruri, inheritance would be quite problematic, since it is still unknown where she comes from and where the digger herself comes from. The youth thought that even if Fried said that, wasn't it just someone using a shovel? However, he knew that he was the only one who saw her hit with a shovel, which meant that Fried didn't know what her digging power was. Perhaps she herself didn't even know. At first, they decided to study its location, and on the way they met two men, and then there were more of them, and they surrounded Fried and Seguto. They were looking for a fight. Looking at Seguto, they realized that he was the Emperor of the Evil Eye. Fried broke the neck of one of the men with his bare hands. Seeing this, Seguto and the other bandits were shocked. Fried instantly drew mana from his mark. They were actually just going to ask the locals about Ruri and gather information. But Fried wanted to fight out of habit. The young man noticed that the work indicated on their marks did not suit them. The men began to surround them, preparing for battle. They decided to attack Seguto from behind, considering him a child even though he had a powerful title. The young man managed to notice him and kicked the man hard in the leg. He dodged their blows. He wanted to be gentle with them, and one of them realized that he was specifically aiming for their legs so as not to kill them. The man said that since everything was over, they should now talk a little. The hero was said to be incredibly strong and didn't even use his evil eye. The man asked to listen to them, and said that they were looking for a kidnapped girl. The guy said that it was not them. They were told that it looked like it was a group of 4 kidnappers and asked if they knew anything about them. They started discussing whether one of them could have done something like kidnapping. However, someone heard that Malik's men kidnapped a woman, but they find it suspicious that it could be another man. One said that if they were talking about a group of 4 men and a girl, then he could see them. Well, it didn't look like she'd been kidnapped at all. He didn't think they'd talked about them, but he thought it was worth mentioning. If we believe his words, then they went there. The building looks abandoned. The man thought it would be a good reconnaissance site. The guy said he didn't think the prisoner saw anyone visiting the building. He said the 5 men and 4 children had been there just recently. They took them away in a rather elegant strip, and then they all left. They were unmarked. The man asked if he was sure. He was told that they used large carts and took them away in groups to places like those. These were children who were taken and forced to become servants. The poor children who were taken are offered loans to cover their upkeep, making them legal debt servants. And for the company, which has its own people in the Merchants Guild, to approve servants, and also to openly make deals with the underground servants. The man said he knew where to look for the girl. They went to Rosalek, the company which controls all the servants in the area, including Burke, with the rose in the center. If the culprits took underground servants with them, he had no doubt that the Myriad Company was involved. The men saw that they had arrived. It turns out that the information about them going to Rosalek is true. These were red names. When someone with a mark equipped kills another with a mark equipped, their name status display turns red. They all become targets for elimination, even having a bounty on their head. From then on, people with red names are treated as monsters. In front of them was a girl who bore the title with the red name. She was one of the 3 great crimson disasters. She was asked what business she had brought to the country. She asked the man if he was going to stand in her way. He asked what her goal was. The girl said that her goal is to eliminate the dealers of underground servants and save these underground servants. In the direction of that city, located to the north of Berg, the city of Magic Ore, far beyond the Holy Road, 2 carts were visible, passing by on foot. One of them was already an hour away from the Rose, while the other was about to arrive at the gate. The girl said in her sleep that the fruits were delicious. The boy thought it was amazing how a girl could be so carefree in such a situation. There are only 3 people in the entire world who have red names, nicknamed the 3 Great Crimson Evils. Initially, the owners of such names were considered criminals, for whose heads there was a huge reward. Therefore, they were forced to stay in the country in order to survive in such a harsh reality. But in an instant, this trio decided to come out of the shadows, appearing in places populated by people to unceremoniously take away their food, kill, and sleep in their shelter. But despite the fact that their lives were constantly subjected to attacks and contempt, they always remained themselves. There were only 30 of them, brave warriors, a squad that could boast of strength capable of defeating even dragons. The man said that he would not allow a monster like her to enter the country. Numb is a defensive spell that turns the opponent's body into stone, unable to move any further. He is going to use it to disarm the girl. Bertrand appeared behind her and swung his sword. However, the girl stopped him with her teeth, an attack made by an artifact, on par with his own skill. They also cast a spell on her, and it was useless. The girl said that she found it delicious. The 3 Great Crimson Evils stopped hiding their names, running and hiding, because no one else dared to challenge this cruel monster. The letter spoke of the cessation of the underground trade, and the annihilation of their dealers, and the salvation of all underground servants. The girl said that she had messed everything up and she needed to ask them for a more precise location. Elite District of Rosalika, headquarters of the company Myriad. The man said that a long time had passed since they were supposed to return. He asked what it all meant and where he was. He was told that he was expected at the president's office. The man said that he was noisy as always. The boy turned to him and asked why he had returned without selling a single servant. He was told that he had already been informed. The client had been haggling for too long, so the negotiations had fallen through at the last moment. The guy said that was why he was demanding an explanation. The maid said that the 2 were quite unrestrained in their interactions with each other. They were childhood friends, and rumor has it that they grew up together in the same slums. The guy was indignant that the family would suddenly start complaining about the price. He didn't understand how much she wanted a discount. The man replied that it was half. He replied that it was absurd. And what was she thinking? They replied that in the end the girl was not so simple, and most likely she had something in mind. The man asked the boy not to make a tragedy out of it. After all, he hadn't returned empty-handed. and he had a souvenir for him. More precisely, not just a souvenir, but something that had recently caused the prices at the market to skyrocket. He got this thing from his informant in Berg. It seems that the magical cave of ores located there was conquered by a titled child. The children turns to the boy and asked him to take a look. The girl was white and fluffy. However, she never woke up. Human children, Kyle and Vita. He was ordered to take care of them from the moment they were brought there. Now this girl has been added. If they threw her there, then this is a way of trying to hint to him to keep an eye on her too. She woke up, and he said that not even 100 years had passed. The girl looked like a caterpillar. The boy told her that they tied her up by throwing her to them and took her token. He tried to untie the knots, but they were too tight. The ropes evaporated, and the boy was very surprised. The girl asked who he was and where she was. He introduced himself and said that right now they were in a town called Roselick. They had all been taken by an organization that introduced itself as the Myriad Company. They want them to pay their debt by becoming the company's service provider, and it looks like that's what awaits her. The girl said that things were bad. She asked about the boy. The boy did not understand who she was talking about. She showed him his t-shirt. He wondered why it was so torn. It seemed to him that he hadn't worn it for a long time. The boy sniffed her and said that she had no scent at all. He is of the Canaan race, so his sense of smell is many times stronger than that of humans. The boy does not remember anyone like that coming to them. The guy asked if that person was important to her. The girl nodded. He said he understood her. His loved ones remained in the village where he lived. It has been 100 days since he was taken away. He thinks that everyone is very worried and is already looking for him. At least the boy is already more or less an adult. But the other children are very young and their parents are most likely even more worried. He said that's why he needs to get stronger for them. Even if the chances of escaping are slim, he has to think of something. The girl kept using the skill, the box of objects. The boy asked her who she was and asked her to tell a little about herself. She said her name was Rory, and she was a super cute digger. The girl said to leave it to her and her shovel. The man was surprised by the strange title of the digger. He had never seen anything like it. And to top it all off, the title holder was a 9-year-old child. The guy said he hadn't seen the battle himself, but judging by the stories about how strong that monster was, she must have been pretty formidable too. They told him he had found a very valuable treasure. The man wondered if this ability could be researched. His companion replied that it was unknown, but if inheritance was possible, it was likely a very complex process. The man asked if he really didn't want to acquire that skill for himself. He said that he had no desire in principle to inherit other people's titles. He was asked if he was really happy about leaving the Adventurers Guild. He replied that he had decided so. Even though they managed to grab her so easily, they're still not in a better position now. They asked him what happened. The man was surprised that he returned to the city and did not see what was happening outside of it. The beloved child of the dragon is already heading towards them. Although a detachment of the strongest warriors from the Adventurers Guild was sent there, they were soon informed that they were all killed. They came across her in a deserted wasteland in the morning. The man asked again and clarified whether she was one of the 3 great crimson evils. He was told that they say the girl eats people, but these are just rumors. He didn't understand why she needed the rose. The guy replied that he didn't know. If she came to town just to see the sights, he wouldn't mind inviting her for a cup of tea. Suddenly, there was an earthquake. They didn't know whether it was an explosion or not. The man asked if it could be that girl or some dragon. She is currently in the secret room on the 3rd floor, and the sound was coming from the 1st. It looks like this is an even worse scenario. The man said that their tea party with her was cancelled. The main character asked what happened in the Myriad Company. The protagonist asked what had happened and what had caused the building to split in two. He asked if this was the place where the girl was being held now. The man said he thought so. However, given their capabilities, he believes they should be able to climb over the wreckage and explore the inside and try to find someone who can explain what happened. He thinks they should start with an investigation. All the bodies they can find in the area, one with the other. The guy wondered if he was letting the girl experience something like this again. The man said that the Evil Eye Emperor and the Lesheimer Company are there to save Uri. However, he can't say that they are in a good position. The guy realized that it was them. He was asked to wait and talk. If they help them, they will listen to what they have to say. The main character asked where the girl was. The man started talking about the deal. He asked him to listen carefully and said that now was not the time for a fight. The guy got angry and asked again where Ruri was. The man replied that the hero is also stubborn. The girl said that she felt like the man didn't know anything. She asked where the myriad was. At that moment, the hero's vision was covered by absolute darkness. His vision returned as he retreated. However, his vision soon changed again. His true evil eye activates. He watched the distorted scene. The main character didn't know who this girl was. She was told that she should eat nothing but this. The girl always treasured any order given by her mother figure. They called her a beast and asked what she had done to their daughter. They asked her to leave and not to dare come near them again. The girl wondered why they always looked at her like that. The man called her a monster. The guy didn't understand if he was seeing all this alone. He realized that those distortions in the morning were not due to poor health. Otherwise, everything would not have been the same later. Although, if you remember the skills of RPG games that were constantly working, they, in his opinion, were called passive. It seems that the evil eye is also one of them, and it will continue to act as long as it has even a small flow of mana in reserve. This is the result of the mana flowing into his eyes during its use, resulting in the true evil eye effect being amplified, causing distortions. First, he doesn't know the true nature of those hallucinations. Instead of leaving the true evil eye dormant, he reactivated it with magical mastery, taking control and improving its accuracy. The guy was surprised that water appeared, but this was something else, something pure. A noticeable, weightless, abstract liquid filled their world. A red haze filled the entire space, and he thought it was Fried's mana. The other guy's was gray. The man turned to the hero and said that he thought they should run, because they were no match for that monster. The black dragon glided across the water, her powers on a whole nother level. He was just engulfed in a mana vortex. The guy could see her status. The girl turned to him. She asked if he wanted to tell her something. The girl asked where Myriad was. The man asked what she wanted from him. She replied that she promised to be less cruel if he told her. Each of them refuses to listen to what people tell them. And even though he chose his path himself, he hates doing the dirty work. The boy was surprised why his mana flow was increasing. The man said that he wanted to resign anyway. He said that if he had the chance, he would never want to meet them again. None of the three great crimson evils. The man used a lightning-fast dodge. The protagonist was surprised by his evaporation. Fried asked if his ears were ringing, and said that in a few words he said, "There was a lot of valuable information." Lightning dodge is a type of advanced spell. It is comparable to teleportation, but in reality it simply allows one to move at lightning speed, making it appear as if he has disappeared. It was like the end of the world. Judging by the conversation between those two, one can conclude that she is the main enemy of the Myriad Company, and all the pogroms are her doing. The guy turned to the man and asked if all the people in the company were bad. He replied that it was hard for him to say, because he didn't know what a bad person was to him. However, he believed that only a few people knew about the underground traders who were pawns of many companies. These people were considered to be the top of society, and kidnapped the poor to make them servants. Others were completely unaware of these secret operations. The boy asked if that meant Rory was involved. He was told that the girl who had caused the trouble there was one of the red names known as the Three Great Crimson Evils. She was not the type to understand the justice of commoners. He asked them to forget about the girl and that they should retreat now. The main character managed to see 6 parameters with the help of the true evil eye. The girl was level 56 and had a red name. He realized that he could not defeat her. The sense of justice is completely different for them. One maid asked someone to help her. Fried said that the hero was no match for her. The guy said that they were together, and they simply cannot come to terms with the fact that they are being unfairly trampled by those who are stronger. During the explosion, Secret Headquarters, Room 11, Secret Room of the Underground Servants. The boy was surprised that there was an explosion inside the building and asked what was going on there. He began to calm the children down and asked them not to be afraid. The boy turned to the girl and asked how to dig a hole in a brick wall with a shovel. He asked her to stop. The boy asked what she would do if they heard them. The girl said she would just beat them up. He told her that they had thrown her in there anyway after they had been hurt. Their fight was visible in the dungeon. She said that she doesn't play anymore, and next time she will definitely beat them. The race is very loyal. It is said that when they are in a stressful situation, they lose their loyalty. But if they agree to something at least once, they quickly adapt to the person they want to follow. With her attitude, he could never refuse. The boy agreed and said that they should go another way. He pointed and asked if she could punch a hole right through the wall there. She said it was easy. The girl said that those merchants often mentioned that there was a warehouse in that direction. He told her that voices were always heard, and he inadvertently overheard them, so he knew where things were. The boy knew better than anyone, and he found their tokens. He said that her badge was not there, and most likely the men took it with them. The boy said that there was nothing to be done about it and suggested taking a gun. They needed to be equipped in case of danger. He said he wasn't impressed, even though it was his first time touching swords with his hands, and besides, they were in an emergency, so it would be a good idea to be prepared. He was told his tail was wagging. Ruri said that a shovel is the best weapon. The boy said he would go with a sword. He was surprised by its length. All he had to do was take it, draw it, and strike the enemies with one blow. The girl asked if he could get it. The children began to say that he couldn't do it at all and needed to pull harder. Now their escape has begun. They had to make tunnels in the walls. He's done a ton of work for the company in the past, so he knows the building like the back of his hand. The boy said they needed to go there. They found a back door. He said that the carriage was already there, and they needed to escape in it. The hero said that he would go to the stable for the horses, but they needed to get inside for now. However, he was interrupted by a man who was already sitting in the carriage and asked who had decided to come and visit him. He said that they thought the same way and asked if they also ran through the back door. The main character told the girl to run away quickly because it was dangerous there. He asked the villainess if she knew Ruri. She replied that she didn't know. The guy asked her if she remembered the names of the people who died at her hands. The girl also answered that she didn't know. She said she didn't care. The moment she came close enough to kiss, he felt something strange. He's like a frog being hunted by a snake. Not even a snake, but a dragon. A shiver ran down his spine, his instincts telling him to run. But he could have sworn he had long ago abandoned the side of himself that ran away from problems without putting up any resistance. The guy said that he wouldn't run away, and if something happened to her, she wouldn't live. He saw panic and refusal, and eyes looking at him with disgust. Even if he could see it, his body couldn't handle such a blow. The man was surprised by the powerful explosion. His guard asked him to stay inside. The most powerful guards of the Myriad Company appeared, the Bellamese brothers. The man called the girl the same digger who had conquered the cave of magic ore. He asked for forgiveness and said that it seemed that they both did not quite understand each other. They were in great danger, and he asked them if they understood that there was no point in fighting at such a moment. He suggested crossing the border together. The man said that it would be better if they all were saved. The main character lay in the rubble. He started counting sheep. However, he thought it was strange. The hero asked the girl to wake up. He asked where they were. She wished him good morning, to which he replied that now was not the time for greetings. The girl said that they wouldn't make jam today. She said they were in a space-time called Cooking with Ruri. He asked her not to say that as if something so crazy could be routine. The woman didn't understand where she was. The guy didn't understand what was happening. The girl said that the breakfast was wonderful and asked to teach her how to make jam. The woman replied that she would prepare everything necessary, but they had to get at least a ton of fruit. It became clear to the boy that this was just a simple fruit-picking trip to the mountains, but there was a problem. He knew nothing about nature. Even the candied things she ate remained a mystery to him. These were Apollos. They are sour-sweet. They are about to start picking them. They are small berries that grow under trees. They found them, and it was like a portal into a fantasy world. The guy apologized and said that he felt sick from this development of the main storyline. There was something on the tree, too. The girl said it was also tasty, but they were too high. The boy picked her up, and the girl collected the fruit with a shovel. However, they were damaged by the shovel. The hero thought that they were trying. He picked her up and said that now she could pick. The guy asked why she took only one and offered to pick more. It was very similar to a small child who wants to be picked up and screams to be taller. He thought that his paternal instincts were awakening in him. The boy asked his granny to hurry up and make jam. She replied that the preparations were complete. They were told to wash the fruit well first, because beetles like to stick to wild Apollos. Then they should take dried leaves to make a fire. After that, they should put the chopped Apollos and fruit in different pots. You need to cover them with a huge mountain of sugar. About a little more than half for Apollos and a quarter for the cinquefoils. The boy was surprised that it was a lot. The grandmother replied that they needed to get something sweet. The girl said that she could do as she wanted. The title of digger is not given for free. He should not think that anything can stop a fearless young girl. Granny asked him to start too because scale would appear there and it needed to be fished out and thrown away. For surnashki, you should add citric acid or herbs and spices to improve the taste. As soon as everything thickens, you need to pour the jam into bowls or sterilized jars. It's good chilled too, but she prefers it warm. The guy said it was really delicious. He said it would be great if the girl ate meat too. Granny said it made no difference, and let her eat whatever she liked. The guy asked her not to spoil her too much because without protein there will be no muscles. She replied that she did not need to be a muscle man at a young age. He replied that she was an adventurer, but without weight she would not have enough strength to fight monsters. His physical condition hasn't improved at all. Well, even if he came back to Earth with what he has now, he could become an international wrestling champion. Levels are something that can't be measured by looks. For example, that girl, she looks fragile, but cruelty gave her unprecedented strength and agility surpassing any human. No matter how you look at it, they have clearly already heard about the 3 great Crimson Ashes. He still couldn't believe that she had managed to encounter one of them. Granny asked her to come over for a minute. She gave her some supplies for the road. The woman asked why the house had a strange design. She was told that they lived there together. He asked the girl if her granny had given her anything as a gift and asked her to show it. Essential oils from carefully selected plants grown by Agatha. For voluminous and airy hair. That granny has everything you could want in her store. The girl called him. He said that they wouldn't lie there even at gunpoint. Granny told her that Apollo extract was also added and its aroma gave a relaxing effect. The guy said he was afraid he would end up using her as a dakimakura, which is to say, as a pillow to cuddle with while he slept. The girl replied that it was he who had messed everything up, and that he would be the pillow. She said that next time they would have to cook according to Grandma's preferences. There was a sound like a huge bomb exploding. The man offered to cross the border together. After all, it would be better if everyone avoided the danger that threatened him and remained alive. The boy was more than sure that these were the very same strongest guards working for the company. The man asked to put down his weapon. The guards said they couldn't let their guard down. He said that the girl was probably very strong. The man replied that he knew this and therefore told him to stop. He apologizes deeply for the rudeness of his guards for them being there. The man doesn't know if they understand the current situation, but they should leave. He will explain all the details inside on the way. He said to think at least about the lives of the 3 children, and whether retreat seems wiser to them. The girl asked if they would take everyone and leave no one behind. He replied that he was not only talking about them and even promised to treat them well. The man said that she was a smart and kind-hearted girl and asked her to climb in. The boy asked where they were going. He replied that they were not going south. The girl should be familiar with those districts. The man said that this is why he hates using magic. Lightning evasion is not a spell he can't handle at his level of magic. He can easily transform things into electrons. And he was able to achieve perfection by honing it to the limit, by laying out routes before traveling. The only problem, this is the restoration of his body back from the lightning. Since that part is still not perfect, he gets severely injured. However, only with its help he had enough time to escape from the great disaster. This is one of his military assets. He said that he would prefer to fight to the last drop of blood, and he himself does not believe what he is saying. The meeting with the Myriad was already confirmed, so we had to go south. The Holy Road leads there. Couldn't we wait there first? The city no longer had any military forces left. However, he still had some work left to do. Fred asked if the protagonist was okay. He said that they were safe now. The guy asked what happened, because he only remembers how the girl's fist passed near his face. The man told him that after that attack, she immediately left and most likely thought that he was dead. The skin on his face felt tight, but there wasn't a scratch on it. At the last second, the man managed to use the potion. He called him lucky. The guy apologized for it. The man replied that everything was fine and it was surprising that he had not been wiped off the face of the earth. Apparently, his defense skill was very high level. The guy asked what kind of skill he had. He didn't remember if he had anything like that. After all, no matter how much he leveled up, he never noticed something like that. Fred said that even so, he flew all the way from the outside to here. Despite the resistance to death, the chance of blocking the rollover seemed doubtful. But at the same time, he managed to survive only because of his own skills. Without them, he would have crashed through the building and turned into mincemeat. The man said that the young man survived and the maid prayed every second for his life. She said she wanted to express her gratitude no matter what. The guy said that if he had been carried a little further, there would have been nothing left of the building she had run into. He said to consider their rescue a miracle. The girl replied that even if this was true, she believed that everything worked out only thanks to him. He said that in the future, they need to leave the company because they are scoundrels. The man asked how the situation was. They told him that the children they had spoken of had disappeared. He suggested that they take a look at the places where they had been kept. The boy asked who he was. He was told that he was an adventurer from a guild in the city. He had come there to clean up the mess left by the Red Crimson Evil. The man said there was not a single body there. All the dead were company people. He asked what the mission conditions were. He was told that it was an assignment she had taken from the Adventurers Guild. The girl was asked why she came to the guild. He sent his strongest suppression squad in the city to track her down, and in the end, he received reports from the intelligence unit. But her sudden appearance in the city can only mean one. As the leader of the Adventurers Guild, he simply couldn't allow her to slaughter the townspeople. He asked if his life would be enough. She said that she didn't feel like eating right now, so she didn't need meat. The girl put down her assignment. I think there were rumors about this before. The joke about the beloved dragon child is that despite her red name, she continues to work as an adventurer. When he first heard it, he laughed scornfully at its absurdity. But now it is perfectly clear to him that they have neither the strength nor the fighters to resist it. The man said that the girl was currently taking a shower in the guild bath. He was asked to throw bad thoughts out of his head and start with something she never needed. Well, they should continue to watch her from now on. Now they can only contact Berg. It seems that all the servants were gathered in one place. And that means she was not sowing chaos there for nothing. He asked if everyone was there. He was told that 10 of them had fled during the riots. According to the list of missing persons, there were 3 more children included there. The guy thought that perhaps the girl had managed to escape with the others. He said that if the assignment was to free the servants, then she too fell under the conditions. The man said he had missed something. The mission was to rescue the company's servants, and Ruri had nothing to do with it. He asked if he knew where they had gone. He was told to question the adventurers who were there on guard. The man replied that his work was already completed. They told him that so that he wouldn't misunderstand. The guys had a few questions for him. He apologized for disturbing him when he had already done a lot of work. The guy hoped that he had managed to spot Safina while he was there. The man replied that he was not there, on duty. He said that he felt that the boy didn't have a clear picture of what was happening, so he would explain everything now. The ability, observation, doesn't work on her. The scouts who were following her and managed to return alive had an improved ability, long-range vision. Her detection level is too high. Some of the survivors from the squad decided to continue to monitor her using the skills of smell detector and sound detector, keeping a distance. But the Safina has a completely different one than theirs. They assume that she has gaze detection. This means that the line of sight of another person is located. In principle, even if he wanted to, he would not be able to detect her. His ability level is too low, so it is difficult for him to distinguish people at a large distance. He had listened only to the trembling of the ground, which was felt in his boots. The guy answered that everything was fine, and he just wanted to get at least some leads. He asked if he knew about the children who ran away. The man was surprised and said that the Great Crimson Evil had light steps. So he tried to concentrate on them, but it was unlikely that there were children there. The guy asked if he was sure because there were 4 of them. He said that in that case he definitely didn't remember anything, and there was no way he would have missed the sound of a whole crowd. The hero asked what they should do. Fred replied that they have finished searching the area. The man said that they might have gotten into the carriage. There was a chance that a big shot like the company was trying to get away with the carriage as far as possible, so he decided to tell them about that too. He distinctly remembered the rough sound of the wheels hitting the ground. Someone is coming for him right now. So as soon as they get a full picture of what's going on, they'll immediately report the exact location. The guy replied that he didn't have a low detection level, and that he helped them a lot. The man replied that he did not understand whether it was possible for the girl to leave with the company. The hero replied that they just needed to test the theory. He suggested splitting up and asked the man to wait. He himself would go the other way, the main side of the company building. When he used lightning magic, he noticed a flow of gray mana. It was spread out on the ground somewhere into the distance. There was something at the base. It was a metal tube. The guy asked the girl if she could spare him a minute. He said the drain was unusual. She said she didn't know anything about it. However, for some reason, the company took on the task of building a huge sewer and canal system in the city. This ditch extends far beyond their building. Freed told him that lightning dodge allowed a person to move at lightning speed. He wondered if his spell had hit that pipe. It would have become a path that worked like power lines. The moat runs along the main street, going out of the city, and also on the Holy Road, along which they arrived in the city. There was also a light haze of gray mana there. The man was most likely the right hand of the Myriad. There would be a better chance of finding the leader if you went after his henchmen, and the girl too. And to the south of the road is Berg. The girl knocked on the door. She said that a message had arrived from the master of the Adventurers Guild in the city. The girl said it was urgent. They asked her what he wanted from a simple merchant. The man asked where they were. She would destroy anyone who mentioned her name once more, and she would kill anyone who stood in her way. She might even decide to attack them if she saw them. Safina is one of the three great crimson evils, and the worst enemy of all humans. There is something much more terrible. The boy asked not to scare the little children. The man laughed. The boy asked not to eat his food because he might have put poison in it. The man asked not to break his heart and asked why he would do that. The boy replied that they could not trust the kidnapper. He replied that the boy had misunderstood. The kidnapping had been done by someone else. He was often used as a servant, and he was the one who had saved him, protected him, given him shelter, clothes, and paid for many of his expenses. The boy said that he was just a big liar and was telling him stories about the girl. He said he was sad, and that they probably wouldn't be able to get along. The man asked the girl, "Subordinates never forgive the mistakes he makes, even if he apologizes sincerely." She replied that everything was fine now. The guy asked her not to fall for his bride. As he had already told them, they were in common danger, so escaping together was the most rational solution. He asked them to forget about the city for a while and just go north. The man said he wanted to return it to the girl. Without a token, you can't see other people's names. The boy was surprised that it was a title, and she had such a thing. The man shouted and asked how much longer the woman would make him wait. He didn't understand why some pathetic merchants like her were suddenly scheduling personal meetings with them. They told him that even if he scolded her like that, she still remained the representative of the house. He was asked to stop throwing a tantrum. He should have guessed by now why they were called. Even if it hadn't happened, they would have ended up sitting down at the negotiating table anyway, because it concerns the topic of the three crimson evils. The girl said that they haven't changed at all, and to hope that she didn't make them wait. It seems that she intends to gain complete power over Berg. The main topic of discussion at the meeting was one of the three great crimson evils heading straight for the coast. It was unknown what its purpose was. If it was coming from the north, it would most likely pass through the city first. The city was half destroyed. Their people received word from the Adventurers Guild. At last count, almost all the warriors were killed there. Her target is the main merchant with the company in Myriad. He was a well-known merchant whose activities were concentrated in the city. He had managed to establish a monopoly and, with his influence, worsen the turnover of servant sales in other areas, including Berg. They had been keeping an eye on him for quite some time. Most likely, it was because of the mission. He became a target because Safina accepted the mission, destroying the underground merchants and freeing the servants. He had heard about her. She was very strange because she continued to carry out missions for the Adventurers Guild, having a red name. If she suddenly gets it into her head to go to Berg, then only ruins will remain of it too. They need to take action immediately. They are in a very bad situation now and time is not on their side. They have almost no nice fighters left. No one knows how long it will take to get them back into action again. The man said that they were just show-offs and that they should use their great skills when people really needed them. They told him that if he said so, then he should send the Holy Knights after her. He insulted her and asked why he should waste the strength of his warriors on some red name. He had more important things to do. The girl called them fools. The beloved dragon child, driven by a specific goal, offered to simply not fulfill it for her. The girl asked why she was shirking. She was told that all the paperwork was very complicated and they had not received any information since the morning. She was told that although her duties as an administrator were important, she should not forget to keep an eye on those too. The girl said she thought things would be tough for him now. The other suggested going back to work. The man apologized and said he was in a hurry. He said he wanted to see the guildmaster. The man said he had no scheduled meetings, but he had valuable information regarding the three great crimson evils. He wants to send a request on behalf of Myriad to completely suppress the subpoena. If the guild already has a similar task, he is ready to support it with funds. So he asked to convey this to the leader. The girl replied that they had a completely different assignment. The organization issues a task to all adventurers during emergency situations, such as a monster invasion. The man said that they should hurry then because, as he said, it was extremely important, and asked what was going on. The girl replied that the Adventurers Guild had been given a mission to capture members of the Myriad Company. She told the man that he was under arrest. He said she was crazy. He didn't remember anything the company had done that was so bad that they deserved to be punished like that. She said they had set up a black market for them. The man said she was talking nonsense. He said it was legal, and they even got their badges renewed. But black market servants don't get that luxury and live in the slums. The guild uses that kind of service itself. The girl replied that all matters concerning prisoners fell under the jurisdiction of the Merchant Guild. They were merely persons carrying out orders from their superiors, and it would be better to simply surrender obediently. They had no evidence. There was no way this could be the reason for the guild's first order. In fact, he had seen something like this before. A quest with a reward and recognition from the guild was posted recently. He has no idea who came up with this idea. The man said that now he understood what was happening, and it was interesting. The three great crimson evils are the enemies of humanity. The adventurers of the city put their lives on the line to defeat them. He asked if they didn't think it was a pity to give him up as a sacrifice to protect Buru's adventurers. An order was given from above to surrender to them from all fronts. The damage he took from the lightning dodge still hadn't worn off. The man thought he should have bought more potions. They started telling him that he was just a wounded merchant. They would definitely be able to defeat him. The man used a thunder curtain. The woman said that the annoying posts kept coming one after another. The woman said there was a sign on the door that they were closed. In general, all the shops were closed. She asked to stop knocking on the door. The man asked to sell him a couple of potions. As the chief merchant of the Myriad Company approached Berg in a horse-drawn carriage, he spoke to Bayou. The boy noted that there was not a soul in the street, to which the man replied that they had apparently been informed of the arrival of one of the three great crimson evils. Stopping abruptly, the horse began to neigh loudly. The four children sitting in the carriage are thrown against each other by such a sudden stop. They do not understand what is happening. The man scolds the coachman for the unexpected stop and says he almost fell off his seat. Meanwhile, the children are lying on Rory's soft hair, which has become a substitute for a down pillow. The merchant looks out of the window and asks what caused the breaking. He stops speaking as soon as the tip of the sword approaches his face. He becomes serious. Two soldiers, threatening with weapons, give the order for everyone to get out of the carriage. The Myriad Company and the children got off the transport. They saw that they were surrounded by adventurers, who were also pointing their swords and spears at them. The two men, having made sure that the people they are surrounded are working for the company they need, promise that they will not harm anyone, only if the merchant goes with them. The blond man, whose face was covered in scars, addressed the adventurers. He compared them to bandits, saying how unfriendly they were. Meanwhile, not paying any attention to what was happening around her, Ruri was quietly eating the delicacies. The man in plate armor assures the people around him that the guild's mission had been announced long ago. Their task was to capture the people of the Myriad Company. Everything that is happening is simply the result of fulfilling that mission. The merchant asks in confusion what they are talking about, and whether they were informed about the invasion of the Red Name. After this question, the adventurers fall silent and lower their gaze to the ground. Adjusting his shirt, the head of the Myriad Company begins to burst into laughter. One of the group of adventurers is surprised by this reaction and says that there is nothing funny about it. The merchant, sitting on a wooden box, asks if the adored dragon child is really an A-rank adventurer. The people surrounding the carriage are shocked by this question. They understand that Master Myriad understood everything from the emotions that were expressed on their faces. One of the fighters of the trading company makes a proposal to get rid of the adventurers. However, the leader stops him. The merchant crosses his legs and asks how much money the adventurers were promised for completing this task. This question also causes surprise among the mercenaries. The leader of Myriad mocks them. He says that the great adventurers are bribing and do not even try to fight, only wanting to sacrifice him so that they themselves can survive. The man, out of pure interest, wants to know how much the mercenaries will receive for such a noble and worthy deed. An armored adventurer with an evil expression asks the merchant if he has one last wish before he goes to the afterlife. closing his eyes and beaming a smile at those around him. Master Myriad utters only one word. The company's leader offers the mercenaries a reward 100 times greater than what the guild offered in order to buy back their honor. This offer shocks the adventurers. The man in armor clearly shows that he doesn't believe him and asks if he decided to joke about the situation. The merchant, in turn, convinces everyone that this is no joke because Safina has caused a pogrom in Rozalik, and she will definitely not spare other people's lives, even if they beg for mercy. However, Master Myriad is going to fight to the end and wants to conduct the fight on his own terms. For this reason, he is ready to pay right now. Having assessed the warriors' ranks, he assumes that the guild could promise them 10,000 larks. The merchant is ready to give them 1,000,000 larks, even to each of them, if they agree, of course. The adventurers cannot believe it, because such a sum is simply indescribably huge. The dark-haired warrior raises his voice at Myriad, wanting to end this circus as soon as possible, since the amount named would take an ordinary person half a lifetime to earn. Moreover, offering it to each of the adventurers surrounding their crew is too much. The man with the scar on his face says that the man really does have money. He is a merchant and definitely has a passion for valuable things. The mercenaries, with surprised faces, did not know how to react to this information, but their blood boiled. Master Myriad believes that as adventurers, they used to be proud of participating in battles and fights. It is unlikely that all warriors would give up so easily. But they knew that the merchant was right. They did not deny the leader's words, that they wanted to sacrifice him to Safina, because that was indeed the case. Their pride could be restored right now, along with 100-fold percentage of profit. The man asked the adventurers if everything was okay. The merchant knew that in this situation, the words of anyone, even the weakest person, would have a great influence on them. With a grin, he tapped his token and advised everyone to hurry up and line up. Digital money is an intangible currency stored inside the owner's token. It could be exchanged like regular money. The merchant's token touched the token of one of the adventurers with a ringing metallic sound. 1,000,000 larks were credited to the mercenary's account. His resource amounted to 1,052,210 larks. Seeing this amount, the man, not believing his eyes, screamed with happiness. He held his token in his hands and exclaimed that he really had received the money. The head of the Myriad company looked at him and confirmed this and asked why he would lie. He also counted everyone and asked if there really were 23 mercenaries. Ruri, with her head held high, stood at the very end of the line, hoping to get money too. When it was finally her turn, the girl walked up to the merchant, held out her hand with the token, and bowed. The man looked at her awkwardly and thought that money really did blind. He asked Ruri if she really wanted to be hired by him, to which the girl nodded her head. Looking at the digger, he said that, unfortunately, he will not be able to hire her, as she already belongs to another owner. Also, this function does not work on her token. Ruri lowered her head in disappointment, but the merchant continued speaking. Master Myriad asked if she really owed the Leiserheimer company, as the man needed to speak to their boss. They were old friends. A bracelet sparkled in the merchant's hand, which Ruri noticed. She asked if his inventory was filled with candy. The man answered positively and also added that there were also coins inside. The head of Myriad extended his hand and sparkling coins poured out, right into the girl's palm. Ruri was so happy that she opened her mouth and looked happily at the money. The man said that he looked forward to further cooperation while the girl laid out her loot on the ground and counted it. Bio walked up to the merchant and looked at him seriously, standing at a short distance. The man noticed this and asked what the boy needed. Enthusiastically, Bayu said that he would fight too, because with 1,000,000 larks, he, Vida, and Kyle would pay off their debt. The Myriad company master calmly said that the boy had misunderstood everything regarding his action. Unlike him, the digger was worth the money, because she was special. The boy's voice sank to a scream. He claimed that he could fight, but the merchant only replied that this was out of the question. Bayo was sure the man was making fun of him, calling him a barking puppy who didn't understand fighting, but it was true. However, despite this, he couldn't just run away, as the status would still be there. The current situation presented a good opportunity to pay off everyone's debts in one fight. The boy was thinking about how to convince the merchant, since he was unlikely to be more eloquent. At this time, the man was sitting thoughtfully on a wooden box and scratching his head. He folded his arms and sat up straight, thinking about the situation. The head of Myriad looked at the boy seriously and said that he was old enough to understand the value of money, but he was still a child. He asked whether such a youngster could fight normally. Bayu, surprised by the merchant's words, opened his eyes wide. He turned to look at Ruri, Kyle, and Vita. Seeing how they were carefully counting the coins and smiling, he clenched his fist with the token. After this, he confidently said that he could handle it, hoping for the man's approval. Master Myriad smiled and looked at the boy promisingly. He agreed, and their tokens touched with a clang, confirming the deal. A special episode about how Kopatelnica cooks porridge, after which she asks you to open your mouth and make a drawn-out sound in order to eat it. In short, due to the current situation and circumstances. Tuguto caught a cold, so he is feeling very bad now. Ruri burst into his room, throwing open the door, and loudly announces that she has cooked porridge for him. The girl calls her dish digging porridge. The young man, in turn, asks the name again, to which Ruri resolutely repeats it. She began to explain that it was a legendary porridge with vegetables mashed with a shovel, which only real diggers are allowed to cook. It sounded like she was rapping. Next, the girl said that the dish was hot and blew on it, after which she scooped up some of the porridge with a spoon and brought it to her mouth to cool it with her breath. Chikuto silently watched the happy Ruri. After this, the digger transferred the porridge from the spoon to the shovel. After asking the young man to open his mouth, she brought the shovel towards him, to which Tuguto loudly asked if it was necessary to do it with a shovel. The Magic Ore City is divided into two parts, the main area and the outer area. The region that extends east along the foot of the mountain range and is located near the Magic Ore Cave is included in the main area, while the outer area is located west of the bridge over the Great River. And since the Holy Road runs through the outer region, you can often meet various merchants there who are looking for valuable ores. Usually those areas of the outer region are very lively. However, at present, due to the news of the invasion of the adored dragon child, everything in those areas has suddenly become quiet and deserted, except for one place where Bay was yelling at the head of the Myriad company, demanding to release him. Vita and Kyle, and promising to pay off the entire debt for the three of them. The boy has 1 million larks in his account, while Vita and Kyle are happily playing. The merchant says that as soon as the battle is over, he will do it. Bayu indignantly asks why he can't do it now, since the half-wolf is capable of fighting, to which the man calmly replies that the boy might disappoint him, and that would be a different story. The head of Myriad rubs his chin and pensively thinks that the frozen currency that Bayu owns is useless, since only the owner can use it. After some thought, the man says he will give the boy some coins, as well as permission to shop anywhere. Bayu takes the coins, confused. Realizing the situation, he decides to object that he didn't mean shopping. But at this time, one of the guards takes the master's attention, asking what they should do. The plump man asks what the boss thinks they can defeat one of the three red names. The merchant sighs and replies that he realizes that such a situation is impossible no matter what, since all the adventurers he hired are D and E ranks. Continuing his thought, he says that now it is necessary to go to Berg and enlist the support of the most powerful adventurers, trying to lure them to his side. One of the mercenaries interrupts him, voicing his concerns about the impossibility of carrying out this plan. This is because all the strongest adventurers are now in the dungeon Magic Ore Cave. The merchant looks at the man in confusion, and then turns his gaze to Ruri. He asks why this is necessary. Because this dungeon has already been conquered by this girl. Digger confidently walks towards the fruit and vegetable store without saying a word. She looks at the coin in her hand, confidently squeezes her palm, and turns her gaze to the door. Next, she knocks on it twice, hoping to buy herself a snack. Everyone watches this picture, silently. The adventurer breaks the silence by confirming the merchant's words, but informs that the problem lies in the sudden mutations that the dungeon underwent after being conquered. It began to change its structure. Dungeon mutation is an extremely rare occurrence where the labyrinth terrain is completely changed. The degree of change varies from small changes such as new monster species appear or complete redesign of routes, to large changes such as recreation of new layers of challenges. The man continued his story, informing the Myriad workers that the stairs leading to the unknown level have been recreated in the place where the trap called Garbage Pit was previously located. The new floor of the dungeon is equivalent to a mountain of treasure. Many hope to find chests and artifacts there. Therefore, all the high-ranking adventurers headed there. The merchant listened thoughtfully to the man, pondering his words. At this time, the employee of the fruit and vegetable store, the greengrocer Lotto, was rearranging boxes of goods and thinking out loud that, apparently, he would have to close the shop for a while. He stood up, putting his hands on his hips, and thought that the merchants had fled these districts, and so much effort and time had been spent on his shop, so he did not want to give it up, because he had been in this business for more than half his life. Even if the greengrocer seemed pathetic to others, he would not back down from his convictions. The man approached one of the boxes and picked up a fruit in his hand, saying that it was the season for vegetables and fruits. At that moment, there was a knock on the door, so the seller looked back. Looking at the entrance, he thought that someone had decided to play a joke, because there shouldn't be any customers at this time. Approaching the door and timidly opening it, the man looked out, confident that there were no people left in the street. Suddenly, a small hand grabbed his clothes and pulled them down, wanting to attract the seller's attention. Ruri stood and looked at him carefully, waiting for a reaction. The girl said one word, but the merchant was surprised by the child's status and did not immediately understand that she wanted to buy vegetables. Ruri handed the man a coin and said that she wanted to buy some vegetables, which made the seller even more surprised. In his hand lay a huge gold coin. Its value was a whole 100,000 larks. One bag of dried fruits, however, cost only 100 larks. He awkwardly asked if the girl had asked the owner if she could buy his goods, to which she shook her head. The merchant sadly said that he was sorry and that he could not sell her anything. Ruri puffed out her cheeks comically, showing her disappointment, which made the man feel embarrassed. However, the girl stood her ground, so she went up to Bayu, grabbed him by his clothes, and led him to the merchant, which surprised the greengrocer, seeing 3 more children. The boy at this time screamed in confusion and asked where they were going. Next, Ruri decided to give the boys a lecture on how healthy vegetables and fruits are, pretending to be a professor. At this time, Vita and Kyle listened attentively, and the merchant and Bay watched her awkwardly. Then the girl made a cute, sad face and said that if they ate them, the kids would feel better. After this picture, Vita and Kyle, looking at the mornab in fascination and holding it in their hands, handed what they wanted to, the half-wolf and the merchant, who looked at it awkwardly. When Bayu asked if Ruri wanted him to buy her some, the children began to dance happily, and the greengrocer enjoyed the wonderful sight. Seeing the boys' permit to buy, the seller was surprised at what kind of children they were. But his thoughts were interrupted by a woman, the merchant's wife. She suggested that they simply give everything to the children since they were going to throw away spoiling products anyway, to which the man agreed. The mornabs, which resembled tomatoes, were carefully cut into pieces to make them easier for children to eat. They were then seasoned with spices to improve the taste. A couple of traders watched with affection as the children ate the treats with great pleasure, skewering them on special wooden sticks. Zelenchik thought that this situation was very similar to a fairy tale, as well as the fact that one of the 3 great crimson evils had appeared in their city. At this time, the head of the Myriad Company thoughtfully said that they would not be able to gain enough strength even if they came to the guild. Suddenly, a silhouette flashed in the sky. Something was flying towards the adventurers and the company employees. Everyone, the guard, the mercenaries, and the leader looked towards the unidentified object. With a loud thud, the armored body fell to the ground. It was unrecognizable, and for the first few moments looked more like a huge red raindrop, due to the puddle and splashes that had formed. Everyone stared at the thing that had suddenly landed, realizing with horror what they had seen. Off the man, if he could still be called that at that moment, with a ringing metallic sound. It fell right at the feet of one of the adventurers. The adventurer reached for it. His hands were shaking, but he continued to slowly move them toward the ID card of the one who had fallen from the sky. Picking up the token, the mercenary read the name Katse. He continued to look at the find in horror. The leader of Myriad asked who he was talking about. The mercenary told him that the name he read from the piece of metal belonged to a key-crank adventurer, probably one of the strongest adventurers among all those who went hunting on behalf of the guild. This guy's body came from the west side. Apparently, someone had thrown him into the air so that he had flown all the way to this place, starting from the main street where the mercenaries had set out. And now, having fallen to the ground, all that was left of him was a pile of meat and a puddle of dark red liquid. The very embodiment of death, Safina, the adored child of the dragon, is already heading towards them. The guards of the head of Myriad were horrified and, breaking into a scream, asked the master what to do. A grin appeared on the man's face. He jumped up from the wooden box he'd been sitting on all this time, clapped his hands, and assured everyone that they would definitely defeat Safina, so there was no need to panic. One of the adventurers cried out that they had no chance of winning now, no matter how shameful it was to admit it. The merchant only asked who had given him permission to refuse his debt. However, he also added that he does not want his thoughts to be misunderstood, because his phrase does not mean that one should act recklessly now. So the merchant pointed his finger in the direction of the sharp stone peaks and ordered everyone to retreat in that direction. If one had to describe the essence of a man named Myriad in one word, the word warrior would do. Although he looks like a simple amateur when it comes to fighting, even though his level is barely double digits, he made a rather unusual move. An example of others who, when becoming adventurers, choose the path of swordsmen or sorcerers. This is very reminiscent of video games, where a choice of profession is provided for future superiority over others. Consequently, a person chooses the most optimal option for himself in order to achieve the goal. But Myriad decided to become a merchant because he believed that they were the most powerful of all. The carriage and horses moved through the main area of the magical ore city of Berg. It was surrounded by a group of about 24 mercenaries. Suddenly, something heavy crashed into the roof of the carriage. Everyone who was outside and inside the transport was surprised because the carriage moved with great stability. Lanza looked through the window to the passengers and said that it was very lively inside. Myriad only exclaimed that the man was already here. The leader did not look surprised. His expression was rather joyful. The children at that moment were amazed by such an unexpected guest. The man in the cloak that the wind was blowing continued to hold on to the carriage without getting in. He said with confidence that he had arrived in Berg much earlier than the head of Myriad. However, as he could see, things did not go quite according to plan. Lanza recalls how after visiting the guild, he went to the magic shop. He needed to buy a potion to restore his health. The old lady who works there said that she didn't care about Myriad Company or guild quests at all, because they were only given to adventurers. The merchant asked if she looked like one of the adventurers. Her gaze was contemptuous. Turning to Myriad, Lanza said that he was saved by a kind granny. However, he is much more concerned with the current situation. He voices his thoughts, in response to which he receives only a question from the leader about what is wrong. Perplexedly pointing a finger at Ruri, Lanza asks why she was taken along. At this moment, the girl turns her attention to him, tearing herself away from her delicacies. The merchant replies that he hired Digger because she is a valuable asset. The girl with horns solemnly confirmed the man's words, introducing herself. Ruri confidently added that they were going to win. Holding a stick-shaped vegetable in her hand, which she was about to eat, the girl demonstrated her masterful fencing skills. She used a piece of the delicacy as a sword. Lanza watched this attentively, without commenting. After this performance ended, the man in the cloak called the leader to the roof to clarify the situation. Myriad was glad to hear this proposal because he also wanted to discuss something. After they climbed onto the roof of the carriage, Lanza started the conversation first. He asked if the leader knew about the guild's mission, and also why there was a whole crowd of mercenaries running ahead of them. Myriad, leaning on the railing, replied that they were all allies, since he hired each of them for 1,000,000 larks. The mage exclaimed loudly in surprise. Continuing the dialogue on the roof, Master Myriad was finally able to ask the question that had been tormenting him. He wondered if Lanza knew that the digger belonged to the Lysheimer company when he stole it. The man in the cloak admitted that this was indeed the case, but the reason was his mistrust of the elf. He considered her too suspicious. There was always a shortage of workers in Berg when it came to magic ore. The Lysheimer company always needed miners, but their leader always behaved a little strangely. In addition to the current situation, Myriad eats up the curiosity about Lanza. Usually, the master uses a convenient excuse for his business, telling everyone about the desire to protect children, because others can do it. However, turning to the man in the cloak, the head clarifies whether he really did everything sincerely and openly. Lanza doesn't say a word, but he remembers how vulnerable Bayo, Kyle, and Vita looked. Myriad continued to talk about the slums being the area where the underground debtors without tokens first end up. It's a place that you definitely can't call habitable. Despite this, the man in the cloak found children there and handed them over for care. In turn, the head filled out all the necessary documents, promised to provide proper care and good shelter. However, even this fact will not change the essence of Myriad's business. And he understands this perfectly well and does not feel any compassion in this regard. He uses any means at hand to gain profit. The chief believes that Lanza is a man of completely different principles. The man in the cloak listens silently to his chief and does not dare to contradict him because everything he says is true. The master feels that the maid should become an adventurer again. Of course, given the fact that they will all survive. Lanza looked away and paused for a moment before answering that. Myriad, as always, was asking what he wanted. The head of the company, however, asked if he should have been more modest. He seemed relaxed, despite the circumstances. Then the master continued to tell about his plan. In order to defeat the Red Name, he was going to go to the Magic Ore Cave and hire all the greatest adventurers there. Each rank had a considerable amount of money, 5 million larks for each C rank, 10 million for each B rand, and 100 million for each B rand, and 100 million for A rank. If he offered them such amounts, the deal should go smoothly. As soon as the sums were announced, Lanza exclaimed with undisguised surprise that Myriad was going to ruin the company. He was harsh, but worried about the master's decision. The master, without answering the question, only asked the magician what would happen if he could defeat all of the 3 great crimson evils, the strongest in the world. He looked at his subordinate attentively, resting his chin on his hands. His glowing eyes and slightly frightening smile only emphasized Myriad's desire. He wanted to be the best, and now was the right moment. To miss it would be simply unforgivable. The wagon continued to move forward rapidly, with the mercenaries surrounding it keeping up. The younger brother Bellamy stood on the outside of the carriage, keeping a close eye on the situation so he could protect the leader and the other passengers. The carriage passed close to the clock tower, on top of which a figure could be seen. It stood next to the bell, as if stalking prey. The guard saw this with his keen eyes. He was attracted by the long hair fluttering in the wind. The girl stood on the tower, holding on with only one hand. This place was perfect for a good view. The adored child of the dragon knew that her prey would appear soon. She just had to wait a little longer. As soon as she noticed the carriage, she squeezed the hand that was holding onto the stone column. The material could not withstand such force, and cracked with a loud sound. One of the 3 great crimson evils broke off the stone. Her pupils narrowed and her gaze became like that of a snake or dragon looking at its prey. The younger brother Bellamus only managed to warn the unsuspecting passengers of the carriage about the danger, covering the entrance to the transport with his body. After that, something flew into the carriage at great speed. Events unfolded so quickly that of all the people, only Lanza, Belanus' older brother, and Digger Ruki managed to notice what had happened. Only 3 people witnessed that lightning-fast incident. A small object flew at them from behind. The younger Bellamy's brother used his left arm to protect the master and the others, but unfortunately, it was lost. The projectile ricocheted and partially destroyed the roof of the carriage. Lanza looked at the destruction and the red name. It turned out to be a very ordinary stone, which made the man stand in a stupor. The girl, whose hands were wrapped in bandages, looked at the people with a predatory gaze. Observing the situation, Myriad said that she had already arrived. Rure, the leader, and Lanza directed their gaze to the tower, anticipating the battle. After what happened, the mercenaries alerted the others, shouting that the dragon's beloved child was already here. One of the red names watched the cart and the destruction it caused. Seeing that her attack had not stopped the people, she dug her hands into the column from which she had previously broken off the stone. Then, with one movement, the girl tore a large piece out of the structure, intending to continue what she had started. Myriad, watching this, ordered his men to hide. Safina threw the column at her target. The other brother Belanus managed to cast the spell Stonewall and erect a magical shield formed from the earth. Lanza was also able to strengthen the defense with Wall of Solid Mud. The mages did this almost simultaneously. A huge projectile flew into the defense with a roar. Despite this, fragments of the stone block fell under the wheels of the cart. This wooden design beginning to collapse. The coachman managed to react, thanks to which the carriage turned sharply into the nearest alley, and no one was hurt. The mercenaries ran forward. The warrior in armor pointed out to Master Myriad where to run. For safety, they planned to reach the Magic Ore Cave through the alleys. Lanza seriously and asked if he could handle it. The magician got out of the carriage and looked at the man. The blond man with scars on his face kept his piercing gaze on his colleague. The master asked if Lanza could hold off the adored dragon child so that he could escape and gain more power. The man looked at him in surprise, his mouth slightly open. He imagined a boy with bruises and burns on his face, who smiled despite his condition. Lanza smiled and said that Myriad would definitely become the strongest and told him to go. A grin appeared on the face of the head of the company. The master addressed the digger, saying that it was her time to shine. The girl stood by the cart and clenched her fists. She raised her eyebrows slightly and opened her mouth in surprise. Myriad also looked at Bayu and told him that the boy would also stay here. The half-wolf's fur stood on end in surprise and fear. At this time, the elder brother Belamis took Vita and Kyle by the arms. The leader looked at them and said that he would take these two with him. In the background, the younger brother Belamis tied his left hand with a rope and poured a potion on it. The children who were taken by the plump man cried and called for their brother, who was trembling and looking at them. He knew it would be safer for the boys, so he nodded heavily. He was worried because Vita and Kyle were his family, whom he was protecting. The adventurers urged the master on. However, before leaving, Myriad asked Lanza to give him his token, despite the rush. Their metal tokens touched, confirming the transfer funds. The magician was perplexed and asked why the chief had given him so much money. The master gave a brief order to hire the Emperor of the Evil Eye. He continued speaking, but was ready to jump up at any moment. Myriad heard from adventurers that the magic aura cave was conquered by him and Digger. His instinct tells him that the guy will come here, to the battle site. Lanza shouted at the man's back that this was going too far. The leader just smiled and continued moving forward, saying that he was counting on the mage. Moving quickly across the rooftops, the girl jumped from one house to another, eventually arriving at the place. She glanced at those on the street, between the stone buildings. Lanza, Ruri, and Bayo were waiting for the adored dragon child. They all clenched their fists in anticipation of the battle to begin. The faces of the three fighters expressed different emotions. The digger looked calmer than all of them, even a little dreamy. The magician looked at his opponent seriously. The boy was scared, trying not to tremble. He even broke out in a cold sweat. The girl took a small pocket watch in her hand and pointed it towards her opponents. Lanza was emitting a magical trail of mana that looked like smoke trailing behind the man. Safina could see it. Previously, the man could not understand how she found him so quickly, but now everything became clear. She was helped by a magical tracking device, which he called the Nei-On artifact. If the girl is pursuing him, and not Myriad, then the condition of use comes down to tracking the blood or mana of the target. Lanza, pointing his finger at Safina, continued his monologue. He said that in the past he believed that mage warriors were the strongest. The man asked if the girl's strong point was really in magic. Her outrageous mana reserve was clearly not for show. The bearer of the red name listened to the mage in silence. An attempt to start a conversation to buy time failed, but the girl still stood there. The man asked if she was going to ask where Myriad was. Safina's gaze was indifferent. The adored child of the dragon replied that everything was fine, and she already knew this information. The girl directed her gaze towards the alley where the leader and the mercenaries had disappeared. Lanza realized that one of the three great crimson evils had figured it out. At that moment, Bayo came up to the man from the side and bumped his shoulder into the magician's arm. The boy was shaking with fear. Sweat appeared on his face. He did not know what to do, even though he wanted to help. The mage looked at the half-wolf and remembered Myriad's words about using any available means. The man wondered if their principles of doing business were really that different. An unusual idea appeared in his head. Bayo was surprised, and his mouth dropped open when Lanza grabbed the boy by his clothes and said he wanted to use him for a moment. The man swung his arm to throw, which only made the boy more confused. The half-wolf screamed as the mage launched him into the air with one hand. Safina was distracted by the boy and turned her gaze to him. Lanza had calculated everything. He took advantage of this moment to cast the lightning thread spell on the girl. Lightning magic is, by its nature, extremely fast, which almost guarantees that it will hit the enemy. However, since the lightning created is very difficult to control, even the caster cannot accurately predict its trajectory, so it is necessary to determine the path of the target's mana in advance. While the magician circled around the girl and distracted his rival with the help of the boy, he was able to create lightning behind his back, in her blind spot. He was sure that the plan would work because the lightning was directed straight at Safina's back and almost touched her body. Safina, in surprise, feeling something strange. It was as if the lightning had been erased by something invisible and gigantic that surrounded and protected the adored dragon child. Bayu flew to the girl with a scream. His face was filled with horror. Safina looked at him with contempt and, with a slight movement of her hand, swung her arm to deflect the living projectile flying at her. The boy closed his eyes, anticipating the unpleasant sensations. The magician, at this time, thought that anyone would die from his attack because it was unstoppable. Or, at least, it was so before. As the red name's hand was about to touch Bayu, something soft appeared between them, blocking the blow. Ruri managed to push the boy away so that he wouldn't get hurt. The girl looked at the children in surprise, not expecting anyone to dodge her attack. The digger fell to the ground with the boy. The half-wolf lost consciousness from the shock and just lay there. Ruri glanced at the dragon child, and in an instant, she took out her favorite shovel, striking a cool pose, pointing her weapon at Safina. The girl said that she was a bad person because she threw a stone at them. Next, she pointed the shovel at Lanza and said that he was also a bad person because he had offended Bayu. The magician started to say something about the current moment and the situation they found themselves in, but he stopped. At this time, the carriage in which Tugudo was riding stopped in front of the gate to Berg. The driver said that he could not go any further because one of the three great crimson evils might be in the city. The boy said that he understood and would go himself. He also said that it would probably be faster to walk. Tugudo adjusted the sleeve of his shirt to make it easier to move. With a corresponding expression on his face, the young man monologued in his head about how his muscles had indeed increased since he came to this world. However, he was still far from the other men surrounding him there. The boy's thoughts were visited by a picture of himself in the form of a rock made of muscle mass, on whose shoulder sat the girl sheep Ruri. She called him to fight with someone. Doubt crept into the boy's head that anyone would try to kidnap Ruri if the boy looked exactly like that. When Sugudo tried to ask Agatha about this at her consultation center, even though she herself persistently corrected him, calling this place a magic item store, she limited herself to hinting at the similarity of their thoughts with the digger, while lamenting discontentedly. Agatha shared with the boy that the girl had come earlier and asked the same question. Ruri was wondering if the woman had any potion to become muscular and strong. In her head, she had a picture of a large, muscular woman with horns, screaming that she was cool, she wouldn't get kidnapped, and she could protect Suguto. The boy immediately remembered how the sheep had been waving a shovel in front of him lately and decided to guess what it could mean. Agatha confirmed that it was just muscle training. She also advised the boy to train with Ruri if he wanted to become stronger, since she didn't have any potions for building muscle and strength. Ruri, holding the shovel with one hand, pointed at Lanza and Safina, calling them both bad people. The mage watched the situation with a serious expression. The gaze of the digger exuded confidence, and Bayu at this time did not quite understand what was happening. He continued to lie on the ground, but raised himself up on his hands. Safina, standing still, began to recite a phrase about what would happen if you stood in her way. The next moment, she rushed from the place. The continuation followed, that such a person will die. She wanted to continue the sentence, but she could not. The girl tried to attack Lanza, but the man managed to cast the spell Lightning Invisibility. Safina hit the mage in the stomach, and his body seemed to split into two parts. However, in an instant, these parts seemed to grow together, shining brightly, which confused the girl a little. This spell turns a man's body into lightning for a moment, and he used it just in time. One of the three great crimson evils looked at Lanza with undisguised surprise. At that moment, while the girl was distracted, Ruri attacked her with a shovel from behind, but she rushed down and was able to dodge. Lanza was surprised that Safina could do this, because Digger were shooting from a complete blind spot. The man even seriously considered that the girl might have eyes in the back of her head. While the red name dodged, the magician chose the right moment and struck. He decided that the most vulnerable place at that moment was the girl's stomach, so he kicked her with all his might. Safina did not have time to react in time. She was thrown towards a nearby building where there were market stalls, causing a loud noise. The mage was relieved that physical attacks were working if he managed to push her aside. At that moment, he noticed something approaching him from the other side. It was Ruri who swung the shovel at the man. She was upset at his actions and wanted to protect Bayu. Lanza tried to stop her by shouting at the girl, but Digger prepared to strike, continuing to call the man a bad person. The magician grabbed the shovel with one hand and raised the hands in the air. She was angry and kicked in every way, trying to force him to put the girl down on the ground. The man, meanwhile, continued trying to bring her to her senses. When he realized that orders were not working, because she was still a child, Lanza decided to apologize and calm down. Ruri shouted back at him that he needed to ask Bae for forgiveness because the man had offended him. The magician turned towards the boy and shouted words of apology for throwing him. The half-wolf was perplexed by this turn of events. Digger calmed down and told the man not to do it again. He put her down on the ground, after which Ruri sat on her knees and said contentedly that she forgave him, nodding her head once. The girl continued to say that Suguru would definitely be much angrier if he saw this picture. Lanza, interrupting her, asked who she was talking about. He assumed that she was talking about the Emperor of the Evil Eye. Rory, ignoring the man's words, said that she would definitely be stronger if Tuguta were here, since he was her partner. However, he wasn't here. Safina jumped out from the direction of the market stalls. She shook off the dust and flour she had landed in. There was not a scratch on her. The magician, noticing this, thought that he would not be able to cause her any harm. Despite Ruri's words, the power of the Evil Eye Emperor remained a mystery to the man. However, with this girl, as well as the shovel and her title, he was confident that they would be able to crush the enemies. Lanza asked Digger a question. He wanted the girl to activate her title power again, since that was what she used to escape the dungeon. Ruri looked at him blankly and asked what he was talking about. Lanza said he was talking about the moment she blew the door to the dungeon to pieces. After a few moments, Ruri's eyes filled with brilliance, and she became very enthusiastic. Only now did she fully realize that this was the power of her title. The girl decided to make sure of this and tried to stick the shovel into the stone covering under her feet. This was done with ease. The mage's face became filled with determination. He said that this was practically irresistible force, a truly terrifying power. However, now the promises would sound terrible. Lanza suggested that they attack Safina first, and the girl would have to finish her off. He asked if the sheep could handle the task. Rui's heartstrings were tugged by words like promise, terrifying power, and responsibility for completing the task. Her ears twitched vigorously from the pleasant sensations. The girl enthusiastically raised the shovel above her head and happily asked to leave this task to her. As Rory and Lanza stood in front of Safina, Bayu was behind his allies, thinking about how he had never been in a battle before. But still, looking at these three, he could confidently say that they were all incredibly strong, and this time the heroes will attack first. Lanza used several spells to strengthen himself. To do this, he improved agility, strength, and defense. As an adventurer, he created his own technique. It involved circling around the enemy to get closer and distract them, causing his comrades to fall into the enemy's blind spot. The man moved swiftly next to Safina. Then he took out a vial of potion from under his cloak and threw it at his opponent. The girl instinctively broke the bottle, but that was what the magician had counted on. An unusual liquid remained on her bandaged hand. While using the tactic, Lanza decided to use the element of surprise and use his improved potion. The bottle contained a poison that was difficult to defend against. He hoped that something would even delay the girl for a moment. The mage wanted to limit the options of what she could do to create the right opportunity. As she knocked the potion away, the girl raised her hand, blocking her view a little. The man tried to seize the initiative and rush towards Safina to punch her. However, it was just a trick to distract attention. The mage was going to use his leg so that the girl would not have time to dodge. The dodging ability of one of the three great crimson evils was astonishing and lived up to expectations, so the attack failed again. Safina, jumping and dodging with incredible grace, did not expose herself to any blow. Lanza did not slow down and continued his attempts, hoping to hit or at least distract his opponent. To Bayu, their battle looked like a dance. The boy watched it with his mouth open, his face expressing a mixture of surprise and delight. The mage thought that despite the increase in agility, the girl was still able to dodge all of his continuous attacks at equal intervals. But he did not give up, because this was part of their plan. As soon as Lanza waited for the right moment, he cast the spell Electric Kick. his legs sparkling with lightning discharges. His magical martial art consisted of increasing the strength and speed of his strike by stimulating his muscles with electricity, and the attack itself had a chance to cause paralysis in the opponent due to the lightning strike. Lanza made this high-speed attack to break the rhythm. The girl dodged the blow again. Ruri's silhouette appeared behind Safina. This was also part of their plan. The girl jumped up and pointed the shovel at the red name. The sun was shining on the sheep. Her hair looked like a cloud. Under normal circumstances, with one leg raised and the upper body bent backwards, Safina would have had no time to dodge at all. But the girl saw Ruri approaching from behind and knew that she could easily dodge with one push while she was on the ground. But the magician was sure that she was not normal, so he used the spell Quagmire. The stonework under Safina's foot began to turn into a swamp, which made it unstable. The girl no longer touched a solid surface and was in a vulnerable state. Lanza had hopes for Ruri, because if everything went smoothly and Digger could do what was required of her, they would be able to neutralize their opponent. It would be checkmate for Safina. Tuguto paused to regain his composure as he walked towards one of the three great crimson evils, his shoulders heaving with rapid breathing and his shirt collar sticking out in all directions. He stood in front of a crimson pool of flesh, his face worried, not knowing who it belonged to or what had happened here. Coming closer and picking up the piece of metal, the guy read the name of the adventurer it belonged to on the token. He sighed because the body did not belong to his partner. The door of one of the shops opened slightly, and an agitated man looked out. He looked at the puddle with fear. Suguto approached the shopkeeper and loudly asked if he had seen the Pecorino girl. He was worried about Ruri and wanted to find her quickly. The man asked if the boy was talking about the girl who belonged to the company Lisaheimer. She had recently bought vegetables in his shop, along with other guys from Myriad. The shopkeeper asked in fear if it was real blood, and also confirmed that someone from the three great crimson evils had indeed gone to Berg, targeting Myriad. Suguto, hearing this information, immediately rushed out. The guy didn't have any time. He ran as fast as he could. Ruri was in danger, and he had to protect her. On the battlefield, Digger looked at her shovel in surprise. The half-wolf also watched this scene with his mouth open. Safina's right foot was stuck in the created liquid. The girl was lying on the ground, holding Ruri's shovel with one hand. She was able to stop the blow. Everyone looked at the tip of the shovel resting on the bandaged palm of the red name and couldn't believe what they saw. Lanza's plan had failed. The sheep was shocked that the irresistible force was stopped, and there was not a single mark on the girl's palm. The next moment, Safina came to her senses and with one blow knocked away the weapon she was holding in her palm. She instantly grabbed Ruri by the head with one hand and angrily threw her to the ground, not letting go of the girl. One of the great crimson evils did this several more times, until a dent formed in the stonework beneath them. The girl finally let go of the sheep and left it lying face down. A puddle of burgundy color began to spread from Ruri's head. Lanza couldn't believe his eyes. He thought it was impossible. Accepting the situation and resigned to defeat, he decided to run. Safina noticed this and rushed headlong towards the man. As soon as they got close, she struck the mage in the stomach, pushing him away from her. Luckily, Lanza managed to use lightning dodge again, allowing him to escape unharmed and his body to heal again. Safina delivered another series of blows, which the magician continued to dodge in the same way. The girl was fast. The man did not lag behind her. Then, the adored dragon child launched another lightning strike. But this time, Lanza cast his spell a split second late and didn't have time to defend himself. His cloak continued to flutter, and there was a huge gash in his side. It was as if a chunk of flesh had been ripped out of the man. Lanza started coughing, and a viscous red liquid was oozing out of his mouth. Safina licked her lips at the sight. She was holding a piece of his flesh in her hand. The man lost his balance and began to fall. He smiled faintly, hoping that he had bought enough time for the chapter. The magician was calm and counted on Myriad. The man's body collapsed to the ground. Safina stood between him and the sheep that lay behind him. Crimson puddles flowed from under both bodies. They did not move. Bayou looked at them in horror, afraid to do anything. Feeling his gaze on her, the girl turned in his direction. The boy was paralyzed with fear. He knew that anyone who stood in Safina's way or showed her the wrong way would die. And now, if she caught his eye, Bayou would suffer the same fate. Sweat was running down his face, and his eyes were filled with fear. The boy remembered Kyle and Via, who had been taken away by Myriad's men. He couldn't leave them. The desire to protect his family was stronger than his fear, which meant he had to fight. Bayu reached for the blade that hung on his belt. Shuguto ran deeper into the city, following the tracks of Ruri and Myriad's men. He saw a severed left arm, a destroyed road, and scattered debris. The further he ran and the more traces of battle he saw, the more anxiety grew. Finally, the boy stopped. Before his eyes appeared a battlefield on which several people were lying. He saw fluffy hair and a familiar bow. The girl's body did not move, which made Suguto despair. Just like the time when several adventurers injured Ruri, the boy began to be filled with bloodlust, anger, and remorse. His gaze was filled with boiling darkness. Horror and hatred were written on his face. He wanted revenge. The boy jumped up and ran towards Ruri, shouting her name, hoping that she would wake up. Suguto is sitting in an exceptional, mysterious space of time. He has a sheet of paper with a schedule in his hands. Ruri's cooking was scheduled now. However, the girl is deeply depressed by the development of the main story. She sits with her knees drawn up and cries quietly. Considering the situation, Suguto is also depressed, but this time was also given to express gratitude to Granny, so they can't do anything at all. Suguto do the cooking this time instead of Ruri. After some time, Suguto managed to cook the dish. He used the tomato-like vegetables they had seen earlier. The cooking scenes were completely cut. The guy made a simple mornab paste. He tells how he fried crushed garlic and olive oil, added chopped mornabs, covered it, and heated it up. Then he mixed it with cooked pasta. It turned out to be a beautiful dish. Suguto was hitting the ladle on the shovel and calling Rory, saying that it was time to eat. The girl looked back at the sounds of the shovel. The boy turned around and decided to do something else. He pointed his hands forward and loudly cast the spell Summon Granny, after which magic circles and a bright light appeared on the ground. From the circle, the merchant Agatha began to appear in confusion. She was surprised that the boy could use magic. Suguto replied that he had learned it. Lanza had used too many spells during the last battle. It had gotten on the boy's nerves so much that he had decided to learn magic himself. However, it would only be enough to summon Granny. Agatha and Rory looked at the dish the boy had prepared. It looked very appetizing and beautiful. The boy said that Granny was currently bound by a contract with him, so she couldn't come back until she ate the paste. Suguto was asked not to suddenly create such a scary situation. Agatha decided to try the boy's dish and, having wound a little on her fork, ate a piece. She said that this would help herself. The grandmother ate in silence, thinking about the taste of the paste. It was quite edible, but raw and rather bland. And also, the skin of the mornabs, which the boy did not remove, stuck to his mouth. Suguto looked at the woman attentively and waited for her to say something. He was interested in the result of his first independent cooking. Agatha looked at the boy from under her brows. Taking pity, the grandmother said that for a first time, the dish was very good. Ruri really liked vegetables as the main ingredient, so she said that the boy gets a flower circle, the equivalent of a gold star, in tests and exams. Grandma Agatha advised peeling the mornabs, and to peel them off easily, you just need to put the vegetables in hot water. Ruri was cutely eating pasta, twirling it around her fork, while Suguto asked Granny to tell him something this time. The boy was interested in the status tokens and name windows. Grandma said that while you have the token, if you concentrate on another person, you can open their name window. However, it will not open if you are far away from each other. You can only check 3 things with it. If you want to know more details, you need to take another person's token and then use magic to equip it. When a person first receives a token, the mana that flows from the soul to the body flows freely into it, causing the token to also be equipped. Suguto, with an attentive expression on his face and his eyes closed, firmly replied that he understood everything. However, he was too worried about Ruri to realize any of this. The boy helped the sheep use a shovel-shaped spoon in addition to a fork to make it easier for her to eat. The grandmother replied that this was not surprising. Agatha looked at her name window, where a different job had appeared. She was no longer a merchant, but was listed as a familiar. Suguto. Rory looked at the boy and asked about his portion. The boy replied that he forgot to cook for himself, but would be happy if the sheep happily ate hers. The girl blinked in surprise and tried to take the food in a new way. She finally managed to twirl the noodles on her fork beautifully. The sheep brought a fork to the boy to feed him, and said that he should be happy too. Suguto tried his dish. Granny was watching them at that moment. The boys thought that Agatha also wanted Rory to feed her. Despite her denial of this fact, the grandmother did not resist. After this, she returned, seemingly satisfied. Looking at the bodies of people lying on the floor, Suguto thought that his discovery was 2 maroon puddles. Noticing the girl, he ran towards her, shouting her name. Sitting down next to her, the young man tried to assess Rory's condition. Seeing the wound on her head, he decided that it was better not to move her. Raising his hand to the girl's face, he felt the movement of air. The sheep was still breathing. The boy looked around, assessing the situation. They were on the main street of the main district. The aunt's shop was very close. It was necessary to go for potions now. The young man noticed another body lying a little further away. Suguto had seen this guy in the company of Myriad. There was no one else on the street, so he assumed that Lanza and Ruri had fought each other to that extent. He was filled with hatred for the man, and his gaze became terribly angry. The window for the mage's name was still open, meaning that he was most likely still alive. Suguto didn't want Lanza to target Ruri again while the boy was away. Placing his hand on the blade that was in the sheath, the guy decided that he had to solve all subsequent problems. He moved decisively towards the lying body. Looking at the merchant's face, the young man began to take out his weapon, when suddenly he heard the sound of footsteps. Someone was approaching them. Suguto turned around and saw the half-wolf. Bayo, with tears in his eyes, was holding a whole bunch of potions in his hands. He stopped for a moment when he saw the boy. After this, the boy ran up to Ruri to help her. The boy grabbed the boy, trying to figure out what he was doing, but Bayo broke free and told him to let him go. The half-wolf opened the potions one by one and carefully poured them onto the lying girl. He threw the empty bottles aside. Suguto watched as the boy used 1, 2, and then 3 potions. After a while, the sheep finally opened its eyes. The girl stood up with difficulty while both boys were nearby. The young man approached the sheep and took her by the face, checking if everything was okay. He asked, breaking into a shout, if everything was okay. Ruri calmly mumbled that she was fine. The next moment, realizing who was in front of her, the girl joyfully shouted the guy's name and put her hands on his legs. The lamb hugged Suguto, butting him a little with her horns. She asked if he had come to save the girl. The young man, turning his gaze to Bayu, replied that he had not saved her. The half-wolf stood and cried with happiness, looking at them. His ears dropped a little. Ruri thanked the boy for saving her. Byohi began to cry even harder and fell to his knees. He broke into sobs and said that she was wrong and that the boy did not deserve her gratitude. Suguto asked what happened here, and the boy began to remember what happened after Safina defeated those two. He couldn't hold back his tears. Bayu kept his hands on his sheathed blade as he looked at his fallen friends. One of the 3 great crimson evils was approaching him. The boy's fur stood on end, and his tail turned into a fluffy ball. The adored child of the dragon simply walked past without touching the boy. He was like a pebble on the side of the road. The girl didn't even look at him as an enemy, as if there was no one else here except her. For a moment he thought that in that case, Kyle and Vita would be left alone too. Bayu wondered if he could just up and walk away from here, as if nothing had happened. The boy thought he heard the children still screaming. His ears remembered the moment of their separation. He decided then that he would not feed this weak hope of salvation and sit idle. Gritting his teeth, the half-wolf resolutely began to pull his weapon out of its sheath. He glared at Safina with a look full of fury. The girl, noticing this, turned around and looked threateningly at the boy, as if telling him not to come closer. From this piercing gaze, the half-wolf's legs gave way, and he staggered and fell to the ground. With one sharp movement of its foot, one of the 3 great crimson evils drew a line between her and the sitting boy. Dust rose from the resulting depression. It looked as if the ground was starting to smoke. The girl said that Bio would lose his legs if he dared to cross that line. At that moment, all the boys' bones refused to go to help Kyle and Vita. Even if he knew they were in danger, the half-wolf was too scared to go. So, to help in some way, he decided to bring potions. The boy cried as he told his story. He said he wanted to repay Ruri because she had helped him time and time again. Chuguto remembered the names of the children he had seen on Myriad's lists. He listened thoughtfully to the story. If the half-wolf was not lying, then all the information corresponded to the young man's knowledge. The girl, having listened to the story, looked around in search of her shovel, which Safina had thrown away earlier. As it turned out, the tool was lying not far from her. Picking up her weapon, the girl began to dig up the line drawn by the adored dragon child. Ruri said that Bayo was no longer alone. He had saved the girl. A little out of breath, but having completed her work, the girl leaned on the shovel and, turning to the half-wolf, proudly said that there was no line here now. The boy looked at this, and tears continued to flow from his eyes. After the little sheep confirmed Bayo's words and suggested going to help everyone, Tsuguto thought about her suggestion. The girl said it as if it was a trifle. He lowered his eyes. While the young man was deep in thought, Ruri approached the lying Lanza and poured one of the potions that the half-wolf had brought onto him. Tsuguto turned his attention to her and exclaimed that the act was, of course, noble, but this man was their enemy. The girl looked at the guy thoughtfully. Squatting, she continued to pour the potion. The girl said that Lanza promised not to do anything bad anymore, so now he seems to be their ally. After these words, the magician opened his eyes. Yuri tried to explain the situation to her partner, which shocked him. He was surprised and asked her again if the girl really agreed to work for Myriad for 1,000,000 larks. She confirmed these words, to which the young man again clarified whether the sheep understood that the leader was also a bad guy. Puffing out her cheeks, the girl said that the man gave her a lot of candy, so maybe he really is a good person. Tsuguto's hair stood on end. He took the candy from the digger and began to eat it. She watched awkwardly. Based on the boy's assumptions, Kyle and Vita were not in any particular danger right now. The boy thought about this with his mouth full of candies, trying to chew them. Ruri looked sadly at the empty bags of treats. However, their enemy is an unpredictable red name, one of the 3 great crimson evils. Anyone, one way or another, can be eaten, or she can simply change her mind at any moment and pounce on a defenseless. Bayo stood with his hand pressed to his chest. He asked if he had any right to go to their aid, since he had already abandoned these 2 children once. The young man looked at the half-wolf and asked if there was any point in regretting it now. The boy turned his gaze to him. The young man finished his thought by saying that one can only regret it when it is too late. Bayo looked at his friends with inspiration and took a step towards them, proudly stepping over what had been the line drawn by Safina. He walked towards Ruri and Tsuguto. Lanza began to come to his senses and became strong enough to stand up. He addressed the Emperor of the Evil Eye with an official request from the Myriad Company. The magician asked him, an F-rank adventurer, to eliminate the adored dragon child. The youth froze as soon as he heard his words. Turning around, he looked at Lanza with an angry look, asking if this was a joke. After all, if so, then she was very bad. The man asked if he could explain everything. He pointed his finger at Ruri, who was holding a shovel in her hands, getting ready to go. The mage said that the girl was indebted to the Leesheimer Company. The sheep looked at the man emotionlessly. Memories of that horrible elf he had encountered before surfaced in Tsuguto's mind. The guy hissed, not wanting to agree with Lanza's words, even though he knew it was the truth. The man didn't want to go into details, but he suspected that this whole situation with one of the 3 great crimson evils and the hunt for Myriad was connected to the ongoing underground trade. Most likely it was arranged by Leisheimer herself. The mage finished his thought by saying that, knowing this information, the leader was going to kill Safina. Tsuguto got angry, his face distorted with anger. He asked Ruri how much the sheep owed its owner. His voice broke into a scream. The girl began counting on her fingers. After some time, she replied that she owed Leisheimer about 4,300,000, which shocked the boy. Ruri, who was forbidden from working in other places due to the rules, could not hunt monsters to level up. She was expected to spend her entire life in the mine, endlessly mining ore. But one day, she met a man who knew almost nothing about this world. Ruri told Tsuguto about her dream of becoming an adventurer. The young man thought the dreams only brought despair, because they were constantly treated unfairly. He turned to Lanza, accepting the offer and agreeing to get rid of one of the 3 great crimson evils. Then he shouted that the payment should also correspond to the task. The young man demanded an amount that would be enough to free Ruri. His face was full of confidence. The magician smiled and reassured the boy. He said that Myriad seemed to be willing to buy him for a decent amount. The man held out his token to make the deal. He added that the reward for this task would be 10 million larks. At this time, a group of people were stationed near the entrance to the dungeon Magic Ore Cave. The leader of Myriad was looking at the place where they would go. One of the mercenaries informed the chief that many adventurers were currently exploring the new floors that had appeared after the mutation. It was impossible to explore the entire dungeon in one day. Most would prefer to return to the surface and rest. Some groups were already heading inside to call people back. The warrior said with a serious expression that, most likely, if all of Berg's adventurers had gathered here, there would be more than 150 people here. Myriad calmly replied that he needed to hire them all. The man sat on the chair as if on a throne. He looked down on everyone with his bold and predatory gaze. The head of the company intended to buy their desires, their honor, their courage. Acquire all mercenaries fully. The Emperor of the Evil Eye carried the lamb on his back while Lanza and Bayo followed behind them. Ruri asked if the boy was okay, to which he confidently replied that he was feeling much better than the girl who was suffering from blood loss. The young man turned his attention to the man. It didn't look like his flesh and torn body parts had fully recovered either, but he still looked ready to fight. As he walked forward, the young man tried to figure out what their chances of winning were, even if they reached the Magic Ore Cave. Lanza, as if understanding the boy's thoughts, decided to ask if Tuguto had any plan to defeat the Red Name. Even the promising, unstoppable force turned out to be useless. At the last sentence, the Emperor of the Evil Eye turned to Lanza, while Ruri pulled the boy's ears. She wanted to go down to the ground. The girl took her shovel and stuck it into the nearest boulder, showing how easily the tool entered the stone. The young man was surprised, to which the sheep happily declared that it was all the power of the digger. The mage also said that she managed to hit Safina. However, this attack couldn't even penetrate the skin of the adored dragon child. Bayu chimed in, suggesting that a shovel was not a weapon. It was a tool used by humans, so perhaps they would not be able to exert any force against a human. Ruri puffed out her cheeks like a child and hugged her shovel, calling it the best. Suguto listened attentively to the half-wolf and thought about something. A thought came to his mind. The young man went to the nearest tree and asked the girl to hit it. The sheep looked questioningly at her partner, but said nothing. She swung and hit the trunk with all her might. With a metallic sound, the shovel bounced off the tree. Bayo was surprised by the result. He looked at Ruri with his mouth open. Lanza came to the conclusion that the shovel had no effect on living beings, meaning it was useless in combat. Ruri's dreams of becoming an adventurer began to crumble. The girl approached the tree again and began to hit it aggressively with the shovel. Tears began to appear in the girl's eyes. She hugged her shovel and said that it was the best. The Evil Eye Emperor touched the tree and used his ability on it. Looking at the tree again, he walked up to the girl and stroked her head, trying to calm her down. He would ask her to try again. Chuguto thought that he was no match for Safina alone. Ruri had also lost to one of the 3 great crimson evils. The girl tried to stick the shovel into the tree again. This time, everything worked, and without much effort. The boy snapped his fingers at the tree, after which it fell with ease. Lanza and Bayu looked at this picture with undisguised surprise. Ruri was inspired again by this result. Working together, they could find a way to overcome any problem. Suguto looked at the girl with pride and said that her shovel could definitely be the best. At the entrance of the dungeon Magic Ore Cave, many adventurers had gathered. Of them, 56 were E rank, 78 were D rank, 33 were C rank, and 11 were B rank. An adventurer with a huge sword commanded the rest of the fighters. He ordered to surround the enemy on 3 sides, and the low-ranking mercenaries to focus on support. At this point, 24 people were killed. In the heat of battle, Kay, a B-rank adventurer, casually asks the girl if she's really human. Even hunting a half-dragon isn't that hard. The mercenaries fight against the red name of their suppression target, Safina, one of the great crimson evils. The girl easily deals with such an army. Some notice how the wounds on the girl's body are healing. People think that this is impossible unless she used the restoration skill. Adventurers worry about their limited mana and potions. Sitting on a wooden throne, Myriad asked the younger brother Belimus if his arm will return to normal. The injured man replied that if it was just a wound, it could. However, if you lose something, it would not return. The leader thought about the last phrase and repeated it to clarify. He believed that Lanza would not return. The clarify, he believed that Lanza would not return, but still, the master wanted the magician to see him become the strongest. Myriad sat and watched the active work of the mercenaries, and next to him stood two guards. Suguto, with the girl on his back, Bio and Lanza raced towards the dungeon, magic ore cave. The man thought that Myriad's eyes had not changed since they were children, when drunks from the slums beat them every night. The leader received 10 times more for his attractiveness. However, in this godforsaken place, devoid of light, his eyes were the only source of radiance, and his smile always showed ferocity. The heroes ran closer and closer to their destination. They hurried with all their might. The Evil Eye Emperor used his key skill to see where the adored dragon child was. The girl was too far away to see her status, but she was right in the center of an ominous vortex of magical energy that swirled above her. Safina stood on the roof of the building. She had a perfect view, and she tracked her main target without any problems. With animal speed, the girl rushed towards the man on the wooden throne. As the distance between them began to decrease, Myriad gave the order. Bellamus and Belinus simultaneously threw Kyle and Vita into one of the 3 great crimson evils. The adventurers did not expect such an action, so they were stupefied. They believed that Myriad and his people had decided to use the children as human shields. To everyone's surprise, Safina began to slow down. She stretched out her arms and deftly caught the 2 children by their coats. The adventurers stared at the girl, not expecting such an outcome. One of the 3 great crimson evils looked at the children, who in turn were too afraid to even cry. Myriad knew this would happen. One of Safina's inexplicable habits is to continue working as an adventurer. Despite her red name, she does not give up on this business. If she didn't just get an A ranks, she'll be more likely to comply with the mission. It's to stop the underground traders and free all their debtors. However, this also means that Bayu, whom Myriad left in the city, and these 2 children will remain alive as long as they belong to him. This is the real reason why he did not free them. According to the leader's plan, his trump cards would be Kyle and Vita, whom Safina still held with bandaged hands. After the throws, the master's guards rushed towards the girl, weapons ready. They attacked the rival from both sides of the war. It seemed to Myriad that the outcome of the battle was already predetermined. Wyvern venom, a drop of which is enough to defeat a giant, as well as pollen from the century-old barbarian flower, which blooms once a century and paralyzes to the heart. Obtaining both ingredients took a lot of effort, so they are valuable goods of the Myriad Company. As soon as the adored dragon child stopped moving, elder brother Belinus ordered everyone to attack. The adventurers rushed into battle en masse. Master Myriad chuckled as he saw this scene. A moment later, the leader burst into loud laughter. He stood up from his throne and thought about what this was. The true power of a merchant. The man recalled his childhood friend, as if addressing him and saying that he had become the strongest. The next moment, Safina threw away all the mercenaries who were trying to surround her with one circular movement. She still held the children in her arms. The head of one of the master's guards flew off his shoulders. The second guy was hit in the stomach. In just a couple of seconds, the bloody name returned to normal. In one lightning-fast dash, she reached Myriad, opening her mouth and baring her fangs as she moved, and slammed the man into the wall. The girl bit his neck like a wild animal. The leader managed to notice a small group of people approaching. Among them, he saw Lanza, accompanied by the Emperor of the Evil Eye. When their gazes met, Myriad gave him his bright smile one last time. The girl decapitated the man with one bite. The magician watched as part of his old friend flew off from the main body. A fountain of red liquid splashed the girl's face. She stood in front of the wall and the body, which was smoothly descending the stone. The blonde's head fell not far from Safina, who was still holding the children in her arms. When Myriad died, his name disappeared from all the status fields of the 2 children. The ownership of Kyle and Vita temporarily passed to the Merchant Guild. The dragon child's adored belly rumbled. The little girl trembled and Safina turned her gaze to her. Since the purpose of the mission was to free the debtors from Myriad, other thoughts now entered the girl's head. Out of hunger, she thought that nothing terrible would happen if she ate them. Red Name opened her mouth, from which saliva flowed, and brought the girl closer to her. Kyle screamed at the top of his lungs. He was calling for his older brother, who, at that moment, actually heard the screams of his family. This time, Bayo was not imagining things. His legs, which had not moved from their place before, suddenly came to life. The half-wolf recalled Myriad's words about him being a child. The leader was not sure that the boy could fight well enough to be worth 1,000,000 larks. Now Bayo wanted to show him that he was really worth that amount. He jumped up, unsheathing his blade. This action made Sabina pay attention to him. The boy, with a wild scream and tears in his eyes, literally flew towards the girl, holding his weapon forward. He struck decisively, for he was confident that he could fight. One of the three great crimson evils grabbed the boy's dagger with its teeth. At this moment, Safina's skill, searching gaze, activated as usual. However, what she saw was not hatred, not dislike, and not even desire. The boy's eyes, from which tears were streaming, expressed only horror. Naturally, the girl shuddered from not understanding why the half-wolf took an action that was in no way consistent with his condition. Several high-ranking adventurers were able to take advantage of this opportunity. They quickly attacked the opponent. Thanks to the dexterity of the warriors and the reaction of the magician, they managed to free the children from the hands of Safina. Two men grabbed the children and jumped away with them in different directions, shielding them from threats. But Bayu was left alone with the girl. One of the adventurers thought he was about to be eaten. At that moment, from somewhere behind the girl was told to turn around. The dragon child felt the Emperor of the Evil Eye skill on herself. Her body seemed to shrink from the feeling. The girl had never experienced such a gaze. This gaze pierced right into the soul, disgusting, defiling. It should not exist. It was unbearable. In a rage, she rushed toward Suguro. The boy opened the potion and began to drink it. At that moment, Digger threw a stone at Safina, using her shovel. This caught her off guard, and the girl's pace slowed down. The adventurers also noticed this. However, she couldn't ignore those eyes, so she tried to hit the boy. When the dragon child's adoration finally reached Tsuguto, an explosion was heard. The shockwave left a mark on the ground. The boy had deliberately not drunk the potion before, only leaving it in his mouth for this moment. He grabbed Safina's hand and she stopped. The girl was horrified. She asked what it was, if it was really eyes. The guy, with a slight smirk on his face, did not take his eyes off her. Tsuguto briefly answered that he had no idea.